You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, nearly 4 million members are banded together to build better futures for themselves and their families. Their reasons for becoming Equitable Society policyholders are many, but certainly among the most unselfish and far-sighted Equitable Society members are those parents who have seen the wisdom of an Equitable Education Fund. Fathers and mothers, in just 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will tell you how to make sure that your children get the funds necessary for the education you want them to have through an Equitable Education Fund. Tonight's FBI file, The Phantom Mine.
Many of us know the type of person who would be willing to pay more for an article in the black market than he would be willing to pay for the same article if he were able to buy it legitimately across a counter. That type of person is always looking for an angle, for a connection through whom he may be able for a little while longer to put off the ignominy of going to work. There is nothing such a person detests more than the idea and the practice of a day's wage for a day's work. Those people are known as operators, and even when they continue for years to be small operators, they never lose hope that one day, through some miracle, they will become Mr. Big Shot. In their eyes, a big shot is anyone who does not have to work for a living, but who makes his money through lying, cheating, or killing. There are those who have pictured this swindler as a criminal in kid gloves, who wanted only money, and who abhorred the type of criminal operation in which lives are lost. Such a picture is a sentimental caricature, because the truth is that to the criminal, whatever his type of crime may be, no one's life is important except his own. Tonight's file opens aboard an old freighter which is tied up to a dock along the waterfront of a large eastern city. It is early afternoon. A bright sun is shining, but below decks on this rusting tramp, dampness and gloom prevail. Sheltered by this atmosphere, a man moves silently, stealthily along a grimy corridor. Then, looking furtively about, he enters the engine room and moves swiftly to one of the engines. He stands examining it intently, unmindful of the quiet approach of footsteps.
What are you doing?
Huh?
I asked you what you were doing.
Well, I was...
Who are you?
One of the wipers.
I'm the engineer of the ship. I never seen you.
I just signed on, sir.
What's your name?
Louis Jackson, sir.
What were you trying to do to that engine?
Oh, nothing, sir. Look, may I go now, sir?
What's that in your hand?
Just a brush, sir.
Let me see it.
What for?
I smell kerosene. I think it comes from that brush. Well, let me see it.
No.
Then there is kerosene on it.
So what if there is?
Come on. I'm taking you to the captain. Come in. Go ahead, Jackson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Captain.
Afternoon, Mr. Metcalf.
Captain, I hate to trouble you, but I've got to report this man.
Weren't you just signed on?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's your report, Mr. Metcalf?
Well, I was down in the engine room a while ago. This man came sneaking in. He didn't see me. He went over to one of the engines, started to fool with it when I called out to him.
Yes?
He refused to tell me why he was there. Then I discovered he had a brush in his hand. The brush was soaked with kerosene.
I see.
I haven't looked at my engines yet, Captain. I don't know whether they're damaged or not.
Well, let me know as soon as you inspect them.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you wish to press charges against him?
That's up to you, sir.
Well, I'll question him. You go examine the engines. Leave the man here with me.
Yes, sir.
And thanks for being that alert, Mr. Metcalf.
You're welcome, sir.
Well,
Well, what?
that was pretty stupid, don't you think?
Letting him nail me, you mean?
Yes. From now on, Louis, keep away from that engine room till we get to sea.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is approaching the desk of Agent Tom Allen.
Hello, Tom.
Oh, hello, Jim. I thought you were in court today testifying in that Dexter case.
There wasn't any need for me to testify. Dexter changed his plea to guilty.
Oh, glad that file's closed.
Yeah, so am I. But it looks as if we've got one to work on now that's going to be just as tough.
New one?
That's right. Just came in as I got back from court. The SAC assigned it to us.
Well, what's the story?
Seems a man named Rafael Fernando went to the United States consul in Barcelona, Spain, and confessed that he'd been an accomplice in a fraudulent bankruptcy.
In Barcelona?
No, in Chicago. Well, the consul took Fernando's story and sent it back to the State Department in Washington. They, in turn, sent it over to the Bureau.
Well, how does it get to this office?
Well, it was sent to the Chicago field office first, and they conducted an investigation on it.
Well, how long ago did this bankruptcy take place?
14 months ago.
In Chicago?
That's right.
It's probably given everybody connected with it a pretty good chance to scatter.
That's what the Chicago investigation showed. You see, the bankruptcy originally took place when Fernando, a partner in the firm, allegedly absconded with $250,000 and then fled to Spain.
Have you read the Fernando confession?
Yes, it's here in the file. I just finished reading it.
Does Fernando explain why he waited 14 months before he finally decided to confess?
Yes, his partner in bankruptcy was a man named William Gilbert. Fernando says that all he ever got out of it was transportation back to his home in Barcelona.
I see.
He says that Gilbert promised to send him $50,000, but that he never sent him anything at all.
So this man Gilbert took all the money while Fernando took the blame.
That's it.
That still doesn't explain how we happen to wind up with the case in this office.
Oh, the Chicago office started to search for Gilbert. They learned that he'd changed his name and was headed for here.
They didn't find out whether he intended to set himself up in business here, did they, Jim?
No. According to everything they could find out, he was headed here to buy a Liberty ship.
Well,
Chicago also said that Gilbert had not only changed his name, but that he was very adept at changing his appearance.
This makes the Dexter case look like high school stuff.
It's not going to be easy, I'll give you that. Well, let's go to work and see what we can find.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, hello, Mr. Grant.
How does everything look?
Your ship is in tip-top shape, Mr. Grant.
You ready to sail tomorrow night?
Yes, sir.
When do you expect to do the job?
Oh, and we're a few miles offshore.
You've made all preparations.
Louis put a charge of powder under one of the floorboards in the engine room. It'll blow a hole in the side of this ship big enough to walk through.
Splendid.
And just to make sure, after we sail, I'll have him paint the floor down there with kerosene.
And you've got your story straight.
Sure. After she sinks, I say we ran into a floating mine. That'll stand up.
And take every precaution, Captain. Those insurance companies investigate every angle in a case like this.
What do you collect from them, Mr. Grant?
$175,000.
And the boat stood you $120,000?
That's right.
Sounds like we're going to make a good night's pay.
Tom, you want to walk with me down to the teletype room?
Are you expecting something, Jim?
Mm-hmm. Come on, go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
The SAC spoke to the Chicago office a little while ago. They said they'd have something for us on the Gilbert bankruptcy.
They say what it was?
No, they didn't. They did say they had located Gilbert's ex-girlfriend, though. She was coming into the office there to answer some questions for them.
I hope she can give us more of a lead than we've been able to get so far. I checked every hotel in town today. Nobody answering the description Chicago gave us on Gilbert has checked in recently.
Now, he's been in town. I found out that much.
How?
Well, you know that list of officers I got from the U.S. Maritime Commission?
Oh, you mean that list that came in yesterday afternoon?
That's the one. Well, I called the men who have been conducting the sales. I found that they remembered a man of that description bidding on Liberty ships here 6 weeks ago.
Well, did he buy one?
No, he didn't.
That's too bad. That would have been an easy way to trace him.
Uh-huh. Then 3 days after he left here, he tried to buy one in Boston, but he didn't have enough money to get one there either.
They've got those sales someplace about every week, haven't they, Jim?
Just about. Go ahead. I checked every one of them. He attended every sale there was up to about 2 weeks ago.
Did he buy a ship at that one?
No. Now, all of a sudden, he stopped showing up.
I wonder why.
Well, maybe he found a ship someplace, huh?
Why do you suppose he's so anxious to get a ship?
I don't know, John.
Nothing in his background that would indicate he was interested in smuggling.
No.
Oh, there's your message now, Jim.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tom, this might be the break we're waiting for.
What is it?
Gilbert's ex-girl says that he's living here now, under the name of Harry Grant.
Good evening, Captain.
Hello, Mr. Metcalf.
I know I shouldn't bother you this late, Captain, but this couldn't wait.
Yes? What is it?
Well, you remember the episode with the wiper yesterday.
Yes.
I have something further to report.
On him?
Yes. I just couldn't help this, Captain. I've harbored a suspicion against him ever since I caught him in the engine room.
So?
I kept thinking about it all day today. And a couple of minutes ago, I went to his locker.
You did what?
I went to his locker and I opened it.
Well?
I found some black powder and some fuses.
Explosives?
That's right, Captain.
What in the world
In
would...
my opinion, Captain, it can indicate only one thing. He aims to sabotage the ship.
Yes. It certainly appears that way, doesn't it? Have you any idea where the man is now?
No, sir, I haven't. But we can certainly...
Captain, everything's...
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, Captain, will you question him or shall I?
Look, I've got to see you alone, sir.
We have something important to discuss with you, Jackson.
I'll handle him, Mr. Metcalf. You go back to your quarters.
But you need the evidence against him, Captain. I took it from his locker. I have it right here.
Captain, you better get rid of this guy.
Oh, see here. You better talk respectfully.
Please go, Mr. Metcalf.
But I can't leave without...
You heard what he said. Get out.
Hey, what is this?
Metcalf, I've asked you to go to your quarters.
Captain, are you taking his side?
Do as I say.
Are you in favor of his... Oh,
Louis, why did you do that?
Because that charge is going off any second.
And he's been through your locker. He found some powder and fuses. Now he'll know I'm mixed up in this, too. That can mean we lose...
There it is. What happens now?
When the report comes in, I'll alert all members of the crew to stand by to abandon ship.
Well, what happens with Metcalf?
We leave him here. He liked the ship so much, we'll let him go down with it.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Already, the bells of our colleges have called nearly 2.5 million eager young Americans back to their books and classrooms to be given one of the greatest advantages of all, a college education.
There's a boy in our block who'd give anything to answer that bell. Brightest kid you ever met. All his life he's planned on college, then law school. But it's all washed up now. His dad's last illness wiped out the family savings. Now that boy's had to go to work to help support his 2 younger brothers.
It's a shame his father never heard of an equitable education fund.
What's that?
An equitable education fund is a plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society to make certain that your children get the funds necessary for the education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. Now, here are 3 things about the plan you should consider. First, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. Second, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him, right there in the Equitable Education Fund. Third, this equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you are totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the education fund becomes fully established immediately.
That's exactly the plan I've been looking for, Mr. Keating. I think I'll see my Equitable Society representative first thing tomorrow.
That's the thing to do. See an Equitable Society representative as soon as possible. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, from the moment you set up an Equitable Education Fund, you make sure that when the college bells ring for your boy or girl, they will be ready to answer the call. And now back to the FBI file, The Phantom Mine.
The crime being committed in tonight's case from the files of your FBI is a serious one, but it is only one of the more than 5,000 major crimes committed every day in the United States. Your FBI cooperates in bringing this series of official radio programs to you because it wants to acquaint you with the ways of the criminal so that you, as an individual, will be better able to cope with every particular type of lawbreaker. Your FBI does this because it has a responsibility to you, a responsibility which involves fighting America's army of criminals to the best of its ability. But you, the individual citizen, also have a responsibility. It is up to you, if you wish to see the crime wave conquered, to see to it that you have a strong local police force, and that that local police force is adequately paid. Money saved by cutting police protection or by not allowing local policemen to earn a living wage is not, in the long run, money saved. For where protection is inadequate, crime increases. In one major city in the United States, a city of well over 1 million population, a survey determined that more than 50% of the local police were so poorly paid that they were in constant debt. A companion survey showed that crime this year in that city has risen more than 50%. Your local policeman's life is at stake when he puts on his uniform. It is your duty to see to it that while he risks that life, he is paid a living wage. Tonight's file continues in a waterfront house that is occupied by Mr. Grant, owner of the scuttled ship. He is just greeting a visitor.
Welcome home, Captain. It's good to see you.
Have you got a drink? I need one.
Sure. Here.
I'll take it straight, thanks.
Very well. And I'll join you.
Let's drink to the SS Marion Green, the best ship I ever skippered.
And the best one I ever owned. Well, where's Louis? Didn't he come with you?
He'll be here. He was in the other boat. They're probably still asking them the same questions they asked me.
Who asked you any questions?
The Coast Guard. They picked us up.
After the ship went down?
Sure. We rode for about an hour before they sighted us.
Well, what kind of questions did they ask you?
Where was I at the time of the explosion? Whether I saw anything? Stuff like that.
Anybody in the crew suspicious that it wasn't an accident?
Yes. Metcalf, chief engineer.
What did he find out?
That Louis had explosives.
Oh, how did you deal with him?
Louis knocked him out. We left him in the cabin after the ship went under.
Oh. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Grant.
That's right.
Well, this is Louis, Mr. Grant. Did the captain come in yet?
Yes, he just got here a couple of minutes ago. Where are you?
I'm still downtown. The Coast Guard just let us go.
Were they suspicious?
No, but they will be.
What do you mean?
Did the captain tell you about the engineer, Metcalf?
Yes?
Well, he's still alive.
I thought he went down with the ship.
So did I, but when we were rowing away, we heard somebody yelling for help. It was Metcalf, so we picked him up.
Well, what did you do that for?
Well, what could I do? There was 14 other guys in the boat.
What did Metcalf say when he saw you?
Didn't have a chance to say anything. As soon as we pulled him into the boat, he passed out.
Where is he now?
At emergency hospital.
Listen to me, Louis, and get this straight.
Yes, Mr. Grant, what is it?
Get into that hospital and get to Metcalf.
Jim, this is a tough one. I thought you had the right answer when you got that list of new registrations on all boats.
If Grant bought a boat in the last 2 months, it must be one of the boats on this list.
I agree with you there, Jim, but we've checked almost every one of those names.
All but 3. And they're all owned by corporations. Now, this first one, the SS Dorothy Drew, is owned by a corporation in Santa Monica, California. Now, the Los Angeles office is checking on that one for us.
With a 2-hour difference in time, we might not get an answer until tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, but there's nothing we can do about that, son. The second ship, the SS Marion Green, is owned by the Black and White Corporation.
Can't check on them until tomorrow morning either.
Oh, I did get some details on the SS Marion Green, though.
What were they?
Well, she's a 4,000-ton freighter, equipped as a lumber carrier. She can carry about 2.5 million feet of lumber.
Did you find out what the Black and White Corporation paid for her?
Yes, they paid $105,000. The last owner said that the Black and White Corporation would have to spend about $15,000 in repairs to make her seaworthy again.
That's a pretty good buy. There aren't many 4,000-tonners around that you can pick up for $120,000.
I know. Now, the ABC Handling Corporation owns the third ship. That's the SS Edith Summers. There doesn't seem to be any way of finding out anything about them until tomorrow either.
Well, maybe we ought to call it a night, Jim, and get a fresh start in the morning.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I don't suppose there's much else to... I'll get it. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. This is Dr. Elliott over at the emergency hospital.
Yes, Doctor. Anything I can do for you?
Well, I called police headquarters to report this, and they told me to call the FBI. I've just treated a man named Joe Metcalf as shock. He came to for a little while and explained that he was in a shipwreck, but that the wreck was no accident.
Now, let me get the facts on this straight, Dr. Elliott. This Mr. Metcalf claims that there was a deliberate scuttling in the ship that he was on. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Did he tell you the name of the ship?
Why, yes, he did. It was the SS Marion Green.
Thank you for calling, Dr. Elliott. I'll be right over to talk to Mr. Metcalf.
What time is it, Captain?
A little after 4.
Louis called over an hour ago. Why haven't we heard from him?
I don't know. I can't wait around much more. Got things to do, Mr. Grant. Things to take care of. Now, suppose you pay me off, and I'll be getting along.
Pay you? For what?
The job I did.
Captain, I'd like to point out to you that there's a man named Metcalf who, by your own admission, may jam up this whole deal.
So?
If the deal's jammed up, I don't collect from the insurance companies. And if I don't collect, Captain, neither do you.
Now, just a minute. I made a deal with you to sink a ship. Well, right now, that ship's at the bottom of the ocean.
That was only part of the deal. The most important phase of it was making it appear to be an accident. That you didn't deliver.
Look, can I help it if Louis messed things up?
He was your responsibility.
You hired him, Mr. Grant.
Captain, that has nothing to do with... Who is it?
Me, Louis.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Grant. Hello, Captain. Where do you want me to put your chief engineer?
What's the matter, Jim? You look beat.
I'm getting a little tired of these wild goose chases.
What happened this time?
Well, I got over to the hospital. A doctor took me up to talk to Metcalf.
Well, don't tell me he changed his story.
Worse than that, Tom, he was gone.
Well, how could that happen?
A friend came in and took him out. He told the nurse he was a shipmate of Metcalf's.
Did the doctor tell you what Metcalf said while he was conscious?
Yes. He said he was the engineer aboard the SS Marion Green. You know, it's probably the boat that Grant bought.
Did Metcalf's story explain why he bought it?
Yes, from what Metcalf told the doctor, the SS Marion Green was purposely scuttled. And I think we'll find that ship was very heavily insured.
Metcalf's the only one, then, who could prevent Grant from collecting on that insurance.
That's it.
So the shipmate who came to the hospital and got Metcalf out must be one of Grant's men.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, I hate to think of the treatment they'll give him.
We've checked every possible record, Jim. Every boarding house, every hotel, every rental listed at the real estate board. There isn't a single Harry Grant on any of those lists.
Oh, Metcalf gave this waterproof pouch to Dr. Elliott before he passed out again. Oh? Said there were some papers in it that he got out of a drawer in the captain's cabin just before he jumped off the ship.
For Metcalf's sake, I hope there's something in here that'll tell us where Grant is. Hey, you take half and I'll take half.
I'll take these.
Doesn't seem to be anything here, Jim, except some paid
Wait
bills.
a minute. I think I've got something, Tom. Listen to this. It's a note to the captain saying I'll come aboard about 10 o'clock to discuss final plans with you, and it's signed with the initials H.G.
Standing for Harry Grant.
I should think so. There's no return address on the envelope.
It's very common stationery, too, Jim. There wouldn't be any chance of tracing the purchaser of this stuff.
No, that's right. I think we might find out where Mr. Grant sent this from, though. Let's get a classified telephone directory.
I think he's coming, too.
You better stop hitting him, Louis.
Why, you afraid I'll hurt him?
No, we want to talk to him.
Metcalf. Metcalf, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you,
Good.
Captain.
Good, then answer a few questions. Do you remember being at the hospital?
Uh-huh.
Did you talk to anybody at the hospital?
Uh-huh.
What did you say to him?
I told them all about you and the wiper and blowing up the ship.
Oh. How do we handle this, Mr. Grant?
There's a way. Metcalf is the only one who actually saw Louis in the engine room, isn't he?
That's right.
Now, what's that got to do with it?
Then he's the only one that can prove anything.
You forget about the doctor at the hospital. You blab as sure as you're born.
What do you think my lawyer will say to him on the stand?
I don't know.
He'll say, Doctor, isn't it possible that a man of Mr. Metcalf's age might get hysterical and delirious after an accident like that? The doctor will have to say yes, and that will be all there is to it.
I see.
That means that if Metcalf is dead and can't be found, the insurance company has to pay.
Oh, I don't carry a gun.
Louis does, don't you, Louis?
I lost mine when the ship went down.
You'll find one in that top drawer. Get it and take care of him.
Okay. Is it loaded?
Try it and find out.
You're not trying anything. What?
What is this?
Well, it's special agents of the FBI.
Metcalf's still alive, Jim.
Good, Tom.
What are you two doing here?
We came here to serve warrants for arrest on the three of you.
What are the charges?
Conspiracy to defraud.
See here, that's a serious charge to make without any proof.
I think we've got enough proof on that charge. And when we get back to headquarters, we'll add another charge against all of you. Attempted murder.
Harry Grant, Captain Spencer, and Louis Jackson were all tried in a federal court and convicted on both charges. They are now serving long terms in a federal penitentiary. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was solved because Special Agent Jim Taylor noticed that there was no stamp on the envelope containing the note found among the captain's papers. He therefore reasoned that it had been delivered by some messenger. A check of the messenger services listed in the classified telephone directory revealed that one of those services had been summoned by Mr. Grant to deliver the note to Captain Spencer aboard the SS Marion Green. A further check of the delivery slip showed that the note had been sent from number 415 Ocean Avenue, and it was at that address that Special Agents Taylor and Allen located the three criminals. What was even more important than the capture of the criminal triumvirate was the fact that your FBI was able to save the life of an innocent person. And thus, once more, your FBI, by the speed of its investigative procedure, succeeded in performing its double function of protecting not only your property, but your lives.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, Joe, I understand there's one thing you'd like to clear up about an equitable education fund.
Yes, Mr. Keating. Are these funds flexible? Can they be increased later if I can afford it?
They certainly can. Many young fathers start with an equitable education fund that would pay part of a boy or girl's way through college. Then, as the family income goes up, the amount of the education fund is increased. Your equitable representative will be glad to show you just how it's done. Look him up soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An authentic record of the operations of one of the cunningest of the criminal breed, the confidence man. Its subject, fraud. Its title, The Atomic Swindle.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. The director, Sid Goodwin. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Atomic Swindle, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is a great mutual institution organized to serve America. Therefore, one of the Equitable Society's major objectives is to make all possible contributions to the welfare and stability of American business, on which so many of the Equitable Society's nearly 4 million members depend. Tonight's middle commercial is addressed to people who personally own some part of the business enterprise in which they are employed. For such owners, this commercial, due in about 14 minutes, will have information from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Two Wise Men.
In the past 6 months, there have been almost 380,000 fingerprint arrest records added to the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An addition which brings the number of such fingerprint records to the staggering total of 7.5 million. That figure, 7.5 million, can be said quickly, can be rolled off the tongue and forgotten just as quickly. But your FBI asks you to stop for a moment and to realize what that figure represents. These cards represent 7.5 million people who have been arrested in the United States. Since we have slightly more than 140 million people in the country, it means that 1 out of every 18 among us has an arrest record. Your FBI implores you to do everything that you can to help fight the crime wave, lest the next survey show that the figure has risen beyond its present high record, and we find ourselves literally engulfed in every type of crime, from larceny to murder. Tonight's file opens in a small Midwestern town. It is early morning. 2 men, one old, one young, are hard at work digging a hole with pick and shovel.
What's the matter, Billy boy?
Hey, this is kind of rugged.
For a young fella like you? Why, your Uncle Andy and me do this kind of work all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, boy. Get to digging.
I wish Uncle Andy was here now.
What?
I said I wish Uncle Andy was here now instead of me.
For once we agree, son. So do I. You know, he'd be here, too, if his back wasn't all twisted up with rheumatism.
Hey, tell me something, will you?
What's that?
Why do you old guys always do everything the hard way?
What do you mean?
Well, why can't you use one of them drills on this hole? You could do the whole job 10 times quicker.
Billy, you think me and your uncle are pretty old-fashioned, don't you?
Yeah.
I thought so. Well, let me tell you something, son. There's a lot you could learn from our old-fashioned ways.
Huh. Like what, for instance?
Like what we're doing right now.
Oh?
There's plenty of quick ways to do this same job, I'll grant you that. But once we're inside this bank, we can blow the vault and take the money without anybody ever knowing we're doing it.
The next day, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor picks up Agent Carl Perry in front of the railroad station.
Yo, Carl. Oh, Carl, over here.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Hi. Come on, hop in.
Oh, thanks.
Good.
Good to see you. Well, I must say this is service, being met at the station.
Look, I didn't come down here to drive you back to the office. I just wanted to save us some time.
Why, what's the rush?
We've been assigned to work together on a case that just came in.
Oh, good. What's it all about?
Well, there was a bank burglary in Centerville early this morning. 2 men got into the bank by tunneling under the back of the building.
Any leads?
Well, we got more than leads, Carl. We know who did it.
Already? How?
Well, the robbers parked their car a block away from the bank in front of a home occupied by some people named Duncan.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Duncan looked out the window and copied down the number on the license plate so he could make a complaint about it.
And his complaint turned out to be an asset.
That's right.
Oh, good boy.
Car was found abandoned this morning at a tourist cabin out on Route 81. We got some fingerprints out of it. Turned out to belong to a man named Roy Lyons.
I don't think I know that name.
Oh, there's no reason why you should, Carl. From his record, he's been a petty larceny thief for about 45 years.
Well, how old is he?
63. He was working with a boy of 19.
How do you know that?
Well, we found a jacket inside the bank that had an eyeglass case in one of the pockets. Case was initialed WOC.
Oh, lights changed, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Well, we went through Roy Lyons' arrest record. Found out he was picked up a year ago with a boy named William O. Caldwell.
Oh, that certainly ties in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's safe to assume it's the same boy. We'll know in a little while, though, for sure.
Why?
Well, we're headed for the tourist camp where the robber's car was found abandoned.
Oh?
I've got pictures of Lyons and Caldwell in my pocket. Carl, if they make positive identification at the tourist camp, we can start our search from there.
Andy?
Yes, Roy?
Care for a little more cocoa?
Oh, not right now, thanks. Oh, my back.
Rheumatism's really acting up, huh?
Yes, I wish my nephew'd get back with that mustard plaster. You all done counting the money?
Uh-huh.
How much?
$1,237.50.
Not a bad night's work.
Too bad you couldn't have been with us.
Well, I wasn't exactly idle.
What do you mean, Andy?
I wrote some letters.
What kind of letters?
Do you remember that sucker list I had in the trunk?
Which one?
Men over 60.
Oh, sure. That's the one we never knew how to use.
I figured a way to put it to work.
Well, good boy, Andy. How'd you do it?
Well, we've been accumulating a lot of coins along with the paper money. It's tough for us to get rid of it.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I sent out the letters. We're starting a club.
What kind of a club?
One of them old age clubs.
Oh.
I'll be president.
Good.
You be treasurer.
Fine. What's the aims of the club?
We're charging $1 to join and $0.25 a week dues. That way, nobody will be suspicious if we get a couple of $100 in silver.
Well, that's a real idea, Andy.
Well, I'm glad that... Oh, darn that back.
Can I get you something?
Oh, no. Oh, where's Billy with the plaster? I told him to hurry.
Andy, I'm afraid that boy does just as he pleases.
How was he on the job last night?
Kind of fresh. I don't like to say this, Andy, but he's getting a little too big for his britches.
How do you mean?
He's been flashing money around, being a big shot. That could get us in trouble.
It sure could. Oh, I'll have a talk with the boy as soon as he gets here. Let me have some of that cocoa.
Carl, I wish something would come in on that alarm on the old man and the boy.
If they remained in the immediate neighborhood, I think they'd have been spotted by now.
Yeah, I'm afraid they've gotten to wherever they were going, though. If these alarms don't produce results in the first 5 hours, they usually don't produce at all.
Jim, if we could only get some kind of a lead that would tell us which way they headed when they left the tourist cabin.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to have to let this one go for a little while.
You mean just quit on it?
No, not exactly. While you were calling police headquarters, I went in to talk to the SAC.
About what?
About attacking this problem from an entirely new angle.
What's that?
Well, there was a bank burglary about 10 days ago over at Midland Falls. The same method of entering the bank was used in both cases.
I didn't know that.
Well, the bank at Midland Falls was not covered by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. That's why we haven't been in on it up to now.
Oh, I see.
I think the same pair probably robbed both banks.
That's a safe speculation, Jim.
Well, the SAC has given us permission to work on the Midland Falls burglary because, well, solving that one would automatically solve the other case for us, too.
Well, what do we do first, Jim?
Well, Midland Falls is only about 65 miles from here. Let's drive up there first thing in the morning.
How does your back feel now, Andy?
Still miserable, Roy.
Oh. I was thinking we might go back to work tomorrow night. I got a bank all picked out for us.
Where?
Well, coming home from Centerville the other night, we went through a little place called Bowling Green. They've got the prettiest little bank there you ever saw.
I remember Bowling Green. Got arrested there once. Did you stop and look the bank over?
No need, sir. There's a vacant lot next door.
Fine.
Think that pipe's out, Andy.
Well, hand me the tobacco, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Hi.
Where have you been?
Out.
Thought you went to get your poor uncle a back plaster.
I forgot.
Billy, you've been forgetting too many things here lately. Mostly your manners.
Look, I don't want to hear any long-winded lectures. I'm fed up with those routines.
Is that a fact?
Yes. And I came home here specially to tell you that.
They must be spiking the grape juice down at the pool.
Huh. Very funny.
You're talking mighty big, son.
It's time I did. I've been kicked around by you two just long enough.
What do you mean, kicked around?
I've been doing 50% of the work. For 50% of the work, I want 50% of the money.
Look, son, we brought you into this combination strictly as an apprentice.
That is right. And we tried to teach you all we know.
What do you think I could learn from old-fashioned jokers like you? You're 50 years behind the times, both of you.
Then why do you work for us?
I'm not after tonight. But before I pull out, there's one thing we got to get straight.
What's that?
The payoff from last night. I want half.
You may want half, son, but you ain't getting it.
I got a gun here that says I am.
Well...
Now, where'd you put the money?
Put that gun away, son. It might go off and scare all of
Look,
us.
I'm on the level about this.
Roy, I believe he is.
Now, get me that money.
You better do as he says, Roy.
Very well.
Oh, good work, Roy.
Get his gun.
Right.
Oh, well, what happened?
Pulled the rug out from under you, that's all. That's one of them old-fashioned things you was complaining about. Come on, Andy. Let's tie him up.
We will return to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI in just a minute. Now, a brief case from the official files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, showing how Equitable Business Insurance helps stabilize our American economic system. Names used are fictitious, but the case is an actual one. We are in the office of Mr. Edward Bradshaw, president of a successful metal parts business in New England.
Harry Summers, our executive vice president, takes complete charge of personnel, purchasing, and manufacturing. George Gibbon is our sales manager. He knows all our customers. He brings in the business.
Sound like two pretty valuable men to me.
Yes, they certainly are. If we lost either one, it would take months to replace him. And that's what used to keep me lying awake at night, trying to figure out what I'd do if either one of them should die.
Well, you don't look like a worried man to me now, Mr. Bradshaw.
I'm not. I got the answer from an Equitable Society business insurance specialist. His suggestion was $50,000 worth of insurance on the lives of each of these two key men, payable to the company.
That would tide you over the period while you're looking around for a replacement.
Right. And it would help pay for the replacement when we found him. I look on this life insurance on our key men as a safeguard for the security of every man and woman who works for us. No question about it, that Equitable Society business insurance specialist certainly took a load off my mind.
Right, Mr. Bradshaw. And now let me extend an invitation from the Equitable Society to the businessmen in this radio audience. An Equitable Society business insurance specialist will be glad to sit down with you and your associates. He's fully qualified by experience and training to work out a plan that's sound in every detail and tailor-made for your business. Have your secretary call the nearest Equitable office and ask for the manager, or dictate a brief note to the home office of the Equitable Society in New York City.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Two Wise Men.
The attitude of the young man in tonight's case from the files of your FBI is too widespread to require any explanation. It is almost one of the prerequisites of youth that they think they know how to do things better than those who are older. And, as you have seen, that attitude is as true among criminals as among law-abiding citizens. The young man you have met, unfortunately, is representative of the dominant age group among those who have been arrested since the first of this year. According to the FBI survey mentioned earlier in this program, the highest frequency of arrests occurred in the 21, 22, 23, and 19-year-old groups in that order. The age group 50 and over, represented tonight by the two old men, was not far behind in this newest survey. Between them, those age groups combined to produce a total of approximately one-third of all recorded arrests. Many of the youngsters, those in the 19 to 23 bracket, are yesterday's juvenile delinquents. The boys of that age group are still young enough to be saved. Indeed, they must be saved. For if society should fail them entirely, they will soon cease to be yesterday's juvenile delinquents. Instead, they will be tomorrow's hardened criminals. Tonight's file continues late the next afternoon in a room at police headquarters in Midland Falls.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Carl.
I just got back here, Jim.
Oh, how'd you make out?
Well, after I left you, I went to the bank.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't give us much information, which we didn't already have. But I did get this nail puller.
No? From whom?
From Mr. Crawford at the bank. It was left in the vaults the night of the burglary.
Oh. Let me take a look at that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Name stamped on it. It's pretty well rubbed out, though.
I put it under black light and read it. It says E.G. Bentley and Company, lumber.
Well, that's a local company. Did you call them?
Yes, but they haven't given away any of these nail pullers for over 10 years.
Well, that takes care of the possibility of tracing it directly, then.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it'll fit in later on.
How did you make out?
Well, the local police and I interviewed every person in Midland Falls.
Well, no wonder you've been gone all day.
Yeah. After comparing notes, I found that the car used in the burglary here was a stolen 1946 black Buick convertible.
Mm-hmm.
Checking on the license number, I learned the car was stolen from a private garage at Newton Center on September 19th.
Well, that was 10 days before the bank here was burglarized.
That's right.
Oh, any prints found in the car?
Yes. Prints identified as those of Lyons and of Corwell.
That figured.
In examining the car after it had been abandoned, a large jack, the kind they use on tractors, was found in it.
Was the car stolen from a farmer, Jim?
No, that's why I think they probably stole the jack somewhere else. Carl, hand me that map over there, will you?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Let's spread it out there. Hold it down there, huh?
You bet.
Now, here, Carl, if you were to take this territory in here, on the east and the south of Midland Falls, I'd take the west and the north. We could interview every farmer around here and see if we can find out where that jack came from.
Okay.
When we're finished, let's meet back here.
You know something, Roy?
What?
Maybe we should have stayed home and answered our mail. We'd have made more money that way.
On the old age club, you mean?
Yeah. The letters are flocking in.
What did you dangle at those fellas to make it sound so good?
I told them we'd ask the government for $1 a week for every year they've been alive.
That means I'd get $63 a week.
That's right.
If I was sure of getting that, I wouldn't be driving to Bowling Green in the dead of night to rob a bank.
That is a good point.
Andy.
What?
Have you made up your mind yet about what you're going to do with young Billy?
No.
It ain't going to be practical to keep him tied up in the bedroom too long.
I know. What would you do if you was me?
That's easy. I'd kill him.
Carl, I came up lucky. I found the farm where the jack was stolen from.
Oh, good.
He said that an old man and a young boy in a 1946 black Buick convertible stopped at his farm on September 29th.
Well, wasn't that the day of the burglary here?
That's right. He said they came to his farm and wanted to borrow a jack so they could change a tire.
Was he sure that it was Lyons and Caldwell?
Yes, he positively identified both pictures. Oh, they also stole that nail puller from his tool chest.
Well, we've certainly got enough evidence now.
Yeah, but that hasn't stopped them. They committed another burglary last night on a federally insured bank.
What?
Yeah, they employed their same modus operandi on a bank in Bowling Green.
Well, they didn't waste much time.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the reasons we'd better catch them in a hurry. Carl, let's see where we stand, huh? Take a look at the map.
Okay.
Now, over here, approximately 55 miles from Midland Falls, is Newton Center.
That's right.
The car that was used to burglarize the bank in Midland Falls on September 29th was stolen from Newton Center 10 days earlier on September 19th.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this farm where the jack and the nail puller was stolen is here. That's about 6 miles due west of Midland Falls.
Uh-huh.
Now, that means two things, Carl. First, Lyons and Caldwell came into Midland Falls from the west. They were at this farm on the day of the big burglary. How? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, from Newton Center to this farm is approximately 49 miles.
That's right.
Now, if they were fleeing from Newton Center after stealing the car, they certainly would have covered more distance than 49 miles in 10 days.
I'll buy that.
Well, then, Carl, I think we can assume that during the period between the stealing of the car and the burglarizing of the Midland Falls Bank, they lived somewhere in between.
Oh, Jim, it'll be a big job checking every house in that 50-mile stretch.
Yeah, I know that, Carl, but if they stopped at the farm to fix a flat, they might very well have had some other trouble with that tire.
Maybe.
I think what we ought to do now is start checking every gas station between that farm and Newton Center. No luck here, Carl.
We've covered 25 miles already.
Yeah, I know that.
They couldn't have had too much trouble with that tire. Any chance they used another road, Jim?
There is no other road between Newton Center and Midland Falls. So let's go, Carl. We got to keep trying. No luck here either.
Only 9 more miles to Newton Center, Jim.
Yeah, maybe we're betting on a dead horse. Doesn't even look like they stopped at any of these places for gas, let alone tire repair.
Well, Jim, there can't be too many more gas stations.
We only need one, Carl. Let's go. Carl, we hit the jackpot.
You mean they were in here?
Yes, on September 26th.
Well, that's a week after the car was stolen.
That's right. The attendant said they lived somewhere in this immediate neighborhood. I think there's a way to find their exact address. Come on. Let's drive into the nearest town before the stores close.
Who's that?
It's me, Andy.
Oh, where have you been?
Just took a little walk. Thought I'd leave you alone so you could make up your mind.
About what?
Your nephew.
Oh, that was real thoughtful of you, Roy.
Well, after all, the boy is your flesh and blood. I knew it'd be hard for you to decide. You made up your mind yet?
Uh-huh.
What did you decide?
Don't see any way out but to kill him.
Oh. But, Andy, I don't want you to do it.
Huh?
You're too old to start killing anyone now.
Oh, I'm not going to. I call that young fellow Green. He does that type of work, you know.
I've heard he's a nice, polite young fella.
Yes, I like throwing a boy like that whatever work I can. This'll be good experience for him, too.
When did he say he'd be able to take care of it?
We promised he'd be over later this evening.
Oh, fine.
Did you mail those letters while you were out?
Uh-huh. And I picked up this batch from the box.
My goodness. Club is certainly growing. We're getting a lot of money from this.
I know, but that's not our money. It belongs to the members. It wouldn't be very honest of us to touch it.
Oh, I guess that's the young man who's going to take care of my nephew.
Well, I'll go let him in.
Thanks, Roy.
Are you Mr. Green?
No, I'm Mr. Taylor. Your name is Roy Lyons.
That's right. How did you know?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
We've got warrants here for the arrest of you and William O. Caldwell. Carl.
Yeah?
See if Caldwell has any place in the apartment.
Right, Jim.
Mr. Green, bring a friend to help him, Roy?
No, Andy. These men are from the FBI.
Oh? Looking for Billy?
I'm looking for all of you. Now come along with me.
Andy Spencer received a 50-year sentence for bank burglary, and Roy Lyons and Bill Caldwell received 25 years each. Once the two special agents of your FBI were able to determine in what vicinity the trio of bank burglars resided, they were able to use an earlier clue, the eyeglass case bearing the initials WOC. The optician in that particular neighborhood identified the eyeglass case as having been delivered to William O. Caldwell, and he supplied young Caldwell's address. Caldwell's subsequent confession closed the files on all three bank burglaries. And thus your FBI was able to prevent the further looting of banks in which you have your money deposited by this calculating trio. Tonight's case illustrates to what length the special agents of your FBI will go in protecting your property. For in this investigation, in a period of 72 hours, they interviewed not only every resident of Midland Falls, and that included every man, woman, and child, but also every farmer in the territory for 6 miles around Midland Falls, and then every gas station attendant along a main highway for a distance of 55 miles. That is hard work, but the special agents of your FBI have been trained to realize that the only way to investigate a crime is to do it thoroughly. And in almost every case, that means hard work, more hard work, and still more, until the criminal is caught.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word about business insurance. The reason why the Equitable Society emphasizes this type of insurance is very simple. The brains and experience responsible for the success of a business enterprise have a cash value and should therefore be protected by insurance like any other valuable asset. Equitable Society representatives have worked out plans for all types of business, from progressive corner stores and successful law partnerships to large organizations with thousands on their payrolls. Plan now to enlist the invaluable help that is yours for the asking from a trained business insurance specialist of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The story exposing the clever hoax perpetrated by a trio of expert con men. Its subject, fraud. Its title, The Gridiron Swindle.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Gridiron Swindle, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is a great mutual institution organized to serve Americans and America. Therefore, one of the Equitable Society's major objectives is to make all possible contributions to the welfare and stability of American business, on which so many of the Equitable Society's nearly 4 million members depend for their livelihood. Tonight's middle commercial is addressed to people who personally own some part of the business enterprise in which they are employed. For such owners, this commercial, due in about 14 minutes, will have information of great importance from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Gridiron Swindle.
The first thing a newspaper reporter learns is that in order to write the lead on a story, he must supply the answers to 5 questions: what, where, who, how, and when. Because special agents of your FBI and newspaper men are both investigators, it is not unnatural that the members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation should be able to answer those questions with respect to crime. In order to help them keep their answers up to date, your FBI makes periodic surveys of the crime situation, one of which has just been concluded. The study reveals many shocking facts, with perhaps the most shocking being the fact that in the first 6 months of this year, the number of larcenies, a number which includes swindles, amounted to more than 277,000, or more than 1,500 every day. Should those figures fail to impress you, should you feel that it's much ado about little, then perhaps you might be interested to know that the loot taken by criminals in those larcenies represented cash and property valued at more than $17 million. Tonight's file opens in a second-floor room of a hotel located in a large Midwestern city. A young man is pacing the floor nervously while a lean, gray-haired man sits in the corner sipping a cup of black coffee.
Well, you did it. You really did it this time.
Wally, I've apologized in every way I know. If I could, I'd give you the money back.
I'll try to deposit that in the morning. Who's that?
Me.
Oh.
What are you doing home so early?
Tell her, Uncle Ed.
An unfortunate accident occurred, my dear.
Uncle Ed, you've been drinking again.
Drinking? You should have seen him with the sucker.
What happened?
We're supposed to get the sucker drunk.
Uh-huh.
Instead of that, your dear Uncle Ed would get so plastered, he starts to lift this guy's wallet and falls right off his chair.
I don't understand it. I was sitting firmly on the chair, and all of a sudden...
You were sitting firmly on cloud number 7. Well, stay up there if you like it, but don't hang around Charlotte and me. From now on, we're traveling light.
Wally, I don't like to call attention to my past kindnesses, but if you remember, I gave you a car when you got out of reform school.
A stolen car?
Wally, you obviously don't appreciate the sentiment that was involved. I also gave you your start in this business.
Oh, now, look, I've heard this routine 100 times.
It's true, Wally.
You keep out of this.
But, Wally, he's my uncle, and I'm not going to stand by and have you just kick him out.
Oh, all right. We can argue about that when we get home. Right now, we got something else to worry about.
What's that?
How do we get out of this hotel without blowing our clothes?
Oh, that's a relatively simple matter, my boy. All we have to do is take the sheets from those beds, tie them together, and let ourselves gently but firmly to the delightful terra firma below.
A few days later, in an FBI field office, Special Agent George Watson is approaching the desk of Agent Jim Taylor.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, George. Back from court so soon?
Yeah, I'm going in to ask the SAC if I can have some time off.
I don't think you'll get it, George.
Why not?
Because he's already assigned you to work on a new case with me.
Oh, what's this one about?
Well, we received a teletype from the sheriff of a small town named Hudson. It's about 300 miles from here.
I know the place.
Oh? Well, he said he was hanging around a gas station when a car pulled in to fill up.
Uh-huh.
One of the men in the car seemed a little drunk. As he got out, he walked over to the sheriff and asked him if he had any ice in his pocket.
Oh, fine.
And in his conversation, he mentioned to the sheriff that they were coming here.
So?
Well, after they left, the sheriff couldn't get the old drunk's face out of his mind. He knew he'd seen it somewhere before, so he went back to his office and checked through the FBI files. Sure enough, there it was.
Who is he?
His name is Ed Garvey.
I don't know him, at least by that name.
Well, he's been a confidence man for about 40 years.
Well, they change their names so often, I guess I never ran across him.
Well, there was another man and woman in the car. The sheriff found a flyer on the man. His name is Wally Billings. He and Garvey have worked together in the past.
At what?
The old lemon pool swindle, you know, where they get the victim to take cash out of the bank, get him drunk, and then pick his pocket.
Uh-huh.
I had an alarm sent out to every local police department between here and Hudson.
How long ago?
A couple of hours ago. Come on, let's walk down to the teletype room.
Okay.
Maybe they've been caught by now, and you can get that time off.
Good morning, my dear.
Good morning, Uncle Ed.
Where's Wally?
He went out. He's still mad at you.
Because I got out of the car and discussed generalities with a stranger?
You didn't have to pick the sheriff, did you?
Charlotte, I was partially a man of distinction at that moment. I didn't notice that the gentleman was an arm of the law.
Well, Wally had a right to be mad.
Well, he isn't any longer. I've mended the breach.
You mean you made up with him?
Yes.
How?
Oh, I gave him a very commercial idea. It's a little thing based on the current national hysteria over football.
Oh, that's nice.
Where is Wally?
He had a date.
With whom?
A Mrs. Cornelius Hines.
Who is Mrs. Cornelius Hines?
Wally said she was a big society lady. He's building her up for something. He said it looked good.
That's fine.
Uncle Ed, are you going out?
Yes.
Well, Wally said to make you promise one thing.
What is that?
He said to ask you not to get drunk.
Charlotte, you know I never drink when I attend the Sport of Kings.
Are you going to the races?
Yes.
But you have no money.
My dear girl, those racetrack trains are very crowded. And in a jostling mob, it is a well-known fact that wallets are very likely to slip from one pocket to another. Well, goodbye, my dear.
This is certainly a beautiful view from here, Mrs. Hines.
I insisted on the penthouse. I think if you must live in the city, you should at least be able to look down on it.
That's a good idea.
Another cup of tea, Mr. Billing?
Oh, no. No, thanks. You're probably wondering why I called you.
Frankly, I am.
Well, I read about you in the papers. I also read about your pet charity.
Oh?
Charities happen to be my business, Mrs. Hines. I'm a professional promoter. I raise money for charities and charge a percentage.
I see.
I have a feeling that I could be quite useful to you.
Well, I never have used high-pressure tactics.
Oh, this isn't high pressure, Mrs. Hines. I have a means of making money for your charity that will have the public clamoring to give you money.
Really?
Take a look at this.
What is it?
Those are football games this coming Saturday.
Yes?
People all over the country buy these cards for from $1 to $10.
But why?
They try to pick winners. If they do, they win.
And if they don't?
They lose. Of course, more lose than win, so the people who sell the cards make money.
Oh.
So if we sold the cards, we could raise a couple of $1,000 for your charity every Saturday.
Well, that sounds splendid.
Think you'd like to try it?
Well,
You can get society girls to sell them for you. That would really make them move. Now, what do you say?
Mr. Billings, I think I like your idea. Call me in the morning.
Jim, any word yet on Billings and Garvey?
No, not yet, George.
How about giving their pictures to the newspapers? Maybe we can smoke them out that way.
I thought of that, George, and the SAC put thumbs down on the idea. He's afraid it'd scare them off. The old man, Garvey, is pretty slippery. He doesn't draw the line any place. Well, do you know he once sold a hard-shelled businessman a bridge across the Missouri River?
What?
Yes, he convinced this man he was from the Department of the Interior. And that as a defense measure in the event of war, the government was going to tear down the bridge and build a tunnel.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. This man was in the scrap iron business, and he sold him the bridge for $16,000, and in cash. Oh, excuse me. No. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Sergeant. No, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Page 7? Yeah, I'll get a copy right away. Thanks very much for calling. George, is that the journal you brought in with you?
Yes.
Oh, can I see it, please?
Sure, here.
Thanks. That was Sergeant O'Rourke down at police headquarters. Said there was a picture on page 7 that might interest us. Hey, look at this picture of the horse that won the big race yesterday.
Oh, let's see.
There. There's our man Garvey practically weighing in with the jockey.
Well, that proves he's living here, Jim.
Yes. Now let's see if we can find out where.
Charlotte, where are my shoes?
I put them away. Wally told me to.
Where is he now?
I don't know. He just said he was going out. And for me to see that you didn't. He can sit and talk to me.
No disrespect, my dear, but that happens to be my idea of conversational solitaire.
Uncle Ed, what's this big idea you gave Wally?
It concerns football.
But how?
Have you ever seen a football pool guard, Charlotte?
You mean where you pick winners and get odds?
Exactly.
Is that the idea?
Yes.
Well, what's so great about that?
The variation I thought of. With our cards, every player must win.
Why?
Because we take close games, and we give 20 and 30 points to the player. Not even a moron could lose.
Then how do we win?
We sell the cards in the sweet name of charity. And then, well, you know the saying, charity begins at home.
Oh, must be going good. Look, Wally put this out of the paper this morning. It's a picture of Mrs. Hines selling the first football card to the mayor.
So they've even got the mayor going for... Say, Charlotte.
Huh?
This woman in the picture, she's Mrs. Cornelius Hines?
That's right.
Get my shoes.
I can't.
You want me to go out in these bedroom slippers?
No, but Wally said I can't do it, Uncle Ed.
I see. I have no choice then, Charlotte. I bid you a fond adieu.
Where are you going?
To pay a call on Mrs. Hines.
Charlotte? Oh, Charlotte.
I'm in the living room.
Oh, well, get out the bottle, baby.
What happened?
I talked to Mrs. Hines this morning, and she told me the cards were almost sold out.
Oh, honey, that's wonderful.
Where's Uncle Ed?
Well...
call him in. We'll all have a drink.
He's not here, Wally.
But I told you not to let him go out that door.
I couldn't stop him.
If he went out and got drunk again in broad daylight,
He
I'll break
didn't go out to get drunk. He went out to see Mrs. Hines.
What?
He saw her picture and he went to see her.
Let me get that phone. If he does anything to spoil this deal, I'll murder him. I worked for a week on this dame, and I finally got her on... Oh, hello. Hello, please connect me with Mrs. Hines' apartment. Thank you. I finally got her on the hook. Hello. May I speak with Mrs. Hines, please? Oh, it's you. Well, let me talk to Mrs. Hines. I want to tell her... Who? But... He hung up.
Who hung up?
Your uncle. He done it again.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Hines ain't Mrs. Hines.
Huh?
She's an old friend of his.
But she's a society lady.
She's a larceny dame called Society Mary. And she and your uncle are using our football money for a honeymoon.
We will return to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI in just a minute. Now, a brief case from the official files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, showing how equitable business insurance helps stabilize our American economic system. Names used are fictitious, but the case is an actual one. This was the problem that confronted Mr. James Shanahan, president of a large contracting company in Texas.
When those two boys of mine came out of the Army, they signed up to work with the old man. And they've really taken hold. As far as I can see, there's only one cloud on my horizon.
What's that, Mr. Shanahan?
Well, those two boys of mine have really pitched in. But they've still got a lot to learn. Can't expect them to pick up any 30-year know-how in 3 years. Now, say I get killed in an accident tomorrow. What happens to my business?
Mr. Shanahan, every day, trained representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society are helping business executives solve problems similar to yours.
Well, I'd really be interested in hearing a sound and practical suggestion.
Well, it might be something like this. The Equitable Society Business Insurance Specialist would probably recommend a substantial amount of insurance on your life, payable to your company. This sum would make it worthwhile for key employees whom you trust to stay with your sons. Or it might be used to hire a first-class man from the outside.
Strikes me as a step in the right direction. How can I get the whole story?
An Equitable Society Business Insurance Specialist will be glad to sit down with you and your associates and discuss business insurance. He's fully qualified to work out a plan that's tailor-made for your business. Have your secretary call the nearest Equitable office and ask for the manager. Or dictate a brief note to the home office of the Equitable Society in New York City.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Gridiron Swindle.
In one form or another, the axiom that truth crushed to earth shall rise again has existed almost as long as man himself. Unfortunately, the same thing might be said about falsehoods. And as the, we trust, late Adolf Hitler proved, falsehoods repeated often enough soon begin to be accepted as facts. One of those untruths that has always permeated our everyday speech is the fallacy which says that there is loyalty among thieves. As you have seen in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, that is a simple and unadorned lie. Criminals, and especially those who are confidence men, live their very lives using deceit and treachery as their everyday accomplices. To expect them to possess in abundance a quality which goes hand in hand with decency is as illogical as to expect a 1-month-old baby to stand up when the national anthem is played. If criminals have a single common quality, that quality is not loyalty, but greed. Greed which fuels their everlasting search of something for nothing. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office.
Billings and Garvey have done it again, George.
What do you mean, Jim?
I've just been over talking to a girl named Bettina Franklin. She called the local police first, and they told her to call us.
What about?
Well, Billings gave a Mrs. Cornelius Hines some football pool cards. You know, the kind where you get odds for picking a certain number of winners?
Yes, I've seen them.
Well, Miss Franklin said that Miss Hines arranged for her and 50 other girls to sell the cards throughout the city. They sold quite a few of them. And every one of the cards was a winner.
How could that happen?
Well, here's one of them. Take a look for yourself and see.
Okay.
Anybody could pick winners.
They've got Notre Dame a 20-point underdog.
That's right.
Same thing with Michigan.
And from what Miss Franklin says, Mrs. Hines has disappeared.
You suppose she was in on this swindle?
I don't know, George. I called the Daily Mirror. They're sending a messenger over with a picture of Mrs. Hines. In the meantime, I've sent one of the leftover cards to the lab. As soon as we get a report from them, let's try and find out where these cards were printed.
Mary,
Yes, Edward.
I can't tell you how happy I am.
I'm so glad.
Ah, fate is a merry prankster. To think that just this morning I was a veritable prisoner. And now I'm speeding across the country, cozily confined with my radiant bride.
That's a little flowery, dearest, but keep on talking. I love it.
Ah, Mary, my dove. Do you realize how many times in the past we almost got married?
It ran into the dozens, didn't it?
It was the most frustrating, I can tell you that. Every time I would be in a position to plead for your hand, you were either married to someone else or confined to the Bastille.
Darling, a couple of times you were legally detained yourself. Remember?
Too true. It'll be fun being in California. I've never been out there before, you know.
I was there. My first husband took me there on our honeymoon.
Oh, I wish you'd told me that before, my dear. I'd have taken you elsewhere.
Why?
Oh, because you'll have memories.
What memories? They arrested him as we pulled into the station, and I went on the honeymoon alone.
Oh. Well, I trust no such vulgar occurrence will interrupt us. Let's make a toast, my dear.
To what?
To my niece and her husband for being nice enough to pay for our honeymoon.
Any word yet from the lab on those football cards, Jim?
I'm just reading the report now, George.
What do they say?
Well, they sent us these two lists.
What are they?
Well, the cards were printed on stock manufactured by the Charleston Paper Company.
Uh-huh.
This is a list of every print shop in this area that buys from the Charleston Paper Company.
What's the other list?
Oh, the lab also identified the type used on the card. It was manufactured by the National Type Founders Incorporated.
Uh-huh.
Now, this second list carries the name of every print shop in this area that uses National Type.
I see.
Well, all we've got to do now is cross-index these two lists. That'll give us a list of the print shops that carry both Charleston Paper and National Type.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll split that list and start checking to see which one of the shops printed these cards.
Hello, Wally.
Don't hello me.
What's the matter now?
If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in this jackpot.
What did I do?
I wanted to throw your uncle out 5 years ago. But he's not going to get away with this one. You can bet on that.
He's not?
No. What your dear uncle doesn't know is that I know where he's headed for.
Huh?
I went over to Mrs. Hines' apartment and told the superintendent I was her brother.
And he told you where they went?
No, but he let me into her apartment. I ransacked the joint until I found what I wanted.
What was that?
This piece of paper.
What is it?
It's a copy of a telegram your Uncle Ed sent to the Hotel Central in Los Angeles.
What for?
To reserve the honeymoon suite.
Where did you find that?
In the waste paper basket.
Then maybe he didn't send it.
He sent it. I checked.
How?
I called the Hotel Central.
You call Los Angeles?
Yeah, and they got reservations for Colonel and Mrs. Edward Garvey. So we're flying out there.
I never knew Uncle Ed was a colonel.
Don't you remember? He appointed himself the week he was being Assistant Secretary of War.
Sorry I'm late, Jim.
That's all right, George. I just got here myself. Mrs. Hines lives in the penthouse of this building. I'm hoping we can find some clue.
And she was mixed up in it.
Yeah, well, maybe it'll be better if I give you all this in sequence, huh?
Okay.
I just learned that Mrs. Cornelius Hines has quite a criminal record.
Uh-huh.
She came to town about 3 months ago, posing as the widow of a Texas oil man. She wormed her way into so-called society by throwing a couple of lavish parties. Apparently, she was using the build-up for larceny purposes.
Sounds that way. Did you get anything else?
Yes, when I finished collecting information on her, I went out to check on my list of print shops.
Uh-huh.
The fourth place I went to turned out to be the one that printed the cards for Billings. They gave me his address. I went there, but I just missed Billings and his wife.
Too bad.
Oh, I had a search warrant, though. I went up, looked through the apartment. I found a clipping of a picture showing Mrs. Hines selling the first football card to the mayor.
The mayor?
That's right. I called Mrs. Hines from the Billings apartment. Found out that she'd left early this afternoon. And with a man who answers the description of Ed Garvey.
Oh.
Come on. Let's go inside and see if we can find out where Mrs. Hines and Garvey went.
Okay.
If we can find them, I've got a hunch we'll get all of them.
Well, Mary, this is California.
With all this fog, how can you tell?
Oh, I guess that's room service. I'll get it.
Hello, Colonel.
Huh?
Out of the way, Uncle.
Mary, we have some guests.
Oh, it's Mr. Billings.
That's right.
Yeah, how did you find us?
Never mind that. You know what we're here for. Get up that dough.
Edward, he seems quite insistent. You better give Mr. Billings his share.
Are you kidding?
No. You're entitled to half the money.
She's right, Wally.
You don't think I'm going to split with you now, do you?
That was our original agreement.
I made that agreement before you two grabbed the whole thing.
Mr. Billings, we were going to mail you your share.
Oh, now stop it, will you? You expecting somebody?
It's room service. That's who I thought it was when you came.
Okay. Answer the door, but don't talk.
All right.
Wally,
What?
you never introduced me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Hines, this is my wife.
I couldn't be happier.
Wally, I'm afraid you're not going to get that money now after all.
Why not?
Sir, you might as well introduce yourself.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Huh?
I have warrants here for the arrest of all of you.
What? But we're on our honeymoon.
Well, the honeymoon's over. Now, you please come along with me.
Ed, what can we do?
The only thought I have at the moment, my dear, is to seek a co-ed prison.
Mr. and Mrs. Billings, along with Edward Garvey and the woman known as Mrs. Hines, were all convicted for violation of the National Stolen Property Act and sentenced to 10 years in a federal prison. The clues which led Special Agent Taylor to the Hotel Central in Los Angeles were 2 in number. The first was that he learned from the apartment house switchboard operator that only one telephone call had been made from the apartment of Mrs. Hines. The charge slip showed that call had been to Western Union. A check of the Western Union records revealed that Ed Garvey had sent a request for reservations to the Hotel Central in Los Angeles. Special Agent Taylor then flew to Los Angeles with what results you have already witnessed. Like most confidence men and women, the people in tonight's case worked hard to avoid detection. And had the special agents of your FBI been careless or allowed themselves the luxury of getting discouraged, these people might have succeeded in escaping. However, careless investigation plays no part in the work of your FBI, and every special agent is taught as part of his basic training that to become discouraged is fatal. 99 clues might prove fruitless, but there is always the chance that the next one will be the one that leads to the solution, to the arrest and conviction of another segment of America's criminal population.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word about business insurance. The reason why the Equitable Society emphasizes this type of insurance is very simple. The brains and experience responsible for the success of a business enterprise have a cash value and should therefore be protected by insurance like any other valuable asset. Equitable Society representatives have worked out plans for all types of business, from progressive corner stores and successful law partnerships to large organizations with thousands on their payrolls. Plan now to enlist the invaluable help that is yours for the asking from a trained business insurance specialist of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A thrilling, factual story of an elusive manhunt. Its subject, murder. Its title, The Man Who Died Twice.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Man Who Died Twice on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is a great mutual institution organized to serve Americans and America. Therefore, one of the Equitable Society's major objectives is to make all possible contributions to the welfare and stability of American business, on which so many of the Equitable Society's nearly 4 million members depend for their livelihood. Tonight's middle commercial is addressed to the man who owns his own business. For such an owner, this commercial, due in about 14 minutes, will have information of great importance from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Man Who Died Twice.
During the recent World War, the United States put into uniform some 11 million citizens and sent them to every corner of the globe to help fight a shooting war. They fought battles in far-off places with strange-sounding names. Places like Salerno, Anzio, Saint-Nazaire, Bastogne, and Aachen on one side of the world, and Yunnan, Corregidor, Tulagi, and Finschhafen on the other side. They fought those battles and they won them, but they won them dearly. Now it is 3 long years since the shooting has stopped, and in the streets of America we are enjoying what the historians will refer to as peace. Yet, let us examine that peace. In these next 4 years, should the present average hold up, the number of people killed in the United States will be 18% of the number who died during the entire war. Unless some form of prevention is practiced, more than 30,000 people will be killed by American criminals by November 1953. For that reason, your FBI implores you to fight the crime wave with the same zeal, with the same desire to win with which we fought the common enemy during the war. Because only by expending that effort can we hope to win, can we hope to defeat the criminal. Tonight's file opens on the front porch of a small, unpretentious home located in a large western city. It is late afternoon, and a middle-aged man fumbles with his keys before unlocking the front door and entering.
Is that you, Harvey?
Oh, yes, Marion.
Welcome home, Willie.
Oh, thank you.
How was the trip?
Marion, please, let me hang up my hat and coat first before you ask any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
There's some hangers missing from this closet, Marion.
Oh, I used them while you were away.
I wish you wouldn't do that. You have as many hangers in your closet as I have in mine.
Do you need them right now?
Well, that's not the point. Everything should be kept in its proper place.
I know. Can I help you unpack, Harvey?
Oh, it may not be necessary for me to unpack.
What do you mean?
We may have to put the new Enterprise on the shelf and move along.
What happened?
Oh, this morning as I was walking to my plane at LaGuardia Airport, a man saw me.
Who was it?
He was a man who knows my background. He was a prosecution witness in the trial in New Orleans.
You sure he recognized you?
He saw me every day for 2 weeks at the trial.
He might have forgotten.
I can't afford to take the chance. The Chinese have a proverb, a rash man provokes trouble. In this business, caution must govern my every move. Tell me, what have we for dinner tonight?
Oh, stew.
Are there any steaks in the icebox?
Yes.
Good. Start preparing 3 of them.
3?
That's right. We're going to have a guest. Get out the good silver.
Who's the guest?
Oh, I don't know yet.
Huh?
I'm going out now and find one.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of fellow agent Lou Sheridan.
Lou?
Yes, Jim?
I've got a Ripley for you. You ever heard of an FBI file being reopened?
Why, sure. If the prisoner escaped...
No, wait a minute. I mean after the word closed is stamped on it with a notation that the subject was dead.
Oh, what's the point of reopening the file on a dead man?
Well, I wondered about that myself when the SAC gave it to me.
Well, good luck on it.
Oh, hold on, Guy. This is your baby, too.
Oh.
SAC wants you to work on it with me.
Have you read the file yet?
Yeah, just finished it.
What's the story?
Last year, a firm called Ralph Bellwood Incorporated was formed in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Bellwood was allegedly a chemist who had a formula for converting seawater into water that could be used for irrigation.
Oh, I've read about that process.
Oh, sure, it can be done. But not with aspirin pills, which is what Bellwood was using.
Oh, I see.
Well, creditors started to close in, so Bellwood had a fire and went bankrupt. He then became a federal fugitive.
Is that how we got in on the case?
Oh, we were in this in a number of ways. It was fraudulent bankruptcy, and Bellwood had also used the mails to defraud by selling stock to people all over the country.
Well, what happened to him?
He was found guilty and sentenced to a 10-year term. A month after he entered prison, though, he escaped.
Then how does the file happen to be marked dead?
Well, 3 months ago, a car went over a cliff in the Smoky Mountains. The man who was driving was burned beyond all recognition. According to papers found in a briefcase, which was found thrown clear of the wreck, the driver was Ralph Bellwood.
Oh.
File was marked closed, put away.
Well, how come it's being reopened?
Because a state examiner from Louisiana saw Bellwood at LaGuardia Airport yesterday.
Is he sure?
Yes, he saw Bellwood in court every day during the trial. He says he's positive that's who it was.
Well, how come this office got the case instead of New York?
Well, the plane Bellwood was seen heading for was a non-stop express from New York to here.
I assume an alarm has gone out on Bellwood?
Yes.
How about the newspapers? Have we given them a story?
No, not yet. Lou, why don't you do that?
Okay.
I'll go down to police headquarters now and see if any news come in.
Marion.
Oh, yes, Albert.
I think our guest might like a little more wine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me have your glass, please.
Yes, ma'am. Here you are.
How about some more steak?
Oh, no. I'm real full.
A cigar, perhaps?
That I'll take. Thanks, mister.
Oh, you're welcome.
This has really been a treat. Every bit of it. Who'd have thought this morning that I'd have wound up a day like this?
I suppose it was unexpected.
That's putting it mildly. Just imagine how you'd feel if you're walking down the street and all of a sudden a man came along, took you home and gave you all this.
Well, you make it sound much more magnanimous than you should, Mr. Littlefield. I just happen to be in a position to help my fellow man, and I'm doing it. How would you like a job?
Oh, now, look, you don't have to feel...
Mr. Littlefield, you can't make very much at your trade of going from door to door sharpening knives, can you?
No.
Then you should accept my offer.
Well,
I don't want you to get any idea that this is charity. I need a night watchman at my laboratory.
Is that true, Mr. Littlefield?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't tell you how much it would mean to me. But are you sure I'm the man for the job, sir?
I know you are. Marion, I think I'll take a walk down to the laboratory with Mr. Littlefield right now and show him around.
Jim, anything new on the Bellwood alarm?
Yes, Lou. I just received a teletype report from New York. Knoxville is the closest office we have to the place in the Smokies where that accident occurred, which ostensibly took Bellwood's life.
Uh-huh.
So they requested the Knoxville office to reinvestigate the accident. Try and find out who really died in that crash.
Well, that's not an easy assignment 3 months afterward.
They found that out.
Who owned the car that crashed?
An automobile rental agency in Knoxville. The car had been rented by Ralph Bellwood. A check of signatures proved that it was really Bellwood who signed for the car.
I see.
But that still didn't give Knoxville any lead on who the dead man was, and there seemed to be no way of finding out.
Well, as I remember, you said the body in the car was burned when it crashed.
That's right. It was burned so badly that no investigation was possible from that angle.
And still they got some kind of a lead?
Yes, one of the agents working on the case got the idea of checking on the missing persons list for a 2-week period before and after the day of the accident. He investigated every male name on that list. Found that only 6 of the people were still missing. No further lead was available, however, on any of those 6.
Uh-huh.
So the Knoxville office wired the New York office the names of those 6 people.
Why New York?
Well, so that New York could check the flight records of all planes leaving LaGuardia Airport on the day that the state examiner saw Bellwood there.
Oh, that's all right.
It sure was. One of the flights carried a passenger with the same name as one of the 6 missing people from Knoxville.
Oh, then Bellwood must have murdered that man, put his body into the rented car, and assumed the dead man's name.
It would certainly appear that way. Oh, Bellwood is now using the name Harvey Ambridge.
Ambridge?
That's right. Now let's check and see if we can find out about Mr. Ambridge.
Ready yet, Marion? Come in and give me a hand.
I smell gasoline.
Well, you should. I've just painted the laboratory walls with it.
Oh?
Well, watch your step, dear. Part of the lobby floor is painted with gasoline, too.
Oh, my, those fumes are strong.
That laboratory is a big room.
Do you have to stay in here very long?
No. A few more swabs with this brush.
What are you painting the gasoline out here for?
I'm just painting a pathway. When I'm finished, I'll put a match to the end of this path, and the fire will follow it right under that door and into the lab.
Oh.
There. That ought to do it. Yes, hold this flashlight while I strike the match. We can leave now. Marion, are you sure you know what you're supposed to do?
Yes. I call the fire department.
That's right. But wait for the flames to get a little higher.
Yes.
I'll meet you at home. By the time the fire department gets here, all they'll find in the lab is my body.
Your body?
I should say, Littlefield's body.
Littlefield?
The old man who was at the house for dinner tonight.
Oh, but Harvey, you can't burn a man alive.
Marion, he's been dead for an hour.
We will return to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI in just a minute. Now a brief case from the official files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, showing how Equitable Business Insurance helps stabilize our American economic system. Names used are fictitious, but the case is an actual one. Here was the problem that confronted Mr. Joseph Goodwin, owner of a small but successful department store. Mr. Goodwin himself is speaking.
Frankly, my wife is no businesswoman. If I should get run down by an automobile tomorrow, she'd be lost trying to run this store. Besides, I want her to give full time to bringing up those kids of ours.
Well, that means that you'd want her to sell the business.
Right, but I don't want her to sacrifice it to the first buyer that comes along. I want her to take her time and get a good price.
Mr. Goodwin, every day, trained representatives of the Equitable Society are helping solve problems that are closely similar to yours.
I'd be interested in a plan that would really work.
Well, the Equitable Society specialist in business insurance would figure with you how much cash would be needed to meet the expenses and debts your death will cause you. Then he'd have you estimate how much additional money would be required to keep your business running until the right buyer might come along. The whole sum would be covered by a business insurance policy on your life with the Equitable Life Assurance Society, so that your wife will inherit a sure asset instead of a doubtful liability.
Mr. Keating, I think I'd better call in an Equitable man right away.
It's a step you'll never regret. The Equitable Society specialist in business insurance is fully qualified to work out a plan that's sound in every detail and tailor-made to fit your business. Call the nearest Equitable office and ask for the manager. Or write a brief note, care of this radio station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Man Who Died Twice.
It is a tragic fact that of all the people arrested in the United States, and this is true every year, approximately 50% are being arrested for the first time. They have committed some infraction of the law, and thought they could get away without paying any penalty. Being arrested and convicted should serve as an ample lesson, but the even more tragic fact is that it doesn't. For approximately half, the other half, have been arrested before and should have learned that there is no profit side to the ledger when your business is crime. Few people who commit their first crime decide to engage in a life of breaking the law. But, as you have seen very amply illustrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, and as case after case similarly proves, the commission of one crime leads to another, and then another, until ultimately the criminal commits the cardinal crime, murder. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Lou, I don't understand not being able to get any kind of a lead on Ambridge.
Neither do I, Jim.
The police have checked every hotel and boarding house in town. I've checked the milk companies, the phone company, and all other utilities. Why, they don't even have an Ambridge listed under their applicants, let alone their customers. Oh, excuse me. Sure. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes. Yes, Chief. What? Where did you say that was? Okay. Yes. Yes, we'll be right over. Thanks for calling, Chief. I was Chief Thompson over at the Forest City Fire Department.
Forest City? Why did he call here?
Because there was a fire at a chemical company over in Forest City in which a scientist named Harvey Ambridge was killed.
What?
Yes, come on, let's get over there. Hello, I just finished talking to Chief Thompson. He said Mrs. Ambridge called in to report the fire. Said that her husband was trapped inside this building.
When was that?
About 1:15 this morning. Fortunately, though, somebody else called in to report the fire before she did. That's how they happened to get here before it did too much damage.
I see.
Thompson said it was all right for us to go into the lab.
Oh, good. I'd like to see the place.
Yeah, come on. There's not much evidence of a fire out here, is there?
I guess they caught it pretty early at that. Well, go ahead, Jim.
Thanks. Wait a minute, Lou.
Oh?
Look. Look here, right inside the door. See this fan-shaped mark on the floor?
Uh-huh.
That shows that the flames were ignited from the outside and spread in under the closed door.
Jim, I think this place is going to take quite a bit of inspection.
Yeah, I do, too. Well, you take that side of the room, huh? I'll take this one.
Okay.
You know, I suppose we ought to check these test tubes for fingerprints.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
Here, take a look in this locker.
What is it, Lou?
I'd say that was quite a blood stain, wouldn't you?
Yes, I sure would.
But didn't Chief Thompson say the body was found over on the other side of the lab?
That's right, Lou, he did.
Well, if Ambridge had lost this much blood, he could never have gotten over to the other side.
No. That's it. The blood stain is discolored. Look, you can see that it's been brightened by the explosion.
Yeah.
That means this blood stain was in this closet before the explosion. Lou, it's pretty obvious now. Ambridge has committed another murder.
I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, but we have to find out who the victim was, and I doubt that's going to be easy. Lou, why don't you stick around here and see what else you can pick up?
Okay.
I'll go down to the morgue and take a look at that body.
Harvey, you really need all of those shoe trees.
Yes, Marion. I have 7 pairs of shoes, so I need 7 pairs of shoe trees. That's perfectly simple, isn't it?
I guess so. Harvey,
Yes?
can we go out to dinner tonight?
Well, no.
Oh, I would like to eat out.
Well, you can wait till we get to Boston. Meantime, we're staying in the house, not even answering the doorbell.
Huh.
Don't you remember? We don't want anyone to see us.
I'm sorry, Harvey. I forgot.
We can't afford to allow ourselves the luxury of forgetting, even for a minute, Marion. There's an old and very true Italian proverb. Forgetfulness robs the right hand of its cunning. We're in a wonderful position if we just keep our heads about us. I've told you many times, restlessness is a fine quality, but it must constantly be tempered with caution.
I remember.
And when in doubt, be overcautious.
I will be.
Mm-hmm.
Have you made up your mind when we're going to leave?
Oh, yes, I telephoned the airport this afternoon. We've got reservations for later on tonight.
I hope we get away with this.
Marion, if that man at LaGuardia Airport did recognize me, and even if the police did find out that I didn't die in that automobile crash in Tennessee, they still have to think I died the night before last at the lab.
Lou, I think I've got something.
I hope so, Jim.
Fortunately, they hadn't done any post-mortem work on the body before I got down to the morgue.
What did you find out?
Well, from his appearance, the dead man was about, 65 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been killed by being struck on the head with a very blunt-edged weapon.
I see.
Incidentally, Ambridge wasn't even careful enough to substitute his clothes for the victim's.
Well, did the clothes give you any lead on the old man's identity?
No, they were old and patched, had no labels in them. But they definitely belonged to somebody who was down and out. I sent them to the lab.
You get anything?
Yes, they said the dirt in the cuffs of the pants contained a large amount of emery dust.
Emery dust?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they use that in a lot of jobs, Jim.
Yeah, I know they do. But when the lab found that the old man's jacket was worn on top of the right shoulder, they figured that he probably carried something up there.
Could they tell what it was?
Well, did you ever see an itinerant knife sharpener who carries his portable emery wheel strapped over his shoulder?
Why, sure. Well, that has to be it, Jim.
Well, that was their hunch, and it paid off.
How?
Well, I remembered that those itinerant peddlers have to supply a picture of themselves to the police department when they get their license.
That's right, they do.
So I went down to headquarters, went through their files, and found a picture of the old man. His name was Tom Littlefield.
Well, I'd say that's a good day's work.
And we did something else, too. When we couldn't find Ambridge's address from anyone, I remembered one report said that he had a car, a Buick.
Uh-huh.
Well, there wasn't any registration at the Motor Vehicle Bureau in Ambridge's name, so we just started checking Buick service stations throughout the city.
Any luck?
Yes. One of them had repaired Ambridge's car and gave me his home address.
Good.
Lou, I've got a search warrant here now. Let's go to his home and see if we can find anything.
Hello? Over here, Jim.
Oh. I've just searched every room in the house.
No trace of Ambridge?
No, none.
Oh, hey, what's that you have there?
Portable emery wheel.
Where'd you find that?
In a closet in there. I don't think we need any further proof that old man Littlefield was here.
No.
You find anything in the garage?
Well, Ambridge left his car here. It has out-of-state license plates on it.
Oh, that's why we couldn't find Ambridge's name in the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
Yeah. Jim, in spite of the fact that Ambridge had disappeared, I don't think there will be much trouble getting a conviction against him for murder.
I'd just as soon he weren't convicted in absentia, though. I'd like to see him when he hears the judge impose sentence.
Yeah, it's tough to come this close to catching a criminal like Bellwood, or Ambridge, or whatever he's calling himself now.
Lou. Huh? Lou, you've just given me an idea. Come on, let's get to a phone.
Flight 24, departing for Chicago in 5 minutes. Flight 24.
What time does our plane leave, Harvey?
Marion, I've told you 3 times now. We leave at 9:30.
That's only 10 minutes from now.
I know that, dear. I learned to tell time quite a while ago.
But they haven't even called our plane over the loudspeaker.
They will, dear.
Why don't you go up to the counter and ask them if anything's the matter?
Because I don't like to try to run anybody else's business.
Flight 96 for New York and Boston, departing in 10 minutes. Have your gate passes ready, please.
You see, dear?
Let's get on the plane.
Take your time, Marion. Never run, especially when you're running away from something. That's the time you want to look least conspicuous.
Sorry.
Remember what we said about caution?
Yes.
Then use a little of it. There's an old Dutch proverb. Who runs is followed.
Mr. Bellwood?
Yes?
I don't think you two are going to catch that plane for Boston.
What?
Who are you, sir?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. I have a warrant here, and the police want you for murder.
Oh, there must be some mistake. My name is Tom Littlefield. Oh, and this is my wife.
How do you
It won't work, Bellwood. You've changed your name for the last time. Now, come on. They're waiting for us at headquarters.
Ralph Bellwood, alias Harvey Ambridge, and his wife Marion were turned over to local police because of the more serious charge of murder. Ambridge was found guilty and sentenced to be executed. His wife was sentenced to life imprisonment. The final clue which led to the solution of tonight's case was the use by Ralph Bellwood of the pseudonym Tom Littlefield.
Special Agent Taylor, remembering that he had once before assumed the name of his victim, checked all transportation depots, and found that a Mr. and Mrs. Tom Littlefield had a reservation on the plane to Boston. Working side by side with Special Agents Taylor and Sheridan on tonight's case, as it works with every special agent on every case, was the FBI Crime Laboratory. Started in 1932 by Director J. Edgar Hoover, with one man and one microscope, that laboratory celebrates its 16th anniversary this coming week. The varied functions of the hard-working technicians who man the laboratory staff include blood examinations, firearms identification, cryptanalysis, spectrography, special photography, and microchemical examinations. These men, who have enlisted the aid of science in the field of crime detection, have provided a solution to a tremendous number of cases. And for that reason, we feel it is proper to take the time on this, the eve of their 16th anniversary, to thank the men of the FBI Crime Laboratory for a job well done.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word about business insurance. The reason why the Equitable Society emphasizes this type of insurance is very simple. The brains and experience responsible for the success of a business enterprise have a cash value and should therefore be protected by insurance like any other valuable asset. Equitable Society representatives have worked out plans for all types of business, from progressive corner stores and successful law partnerships to large organizations with thousands on their payrolls. Plan now to enlist the invaluable help that is yours for the asking from a trained business insurance specialist of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A timely and exciting story about our peacetime draft. Its subject, fraud. Its title, The Unwilling Draft Dodger.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unwilling Draft Dodger, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is a great mutual institution organized to serve Americans and America. Therefore, one of the Equitable Society's major objectives is to make all possible contributions to the welfare and stability of American business, on which so many of the Equitable Society's 4 million members depend for their livelihood. Tonight's middle commercial is addressed to the man who owns his own business. For such an owner, this commercial, due in about 14 minutes, will have information of great importance from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, the Unwilling Draft Dodger.
There's a well-known method used by psychiatrists and psychologists for probing the inner recesses of the human mind, called the word association test. In application, the examiner mentions a word, and you answer quickly with the first word that comes to your mind. When the word color is given, the answer in most cases is red. When the word number is mentioned, the majority answer 7. And when the key word used is crime, the answer is usually gun. But there are many crimes committed every day in the United States in which no gun is involved. One of these crimes, and this is probably the most heinous crime that can be committed, is perpetrated by those parents who not only fail to instill in their children a respect for law and order, but who, on the contrary, teach them that laws were made to apply to everyone else, but not to them. That child may become a juvenile delinquent, and if by some chance he escapes that fate, then he is certain to grow up and become an adult delinquent, a person who tries to contribute less to society than he takes from it. Adult delinquent is a pleasant substitute for the harsher word which better describes the future career of any child so taught. That word, criminal. Tonight's file opens in a building located in the downtown district of a large eastern city. In a richly furnished private office in this building, one Charles Berwick is seated at his desk. He is greeted by his son, Peter, who has just entered the room.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, son. Have a chair.
Uh-oh. This is going to be serious.
Why do you say that?
Because I can always tell. Whenever you say, have a chair, it's trouble.
You are very observant, son. That's a good trait in a boy. I like it.
Thank you, Father. Now, what have I done?
Well, this has nothing to do with your conduct. I had you meet me here in the office because I wanted to have a man-to-man talk with you.
All right, sir.
You're 19 years old now, Peter. And since the day you were born, I've carefully supervised every step you've taken.
Yes, sir.
Since you've been old enough to walk, I've been grooming you to come into the business with me. And ultimately, of course, to have you take my place as head of the firm.
Well, I'll do the best I can, sir.
Peter, I want you to come into the business immediately.
But, Father,
I know you're going to tell me that you have to serve 2 years in the Army.
That's right. I report in 2 weeks for my physical.
Peter, I'd like to ask a favor of you.
What, Dad?
I don't want you to go into the Army.
But, Dad, I don't have much to say about that.
Son, I've never let circumstances govern my life before, and I'm not going to start now. I've heard of a way to fix things so you won't have to go.
Huh?
I'm checking into it immediately. Dr. Fairfield?
That's right.
I'm Mr. Berwick.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
You'll have to excuse the appearance of my office, Mr. Berwick. I've just
Doctor,
been...
I'd like to get right to the point of my visit. I've thought about our telephone conversation, and I've decided to place my son, Peter, in your care.
That's fine. I think you've made a very wise decision.
You absolutely guarantee, of course, that Peter will not be able to pass the physical examination when the Army doctors go over him.
Absolutely, sir. These pills I prescribe will do the job perfectly. I'll write you out a prescription which you can get filled at any drugstore.
Taking this stuff won't harm Peter in any way, will it?
You have my word as a doctor that it won't.
Are there any other instructions?
No, Mr. Berwick. That's all there is to it.
Excellent.
By the way, you did remember to bring my fee in cash.
Oh, yes. I have it right here.
Yes, that's fine. Now, while you're counting it out, I'll write the prescription, and Peter can be on his way to ill health in the morning.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Agent Andy Wilson in the teletype room.
Andy?
Yeah?
Andy, have you finished sending that information to Salt Lake City yet?
Oh, yes, Jim. I was finishing just as you came in.
Oh, fine. Let's walk back to my desk, huh? The SAC just assigned us to work together on a new case.
All right. What kind of case is it?
Conspiracy to violate the Selective Service Act.
I didn't know we were starting to get them again. What's the story on this one?
Well, we're looking for a man named Donald Fairfield. He poses as an ex-Army doctor who can help keep wealthy boys from being drafted.
Have we got anything on Fairfield?
Yes, he was convicted in 1942 on the same charge. He's just been released from Leavenworth.
Well, how come this office is in on the case?
Because Fairfield went into Chicago when he got out of prison, tried to sell some more pills to some well-to-do families there.
Mm-hmm.
One of the families complained to the police. Fairfield got wind of the complaint and skipped town before they could make the arrest.
I see.
A check at the airport out there showed that Fairfield had bought a ticket to come here.
How long ago was that?
About a week ago.
In other words, long enough for him to have gone into action again.
That's right, Andy. So if we want to catch Fairfield before he gets a chance to close any more deals, we've got to work fast.
More coffee, Joan?
No, thanks, Peter. I would like to dance, though.
Oh, well, let's sit this one out, huh? Do you mind?
What's the matter with you?
What do you mean?
You're worrying about something.
Well, I am, but it's not very important.
Peter, if we're going to be happy together after we're married, we've got to learn to be honest with each other.
Oh, we will be happy, Joan.
Not if we keep secrets from each other.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. I got a card this morning telling me to report in 2 weeks for my Army physical exam.
Is that what's bothering you?
Oh, well, that's not...
You said last week you didn't mind going in.
Oh, I don't. It's... Well, my father doesn't want me to go.
Oh, Peter, when will you grow up?
Oh, Joan.
When will you do something without your father, on your own?
But he doesn't approve.
He's never approved of anything for you that conflicted with his own selfish interests. All through school, he didn't approve of your playing football. He didn't approve of most of your friends. He doesn't approve of me.
But my going into the Army is different.
You're darn right it is. For once in his life, he's run into something that he can't do anything about.
Joan, he can.
Huh?
He has.
What are you talking about?
The thing that's really bothering me. You see, Father has made arrangements with a doctor to help me flunk my Army physical.
Peter.
It's up to me to decide whether I want to go through with it or not.
Nobody can make anybody do what he doesn't want to do.
Oh, but
You're a grown man now, Peter, and you've got to decide now to live your own life or to let your father live it for you. Either you stand up to him now or we're through.
Anything come in overnight on the Fairfield alarm, Jim?
Not a thing, Andy.
Say, how did he contact his potential victim in Chicago?
I don't know. Probably he's like most other confidence men, though. I guess he uses a sucker list.
Where would you go if you wanted to buy a list of wealthy families with sons of draft age? It's a pretty specialized list.
I wouldn't know. But I've seen those lists when they were even more specialized than that. Andy, I saw one once that had the names of elderly, divorced men who had once invested in musical comedy. Excuse me, Andy.
Sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, sir. Yes, that's right. He did. Tell me, did he have any trunks? I see. Well, thanks for calling. Yes, we'll be right up. Well, we know now that Fairfield was in town anyway.
Why? Who was that?
The manager of the Hotel Central. He got a copy of our flyer on Fairfield. Fairfield checked in to the Central the night he arrived here in town.
How long was he there?
Just overnight. He left no forwarding address. Didn't ship any trunks from the hotel, so they have no idea where he went.
So near and yet so far.
Well, the manager said he still had the phone slips for the day that Fairfield was there. He'd be glad to make them available to us.
Good.
Andy, let's go up there, see what we can find.
Dr. Fairfield?
Yes?
I'm Peter Berwick.
Oh, yes. I've been expecting you. Come in, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late.
That's all right.
Doctor, I'd like to talk to you.
All right, son.
I've been thinking this whole thing over since my father told me about it. I've decided I don't want to take those pills.
Oh. Why not?
Because I want to serve my 2 years in the Army.
Your father will be very disappointed when he hears your decision.
Yeah, I know.
He'll have to pay me anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what. You charge him, and I just won't take the pills.
All right.
Oh, that's a relief. I was sure you'd be angry.
Why?
Well, Didn't you and Father agree on a bonus if I was rejected?
That's right.
Well, now you won't get it.
I'll get more than that.
Huh?
You see, that money from your father was really only a down payment.
I don't understand.
I have a recording machine in this office. It automatically records all conversations I have here. Thanks to that machine, I have a record in my files of everything that was said by your father when we met yesterday.
Oh.
Your father can go to jail if I turn that record over to the authorities.
But, Doctor, you can't do that.
Yes, I can. But I'm sure your father wouldn't want me to. In fact, I'm so sure that I'm going to call him and offer to sell him the record for $25,000.
We will return to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI in just a minute. Now, a brief case from the official files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, showing how equitable business insurance helps stabilize our American economic system. Names used are fictitious, but the case is an actual one. Some months ago, here was the situation which confronted Mr. Warner Walker, owner of a prosperous automobile agency in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Mr. Walker himself is speaking.
Yes, ever since the war, we've been selling cars as fast as we can get them. I certainly have no complaints the way my business is going.
Well, let me ask you this. What would happen if your business got wiped out by fire?
Why, I carry fire insurance, of course. Plenty of it.
In other words, fire couldn't wipe out your business, but your death could, since you're the sole owner. Actually, at your age, you look about 40, the hazard your business faces from your death is 13 times greater than the hazard of fire. Is your business insured against that much greater risk?
No, it isn't. I've never thought of it before.
You see, if you die without a will, the law will force your executor to liquidate your business at a big loss if necessary. And even if you do leave a will, the need to raise cash to settle your estate might force a liquidation anyway. That's why I suggest that you see an Equitable Society business insurance specialist right away.
Well, what would his solution be?
Enough business insurance to reimburse your family for the depreciation in the value of your business due to the loss of its biggest asset, you. In other words, enough cash to eliminate any need for a forced liquidation. So why not talk it over with a business insurance specialist from the Equitable Society? He's fully qualified by experience and training to work out a plan that's sound in every detail and tailor-made for your business. Call the nearest Equitable office and ask for the manager. Or write a brief note, care of this station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unwilling Draft Dodger.
In connection with tonight's case from the files of your FBI, we bring you a message from Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Addressing you, the listeners of this program, Mr. Hoover says, and I quote, "When the President, on September 16, 1940, signed the Selective Training and Service Act, a tremendous task was placed on the shoulders of the FBI. We were able to discharge our obligations under this law only through the untiring efforts and unselfish devotion to duty on the part of the thousands of America's peace officers. Their splendid cooperation was symbolic of the united effort which made victory possible. The President, on June 24, 1948, approved a new Selective Service Act, and the FBI has again been charged with the responsibility to investigate violations. We undertake this new task with a deep sense of public responsibility and with the hope that the ends of justice will be properly served." Tonight's case continues in a local FBI field office.
Jim, I checked every one of those numbers Fairfield called while he was at the Hotel Central.
Oh, good, eh?
They're all real estate firms, all 7 of them.
I imagine it's too late now for any of them to be open, huh?
It is. I tried them. None of the phones answered.
No.
Anything come in on the alarm?
No, but we have a trifle more to work with now. I called Fairfield's prospective victim in Chicago a little while ago.
Could he give you anything else?
Well, nothing direct, but he did tell me what Fairfield charges.
That must be an interesting number.
Yes, it is. It's $7,500. Andy demands 1/3 of it in cash when he delivers the prescription.
It's a lot of cash, Jim.
Yeah, Andy, I was thinking about that. I think I may have a way of finding Fairfield's customers.
How?
Well, very few legitimate people keep $2,500 in cash anywhere but in a bank.
That's right.
So tomorrow morning, will you check those real estate brokers? See if Fairfield has rented anything through them?
Sure.
I'm going to check the banks and try and interview anybody who's withdrawn $2,500 in cash.
Mr. Taylor?
That's right.
I'm Mr. Berwick. You wanted to see me?
Yes, sir. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
I know. My secretary told me.
Here are my credentials.
I see. What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Mr. Berwick, do you have any children?
Yes, I have a fine boy. His name is Peter.
How old is he?
19 last month.
I see.
I'm sure Peter hasn't done anything that could possibly warrant you.
No, sir. I didn't come here to talk to you about that. In checking at your bank, Mr. Berwick, I learned that you withdrew $2,500 in cash this week.
If you don't mind my saying so, I think it's rather presumptuous of you to go through my bank account without my knowledge.
Well, the bank was merely complying with subpoena to furnish us with a list of names of people who had made withdrawals of $2,500 or more in cash during this past week. We have made no other investigation into your bank account, sir.
I see.
Now, Mr. Berwick, would you mind telling me why you withdrew that amount in cash?
Not at all. I play in a rather large table stakes poker game every week, and we play for cash. Does that clear the matter up for you?
Oh, I believe so, yes.
Is that all the information you wanted?
That's all.
Well, if there's ever anything else you want to know, don't hesitate to call on me.
We won't, Mr. Berwick.
Joan, over here.
Have you been waiting long?
No, hop in.
I got here as soon as I could.
Joan, I'm in terrible trouble.
With the doctor?
Yeah.
What happened?
I went there. Told him I didn't want to go through with it. It doesn't make any difference to him.
Why not?
Because he's going to blackmail my father.
What?
He's got a recording of the conversation Father had with him.
Oh.
If he turns it over to the police, well, a thing like this can ruin him.
Not if your father goes to the police first and tells them everything.
He'd never do that.
Maybe the doctor was only trying to scare you. Maybe he really doesn't have that record.
I'm convinced that he has. Joan, there's only one thing to do.
What?
Pay another call on Dr. Fairfield. With a gun.
Jim, I may have the break we've been looking for.
Good work, Andy.
I checked every one of those real estate offices that Fairfield called, and they all remembered his calls.
Any of them rent him an apartment or a house?
6 of the 7 said no.
How about the last one?
Well, that's the Jack Hupp Company, Jim, and they told me that the salesman who handled the Fairfield call was out showing a house. They have him call here.
Good.
Did you get anything?
Yes, I checked with all the banks. I learned that 3 men had made a single withdrawal of $2,500 one time this week. I saw all 3 of them.
What did you get?
2 blanks, but the third man, a Mr. Charles Berwick, said he had made a withdrawal to play poker with. Oh, it could have been true, but somehow I felt he was worthy of further investigation.
So?
Well, he told me he had a 19-year-old son. So I looked into Mr. Berwick's background, including who his doctor was, where he had his prescriptions filled.
Prescriptions?
Oh, yes, that's the most important part of Fairfield's racket, the prescription he gives, don't you remember?
Oh, sure.
Well, I went to every drugstore in Berwick's neighborhood. I learned that he brought a prescription into a pharmacy at 11th and Oak yesterday afternoon.
Who was the doctor?
Well, the signature was quite illegible, but I believe it could very easily have been Dr. Fairfield.
Did you confront Berwick with this evidence?
Not yet. I came right back to the office with the prescription. I had it sent to the lab to see what they could get on the signature and the ingredients prescribed. I'll get it, Andy. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, just a moment, Andy. See you.
Oh, thanks, Jim. Hello? Yes? You did? Fine. Uh-huh. Right. Thanks very much for calling. Bye. Well, number 7 was a lucky number, Jim.
No?
That was the salesman from the 7th real estate office Fairfield called. He rented Fairfield an apartment at 21 Jackson Avenue.
Good work, Andy. Let's get over there.
Dr. Fairfield.
Oh, it's you. Oh, come in.
Thank you.
Well, have you changed your mind about going into the Army?
No. I came back here to ask you not to blackmail my father.
My dear boy, that's a large favor.
I want you to give me that recording you made the day my father came here.
I'm sorry, son. That would be impossible.
If you won't give it to me, I'll have to take it.
Now, look. Put away that gun.
Not until you give me the record.
It's not here. It's in a vault.
I don't believe you. Open that filing cabinet.
Put on that gun.
Huh?
All right, Jim, I've got it.
Now, look,
Fairfield,
I...
you're under arrest. Andy, throw the cuffs on.
Right, Jim.
Just who are you, and how did you get in
We're
here?
special agents of the FBI. We were led in here by the superintendent after we showed him the warrant for your arrest.
You're arresting him?
That's right. What's your name, young man?
Peter Berwick.
Are you the son of Mr. Charles Berwick?
Yes, sir.
Then you'd better come along with us.
Mr. Taylor,
That's right.
my name is Joan Parma.
Miss Palmer.
I went to the police station to tell them about a Dr. Fairfield, and they sent me up here to see you.
Do you know Fairfield?
No, sir. But the man at the police station told me that you arrested the doctor and a boy named Peter Berwick.
Yes, that's right.
Where is Peter?
Special Agent Wilson is interviewing him in the next room.
He's innocent, Mr. Taylor.
How do you know?
He told me all about Dr. Fairfield.
Oh, exactly what did he tell you?
That he didn't want to take the pills, but the doctor had a recording that he wanted to use to blackmail Peter's father.
In the first place, Miss Palmer, let's refer to Fairfield as Mr. He's no more a doctor than I am.
I see.
In the second place, Peter Berwick has told me all about the recording, and if it does exist, then it will merely serve to prove what we already know, that his father went to Fairfield so that he could evade military service.
But he never agreed to take the pills. He only went up to the office to get...
Yes,
Peter.
He hasn't changed the story, Jim. No. I'm going out to the front desk. It seems we have another visitor.
Okay, Andy.
Peter, I've been trying to tell Mr. Taylor that you're innocent, but he doesn't seem to believe me.
Oh, Miss Palmer, in the face of all the evidence, wouldn't you say that it's rather difficult for me to accept his innocence?
But you found me in the office with a gun. That's when I went up there to get the record back.
Oh, I'll grant that the circumstance of finding you in Fairfield's office with a gun mitigates in your favor.
It proves that what I said is true about Peter not wanting to take the pills.
But it hardly explains away the $2,500 cash withdrawal from his father's account or the prescription for the pills.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, what's this I hear about my son being under arrest?
That's correct, Mr. Berwick. He's under arrest. And you are, too.
What for?
Suspicion of conspiracy to violate the National Selective Service Act.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Now, you release my son immediately if you know what's good for you. I won't have you intimidating me or any member of my family. I'll have J. Edgar Hoover on the phone in 5 minutes to have your job unless Peter's released and released immediately. I'm a member of...
Mr. Berwick, it's not that I'm not interested in what you're saying, but I have to answer this. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, I'll talk to you in a couple of minutes. Mr. Berwick, that was one of the special agents searching through Mr. Fairfield's apartment. He just played the record that Fairfield made of your conversation with him.
What record?
Mr. Fairfield made a recording of his conversation with you, Father. He made it that first day you went there.
I refuse to discuss this any further until I speak with my lawyer.
You're entitled to that privilege, Mr. Berwick.
And, Peter, don't say another thing to this man or anyone else until I tell you to.
But why shouldn't he, Mr. Berwick? He's innocent. You're the one who's guilty.
You stay out of this and leave my son alone.
Special Agent Taylor. You did? Fine. All right, wrap them both up and bring them in. Oh, Mr. Berwick.
Yes?
When you call your lawyer, tell him that he's only got one client in this case. Your son is no longer under arrest.
Oh. And why not?
Because he was telling us the truth when he said that he changed his mind and wanted to go into the Army.
Oh, I told you, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, you did, Miss Palmer, but we had to have some proof. We just got it. The special agent who called found the recording that Fairfield unintentionally made of young Berwick's first visit to his office.
Well, I'm free.
That's right, son. You can go any time you like.
Peter, you're not going to leave me here, are you?
Well, yes, Father. I'll write to you from wherever the Army sends me.
The bogus Dr. Fairfield was convicted for violation of the Selective Service Act and sentenced for a long term in a federal prison. Charles Berwick pleaded guilty, and even though the court was convinced he had found the error of his ways, he was given 1 year in jail. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was closed, and closed successfully, because Special Agent Jim Taylor knew that time was an important factor. In spite of the fact that they were under the constant pressure of haste, tonight's case is an example of the speed with which your FBI can carry on a painstakingly thorough investigation. In a period of 60 hours, 2 special agents interviewed an intended victim in Chicago, the manager of the Hotel Central, the staffs of 7 real estate offices, the tellers at every bank in the city, the 3 men who had made large cash withdrawals, and also every pharmacy clerk at the 11 drugstores within a 1-mile radius of Charles Berwick's home. Of such hard work is a conviction born, a conviction which helps maintain a record that gives your FBI great pride, a record which shows that more than 97% of all people arrested by special agents, after being given a fair trial in a court of law, are found guilty of the crime as charged.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word about business insurance. The reason why the Equitable Society emphasizes this type of insurance is very simple. The brains and experience responsible for the success of a business enterprise have a cash value and should therefore be protected by insurance like any other valuable asset. Equitable Society representatives have worked out plans for all types of business, from progressive corner stores and successful law partnerships to large organizations with thousands on their payrolls. Plan now to enlist the invaluable help that is yours for the asking from a business insurance specialist of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The dramatic account of a manhunt that spanned 2 continents. Its subject, illegal entry. Its title, 2 Tickets to Nowhere.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 2 Tickets to Nowhere on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Any time in the next half hour while you're listening to this program, your telephone may ring.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI. Just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Of course I do. It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just this morning, my Equitable Society representative said the middle commercial would have something interesting for me to listen to. It's about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. So, naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
In about 15 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Tonight's FBI file, 2 Tickets to Nowhere.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI concerns the criminal activities of an undesirable alien. Before you hear the story behind this crime, though, the Federal Bureau of Investigation would like to make one fact perfectly clear. It does not now, nor has it ever, worked on the theory that all aliens are undesirable. That way lies ever-deepening prejudice. Aliens to this shore have that name only because they were born in another country, and not because they possess any qualities, either good or evil, which are not possessed in the same proportion by any equal number of Americans. The roster of those who have come to this nation from other shores and contributed to our greatness is a long one. There are also those who come to America and refuse to pay any heed to our laws. They would be criminals in any nation, because basically the laws of every democratic nation are very similar. This latter type of alien, these undesirable aliens, have contributed their share to our national crime wave, for like our native American criminals, they too are capable of lying, cheating, and killing. Tonight's file opens in an exclusive cafe located in a large South American city. The head waiter is attempting to prevent a rather shabbily dressed man from entering.
My dear man, if you insist on keeping me outside the confines of this cubicle of iniquity...
But, Senor Monet, I have my orders. The last time you were here, you started a big fight.
My dear Raphael, if you do not immediately escort me to Mr. Ludlow's table, I shall be forced to reveal to your employers what I know about you.
Come, I shall take you.
That's better.
Here you are, Senor Monet.
Thank you. Sorry I'm late, Mr. Ludlow. I am George Monet.
Hello.
My reason for being detained was very amusing. You see,
Let's get down to business, huh?
Oh, very well.
How did you happen to call me? How did you know who I was?
Mr. Ludlow, I've been down here from the States now for almost 10 years. My contacts are excellent. I pick up stray bits of information about most of the new arrivals, and sometimes that information comes in handy.
A shake artist, huh?
I rarely resort to blackmail.
Why did you call me?
Well, I've been thinking about going back to the States now for quite a while. However, I don't want to make the trip unless I can go back and live like I used to. Top cabin.
You came to the wrong place to make a touch.
Sir, 3 months ago, you were shipped out of the United States as an undesirable alien.
Look, I don't want to go...
Mr. Ludlow, any resentment you may be feeling will dissolve completely when I tell you that we can make a deal.
What kind of deal?
You look like a man to whom the taste of revenge would be sweet. Would you like to outwit the immigration authorities and go back to the States?
It cannot be done.
Then why not?
I'm too hot for anybody to handle.
As far as I'm concerned, you're ice cold.
What's your pitch?
It's a trade secret.
Then I don't play.
Why not?
I don't want any proposition where we get on a boat, go to the coast of Florida, then we swim the last quarter of a mile. That's not for me.
Well, it's not for me either, sir. If we go back my way, we go back with passports. Legitimate passports.
It doesn't sound right.
Mr. Ludlow, I can get passports, but I've got no money. You've got money, but you can't get a passport. It seems to me we ought to get together.
What's it going to cost me?
A paltry $2,500.
I can't pay you until we get back to the States.
Well, in that case, there'll be a slight extra charge. The price for the passport payable when we arrive in the United States is $5,000.
You made a deal.
A few days later, in an FBI field office in the northeastern section of the United States, Agent Paul Auburn approaches the desk of Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Jim, I'm in line for congratulations.
Oh, now don't tell me you're a father again, Paul.
Oh, but Ethel found an apartment yesterday, and we moved in last night.
Fine. Now that you've got the housing problem off your mind, you can start thinking about something else.
Is there something else?
Oh, yes. The SAC just assigned us to work on a case together.
What kind of a case is it, Jim?
Impersonation of a federal official.
What's the story?
Well, a man named George Monet got a job with a government agency in South America as chief clerk.
Uh-huh.
He was put to work while his application was being sent to Washington for routine checking. Now, when Washington found that he was a disbarred lawyer with a criminal record, Monet was discharged.
Uh-huh.
However, before he left the office, he managed to steal some official stationery and a book of government transportation request blanks. Now, on one of the letterheads, he typed out a set of credentials identifying himself as an official of the United States government traveling on official business.
I see.
He then presented his handiwork to the Foreign Office, was granted a passport without delay, and obtained a visa to enter the United States.
Is he back in this country now?
Now, wait a minute. You haven't heard all of it yet. He not only got a passport for himself, but he also got one for a companion who also had forged credentials. That passport was made out to a John W. Smith.
And who is John W. Smith?
I have no idea, Paul, but they both landed in Miami yesterday on the Clipper.
Well, they could be a long way from Miami by now.
That I know.
Are there any leads at all?
Well, we've got Monet's description and his picture.
Got anything on Smith?
No, not a thing.
Have you got any ideas on procedure?
Yes, I've been going over the passenger list on that Clipper they came back on, and Martha Dalton, the movie star, was one of the passengers.
Oh. Well, how does that help, Jim?
Well, I think there were probably some photographers at the airport from her studio to take publicity pictures.
Well, that's logical.
So I'm going to try and get a copy of any that were taken and see if Monet and his friends show up in any of the backgrounds.
Back in the States again, Ben.
Fine.
The land of the free. That's us. Free.
Yes, that's right.
And we don't have to listen to any more of those marimba bands. Up here, when you put in a nickel, out comes Benny Goodman.
You're right.
Speaking of a nickel, our strategic position would be considerably improved if we had a little money.
Yes, I know.
The operator say how long it would take to locate your girl?
No.
Been quite a while now since you put that call in. Ben, I trust nothing has happened to stem the tide of true love. You've been gone for 3 months, you know. And from the picture you showed me, she's rather attractive.
Look, talk about yourself for a change.
Oh, I'd be delighted to. Is there any particular phase of the subject you care to have me discuss?
Going to be a lawyer again?
That is a decision which has been irrevocably removed from my domain. Did you ever hear of a hoodlum named Gentleman Joe Ferguson?
Yes.
I used to represent Gentleman Joe till one fateful day when, in order to get an acquittal after a messy affair in which he was involved, it became necessary for me to put a small fix in with one of the jurors. Through some quirk of fate, the fix was discovered, and I was disbarred.
Telephone's ringing. Must be my call. Hello?
Are you the party to call Miss Kitty Wayne at Evergreen 38897?
Yes, that's right.
Here's your party. Hello?
Hello, Kitty. This is Ben.
Ben, honey. How are you?
I'm fine.
When did you get back?
Oh, just a little while ago.
Well, where are you?
Florida.
When am I going to see you?
Well, that depends on you. Look, I need some money.
How much?
500.
I can get it to you.
Good, baby. Look, send it care of John W. Smith, Daytona Beach, by Western Union.
Daytona Beach, okay.
Good. Honey, have you still got those keys I left with you?
Yeah.
Good. Now, one of them is for a safe deposit box. That box has a map in it.
Map of what?
The location of some money that me and Steve buried. Baby, if we dig that up, we're going to be fixed fine.
All I care about is that you're back. How did you ever manage it?
Well, I met somebody down there who worked an angle. We both came back together.
Is he coming north with you?
He thinks he is. But I already made arrangements to have him taken care of. Jim, are those the pictures of Martha Dalton?
That's right, Paul. Look at the background of this picture through this glass here.
Well, that's Monet, all right.
Now, take a look at that man standing beside Monet.
That face looks familiar to me.
Now, you may have seen it before on a wanted notice. The last time he was arrested, he was using the name of Ben Ludlow.
Ben Ludlow?
Now, he was deported, but obviously it didn't stick.
Well, I was stationed on the West Coast when he was picked up. What was the charge?
He and a friend of his named Benson held up a bank messenger. They got over $60,000.
Well, what happened to the money?
We never found any of it.
Well, what happened to Benson?
He carried the gun. He's still in prison.
Has an alarm gone out on Ludlow yet?
Yes, I've already called police headquarters, and the alarm went out on Monet, too.
How long ago was that, Jim?
About an hour ago. Paul, why don't you go over to Ludlow's old address, and I'll go to headquarters. If neither of us gets anything tonight, we'll start again first thing in the morning.
Ben, it's wonderful having you back.
How do you think I feel, huh?
Oh, this was just like old times. Being on the town, closing all the saloons.
Yeah. Got your key?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Welcome home.
Who are you?
Well, let me introduce myself. My name is George Monet.
He's the one who got me back into the country.
But I thought you...
Did you think I was dead, Miss Wayne?
Well,
perhaps I'd better explain. Ben hired some trench and hoodlums in Florida to take care of me, but by some coincidence, they both happened to be former clients of mine.
How did you get in here?
Oh, that was a simple matter. I told the superintendent that it was Miss Wayne's birthday and that I wanted to surprise her. Happy birthday, Kitty.
I never told your name.
Dear Ben, do you remember my going to the phone booth to call a friend after you spoke to her last night from the saloon in Daytona Beach?
Yeah.
I called the long-distance operator, and she told me whom you had called.
Smart boy.
Well, I make it a practice always to do the best I can.
Well, what do you want?
He wants $5,000 for getting me that passport.
Oh, no, Ben, you're wrong.
What?
When I returned to the scene of some of my former triumphs, I renewed acquaintances with some of my other ex-clients. They told me that you and your former partner had a lot of money put away somewhere.
What about it?
I want 50% of it.
You want 50?
Before you answer, let me tell you something. I have a half a dozen letters planted in different places. And if I don't maintain my present state of good health for the next 48 hours, the people who find those letters will know what happened to me.
You think of everything, don't you?
My legal training.
Ben, what are we going to do?
Well, there's really only one thing he can do. Ben, shake hands with your new partner.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, listen. As the next 60 seconds tick away, several hundred American parents will make a decision that will vitally affect the whole future happiness and security of their families.
What is that decision, Mr. Keating?
During the next minute, they will hear about the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. We know from experience that every time we describe this chart, hundreds, sometimes thousands of fathers and mothers say to themselves,
that fact-finding chart is just what we need. Let's ask our Equitable representative for one right now.
It brings to light eye-opening facts that show you just what income your family would need to be well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed if you were no longer there to support them.
That's something I never figured out.
You'll have the answer in 5 minutes with this Equitable Society chart, because you're guided at every step by easy-to-understand pictures. For the first time, you know just what income your family will need to keep together during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school.
Mr. Keating, you've sold me on the idea of getting one of those charts. What do they cost?
Not 1 cent. Phone your Equitable Society representative tomorrow to bring you a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. The more you love your family, the more gratified you will be that you decided to get the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, 2 Tickets to Nowhere.
The people in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, the undesirable alien, the disbarred lawyer, the young girl who acted as their accomplice. They may seem to you like unusual characters, people with whom you feel you are unlikely to come into contact during your everyday life. And yet, if that is what you think, then you are deluding yourself. Because no matter how far you regard yourselves as being from the environs of crime, you are actually in its midst. The victims of no more than 10% of the 1.5 million major crimes committed in this country in the past year were other criminals. In the remaining 90%, the victims were decent citizens. Decent citizens who probably thought that they were far from crime. Decent citizens like you. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Well, Jim, it's a bright new day. I hope we get a bright new clue on Monet and Ludlow.
I could sure use one, Paul. I stopped by police headquarters. They still hadn't gotten anything.
I checked yesterday at Ludlow's old address. The landlady said that he hadn't been near the place. Of course, she may be protecting him.
No, I don't think so. When he was arrested last time, she helped us by calling and letting us know when he arrived home.
Oh?
Oh, I found out one thing. They both are definitely here in town.
How do you know, Jim?
Well, I took the pictures out to the airport and showed them to the porters out there.
Oh. Which plane did they come in on?
They each came in on a different flight. That's what makes my suspicion even stronger, that Ludlow had the money he and Benson stole put away somewhere up here.
I think you're right.
Hey, Paul. Paul, Benson knows where that money is. I'm going up to prison and interview him. I think we have enough to make him talk.
Miss Wayne, as an ex-attorney, I wouldn't advise driving over 50.
I don't want any of your advice.
Mind if I speak to you, Ben?
Go ahead.
I assume you know what will automatically happen to the two of us if your girlfriend should be stopped for speeding?
That's right. Get it, slow down.
Okay.
Temper's futed. The whole order changes.
What does that mean?
Just thinking to myself. People used to pay a lot of money for my advice. Now I find it difficult to give away.
Ben, shouldn't the place be right near here?
Yeah. It isn't very far.
You know, I think I should take my share of those subterranean pieces of 8 and go to Paris. I've always understood that a man of culture is welcome there, especially if in addition he also happens to possess large banknotes.
Get it, slow down here.
Okay.
All right, now stop.
Have we arrived at the pot of gold?
Yeah. Come on, get your shovel. Let's start digging.
Paul, you want to go on a treasure hunt?
Well, sure, Jim. What's the treasure?
$51,000.
Whoa, count me in.
I was up to see Benson in prison. He drew this map for me.
Oh?
Yeah. This is where he and Ludlow buried their money just before their arrests. He drew this from memory, so some of the details may only be approximate, but I think we ought to be able to find it.
Well, what made him tell you where it was?
Well, I told him that Ludlow was back in this country, that he returned here to town. I convinced him that the only reason that he would have come back up here was to get that money. He finally agreed that Ludlow must be double-crossing him, and he drew the map.
Good. And where is this place?
It's about 20 miles north of here on Highway 1.
You suppose Ludlow and Monet are on their way up there now?
I don't know, but if they are, I think they'll find a reception committee waiting for them.
What do you mean?
I called the local police up there and told them to be on the lookout. Oh, I also told them that we'd give them a hand, so come on, Paul, let's get up there.
Found it yet?
No. I think you can count on our stopping work when one of us finds the satchel of money.
Well, what's taking so long?
For one thing, that map you're holding hardly looks like one that was made by Rand McNally. We have thus far dug a ditch somewhat resembling the Maginot Line without finding anything.
Oh, we'll find it.
I certainly trust so. I hate to think that I did all this work for nothing.
You're both far away from where the X is on the map.
I got it.
Honest, Ben?
Ben, would you mind if I feasted my eyes on it?
Let me see, too.
There it is. 51,000.
I never saw a more beautiful picture. Well, I am now affluent enough to live for a while at a...
Huh?
What is it?
Look, up there on the hill. There's a man standing there. Looks like a cop.
Let's get back in the car.
Okay.
You down there! Stay where you are!
Wait a minute. Wait for me. Oh, no. This is where we break the partnership. Honey, let's get out of here.
And I chased the car, Mr. Taylor, but they got away.
Oh, I understand perfectly, Sergeant. Don't take it so hard. They get away from everybody once in a while.
I fired 5 shots at them, but I didn't hit with any one of them.
Well, the wood's pretty heavy up through here. That road curves a lot. You can't very well shoot around trees.
After I gave up chasing them, I came back here and found that other man.
Oh, that's George Monet.
Oh. Ludlow wasn't driving the car.
Oh?
There was a girl with him.
Sergeant, you didn't get close enough to get the license number of the car, did you?
No, I didn't. It was just starting to get dark when they drove away from there. And the girl didn't have her lights on.
I see.
I don't even know what kind of a car it is. All I know is that it's a sedan.
Now, cutting through these woods, you say there's no other road they could get to except Highway 56, that right?
Unless they turn around and come back past here.
I don't think it's very likely they'll do that.
The minute I lost them, I called our 2 patrol cars and had them set up a roadblock on either end of the woods. So we should be hearing from one of those cars pretty soon.
That's swell.
If they decide to hole up in the woods, we shouldn't have too much trouble going in and getting them.
Well, that may take more manpower than we have available, Sergeant. I just hope it doesn't. Yeah, what is it, Paul?
I just took a call that came in on the 2-way for the sergeant here. Oh? Was it from one of the patrol cars? Yes, they reported that a car with its lights out, going about 80 miles an hour and headed north on Route 56, just sideswiped the patrol car and broke through the roadblock.
Paul, I'm glad the sergeant knew about this shortcut to Route 56. We saved quite a bit of time coming this way.
Yeah, but I wish we knew who that girl is with Ludlow, or even what the car they're in looks like.
Here's the crossroads.
Well, Ludlow could have gone either way from here, Jim.
Paul, look down there. See that car? Yeah. Look at it go. It must be Ludlow. Well, let's see if we can catch him.
Jim, according to the map, there's a rise in the road just ahead.
Yeah, I see it.
I think we're gaining on them.
We should be at this speed. Here's the top of the hill.
Jim, they're nowhere to be seen.
Hey, wait a minute. That drive-in theater we just passed. That's where they must be. Let's go back and see.
What's the deal here, Jim?
People sit in their cars and watch the movie. The attendant says he didn't see which lane that last car went into.
Well, there must be a couple of 100 cars inside this place.
And the show breaks in 3 minutes. They'll all be streaming out of here then. Come on, Paul, let's start looking.
Doctor, you don't understand.
Understanding is my business, young lady.
I've seen this.
What?
I've seen this picture.
Now, lean back on the couch and
No, I like
talk
it.
about anything that comes into your mind.
Very well.
What are you thinking?
I hope we duck them.
What?
I said I hope we duck those
I
cops.
remember when I was a little girl. I had pigtails, and there was a boy on our block named Tommy Gillen who used to carry my books to school.
Go on. Keep talking.
I don't remember much about the years I went to high school.
Oh, that's because you don't want to remember.
Is this thing over soon?
Let's see. Oh, I know she and the doctor get married.
But
they
when?
Were horrible. I don't remember.
Poor darling. Poor darling.
They've gone into a clinch. Does that mean anything?
Yeah. Going to finish. I love you, Kurt.
Olivia.
Hey.
What?
2 guys out there walking around.
Well, they're not wearing uniforms.
We can't take any chances. Put your arms around me quick.
What for?
We've got to look like everybody else that's parked here. Hey, what is this?
Put your hands up and step out of there.
Now, look, me and my
You heard me, Ludlow. Now move. All right, miss, you too.
I got nothing to do with him. We just had a date to see the picture.
We're making it a double feature. Now, come on.
George Monet was tried and sentenced to a 10-year term in a federal prison. Ben Ludlow also received a 10-year sentence and deportation. His girlfriend was turned over to state authorities. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was closed successfully because Special Agent Taylor remembered that the car which had been sideswiped on Route 56 was a police car and was painted white. In examining the cars at the drive-in theater, he looked for one that had a fresh dent and some particles of white paint in the scratches. That combination, the ability to assimilate facts and later to make application of them in the solution of any crime, is part of the training which every special agent receives before he graduates from the FBI Academy. Each of those special agents has a big job. This is a nation that at the last census had 140 million people in it. At the present time, there are fewer than 4,000 FBI special agents, a ratio of one special agent for every 35,000 Americans. For that numerical reason alone, the training mentioned above is an essential part of every special agent's equipment. Equipment he is given in order that he may better help protect the property and lives of you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. Don't forget, the seconds are ticking away. Time is speeding by. So don't delay. Get that fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers right away. Then you can make sure that no matter what happens to you, your children will eat good food, live in a comfortable home, wear clothes they're not ashamed of, get an honest-to-goodness start in life. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An exciting account of crime on the high seas. Its subject, grand larceny. Its title, Voyage of Terror.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Voyage of Terror on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Half an hour from now, when this Equitable Society program ends, phones will be ringing all over America. People will be phoning their Equitable Society representatives and saying,
"Will you bring me a copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers? I've just heard about this service on This Is Your FBI."
Hundreds of other listeners will send postcards to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. How do we know? It happens every year when we make this offer.
What is this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers?
What facts does it help you find?
Listen carefully in about 14 minutes, and you'll learn all about this famous chart created for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Voyage of Terror.
The overwhelming majority of those of you who listen to these case histories from the files of your FBI do so because you feel that this affords you a half hour of escape. To most of you, the world of crime is a never-never land. The fact that the past year saw the commission of 1.5 million major crimes is of only passing interest. Because in your own mind, crimes are something which happen to other people and which, therefore, really don't affect you. If that is an accurate reflection of your feelings, then your FBI would like to warn you before it is too late that you are laboring under a delusion. Crime is like hunger. If there is a widespread starvation anywhere in the world, it must ultimately affect you, for it will continue to spread until something is done to stop it. In similar fashion, the crime wave will continue to grow in direct proportion to the public apathy. Indeed, it has grown until now. There is no sanctuary from crime. Wherever you may be, in whatever remote corner of the country this broadcast finds you, it is perfectly possible. In fact, it is almost probable that crime is just around the corner. Tonight's file opens aboard the El Dorado, a small boat used by Dr. Henry Wilson and his wife in their search for rare specimens of sea life. It is late afternoon, and a heavy fog lays over the Pacific off the southern California coast. Dr. Wilson is at the wheel as his wife approaches.
See anything? Oh, not very much. But according to the last reading I took, we're headed straight into the harbor.
I don't ever remember a fog closing in this quickly.
How are things below?
Fine.
I think they'll be quite pleased at the museum when they see what we brought back.
I know they will. Henry, I think I see something off the port side.
I can't make anything out.
I was sure. Wait, I just caught a glimpse of it again.
Yes. I see something now myself.
It's like a small boat.
That's what it is.
We gotta hail them.
All right. Ahoy there. Ahoy there.
They're close enough to hear you blow the foghorn. I can see the name on her now, Henry. She's the Neptune's pal.
She's drifting this way. Marjorie, get the boat hook.
All right, dear.
Anybody aboard?
Here you are, Henry.
Oh, thanks. I think she's close enough now for me to reach her.
Let me help.
Got her. Now, let's pull her in.
There. Henry, there's a man lying on the deck.
Yeah.
He's bleeding.
Marjorie, take the hook. Hold it fast. I'm going to jump over.
All right.
You better give me a hand, Marjorie. He's bleeding, but he's still alive.
A little later, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Murray Bruxton.
Oh, Marie.
Hi, Jim.
I was going to leave a note on your desk.
Why?
Oh, I called a couple of minutes ago. There was no answer on your extension.
Oh, well, I just got back from the range.
Huh? What are you doing over there?
Oh, the members of the local boys club wanted somebody from the office to give them a lecture on firearms. I just finished the Gleason case this morning, so the SAC sent me over.
Huh? Do any firing?
Yes, pistol.
How'd you do?
$2.99.
Out of 300?
Yeah.
Well, you're slipping.
Why were you looking for me, Jim?
Oh, the SAC just assigned us to work on a case together.
What kind?
Armed robbery and murder.
Well,
A savings bank insured by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation was held up. The manager was killed.
any leads?
Yes, we know who did it. It was a petty larceny hoodlum named George Morgan. Morgan held up the Oak City State Bank in Oak City about 4:45 this afternoon.
I see.
The Oak City police captured Morgan almost immediately after the robbery, but he escaped before he could be booked.
Oh, fine.
He headed toward the ocean front. One of the police fired a couple of shots at him. Morgan was hit, but he wasn't hurt badly.
How do we know that?
Well, he left a trail of blood behind him. He still had enough strength when he got to the shore to assault a man named Carlisle and steal his boat.
I see.
It's a small craft, and since Morgan's record shows that he received a dishonorable discharge from the Navy, he can probably handle the boat alone.
Jim, what's in Morgan's record?
Well, he committed his first crime when he was 11. He was allowed to go free because of his youth. He was discharged from the Navy for being a pathological liar.
I see.
After his last arrest, 3 years ago, which was for armed robbery, he was convicted, given a 10-year sentence. He's out on parole now.
Out on parole?
That's right. Morgan happened to hit one of those parole boards that seems to delight in pardoning dangerous criminals.
I'll never be able to understand that.
Well, nobody can, boy.
Jim, what was the name of the boat that Morgan stole from Mr. Carlisle?
Neptune's Pal. Oh, he's going to have to abandon it pretty soon.
Why?
Well, Mr. Carlisle told the police it didn't have very much gasoline in the tank.
Oh, I see.
Murray, look, it's only about 15 miles up to Oak City. Why don't you run up there and see if you can find out anything, huh?
All right, Jim.
I'll go over to the Coast Guard and see if they can give us any help.
Just lie still. You'll be all right.
Thank you. Is your name Carlisle? Well, yes. How'd you know? Before you came to, I looked at the registration papers in the cabin. Oh. I must have been out for quite a while. The last thing I remember was that it was still light.
That's quite a nasty wound you have.
Yeah. How'd it happen? I was fishing with a harpoon. As I was about to throw it, it slipped and hit my hand. You're lucky that my wife once had some nursing experience. You were bleeding quite badly. Oh, thank you very much, ma'am.
That's all right.
How do you feel now? Okay, I think.
We tried to start your motor before, but there doesn't seem to be any gas in the tank.
I'd suggest you let us tow you in. Then, if I were you, I'd go to a hospital and get a tetanus shot.
We've got a phone on our boat. We can call the Coast Guard now and let them know that you're safe.
Well, I'd rather you didn't.
But they might be searching for you.
Well, look, if you called, it would cost me a lot of money. How? Well, my dad's president of a steel company. He sent me here to California on a very important business mission. He told me it was my last chance. If I didn't accomplish it, he'd not only refuse to give me another job, but he'd cut me out of his will.
Oh.
So if you call the Coast Guard, there'll be a lot of publicity in the papers about me, and Dad will surely see it. We won't call. Oh, thanks very much.
Say, how about my going back aboard our boat and preparing some food? I'll need your help, Henry.
All right.
We'll keep the lines between our boats, Mr. Carlisle. You can eat with us when the food's ready.
Right. Here, Marjorie. Let me give you a hand.
All right.
There you are.
Oh, careful, dear. The deck's a little slippery.
I'll watch it. You go below, dear. I want to check the line. Then I'll be right down to help you.
Henry.
Yes?
I want you to call the Coast Guard.
But Mr. Carlisle...
I'm fairly certain he's not Mr. Carlisle.
Why?
When I was putting the dressing on his hand, I noticed he has the initials GM tattooed on his arm. And he lied to us about his wound.
How do you know?
I worked in a hospital long enough to recognize a bullet wound when I see one.
Oh.
Please call the Coast Guard right now. Jim, I don't envy anybody out on that ocean tonight. I've never seen the fog this thick.
It's really rough.
How did you make out with the Coast Guard?
I just left them.
Oh? Have they located the missing boat?
I was accidentally located for them.
What do you mean?
Well, the Metropolitan Museum owns a yacht named the El Dorado.
Uh-huh.
A man aboard her named Dr. Wilson called the Coast Guard a little while ago. fog was too heavy for him to give his exact position, but he said that he and his wife had picked up a boat named Neptune's Pal with an injured man aboard it.
That must be Morgan. Did the Coast Guard tell this Dr. Wilson about Morgan?
No, they wanted to check with us first to find out whether or not to let him know. They thought he might be frightened by the knowledge.
I think he ought to know, Jim.
I just talked with the SAC. He agrees with you.
Who did you talk to at the Coast Guard?
Lieutenant Gilbert. He said he asked the doctor to call him back in a little while.
He ought to call the doctor.
They might have some difficulty in contacting him, Murray.
Oh, I thought you said they had a telephone on the boat.
Well, the thing about those small ship-to-shore telephones is unless you have the phone on and hear your call letters, there's no way of knowing that someone is trying to get through to you.
Oh, I see.
But he should be trying. Murray, I think we ought to go down to Coast Guard headquarters in the harbor and work right along with Lieutenant Gilbert.
Marjorie?
Yes.
I called the Coast Guard.
Good.
I spoke to a Lieutenant Gilbert. He asked me to call him back in a little while. He said he might have some message for me.
Henry, dear, I think it might be better if you called him now instead of waiting.
But why?
I just don't like having that man this close to us.
Now, Marjorie.
Henry, I'm not the fluttery type, but if that man is a criminal, he might have a gun.
He has no gun. I'd have felt it when I lifted him up off the deck.
Nevertheless, I still think it would be wiser to call the Coast Guard now.
All right.
I wish we'd never seen his boat.
Darling, everything will work out.
Pacific City Marine Operator calling WA2758 El Dorado.
Someone calling us.
KOE Pacific City Marine Operator calling WA2758 El Dorado. Come in, please. Over.
Hello, KOE. This is the El Dorado. WA2758. Over.
One moment, please.
Dr. Wilson, this is Lieutenant Gilbert. Please listen to me. The ship you found named Neptune's Pal was stolen this afternoon. The man who stole it is named George Morgan. He is a dangerous criminal when armed. He is wanted by the FBI for murder. The FBI asked me to pass along the following message. They said that they cannot order you to place your life in jeopardy, but they request that you do not tell Morgan that you know who he is and that you continue to tow him in until you reach the harbor, at which point they will go aboard the stolen boat and arrest him. Over.
All right, Lieutenant Gilbert. We'll tow the Neptune's Pal in with us. Over.
Thank you. That is all. Over and out.
Henry, I don't like to interfere.
Darling, there's no danger as long as he doesn't realize that we know who he is.
But you do know. What? Sit down, Mrs. Wilson. Sit down, Doctor.
Look, you can't.
Henry, he's got your gun.
That's right. I'm sorry to disappoint your friend, Lieutenant Gilbert, but I've got other plans. From now on, the three of us are staying together.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, listen. Before that clock has ticked away many more seconds, you may find yourself making an important decision. And that decision will be to get the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Well, I'm a father, Mr. Keating. What will that chart do for me?
Well, Stan, I'll answer that question by asking another. If you should die unexpectedly, what monthly income would your wife and children need to live the way you want them to?
Well, I'm not sure. I suppose I could make a rough guess.
You won't need to guess when you have the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. You'll know exactly how much money your family would need to maintain a decent standard of living. Look, here's a copy of the chart. Every foreseeable expense is provided for. See how easy it is to fill in, because you're guided by pictures every step of the way.
You're right. My wife and I could do it in 5 minutes.
Yes, that's all the time it takes with this Equitable chart to figure out the minimum income your family would need to keep going and keep together during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school.
Okay, Mr. Keating. Guess I'll buy one of these charts right away.
Now, you can't buy them, Stan. They're free. Phone your Equitable Society representative and ask him to bring you a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. The more you love your family, the more gratified you will be that you listened carefully during the seconds that have just passed and that you decided to get the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Voyage of Terror.
No one who sincerely has the interest of society at heart could possibly advocate the abolition of the parole system. And even if they did, the Federal Bureau of Investigation would take a stand wholeheartedly against any such proposal. However, the administration of the parole system in some of these 48 states is truly shocking. Of the 13,000 most desperate, vicious criminals listed in the identification files of your FBI, more than 1/4 have been either paroled or pardoned. Among them in the past have been many who later graduated to the position of public enemy number one. Criminals like Babyface Nelson, Pretty Boy Floyd, Alvin Coppers, and John Dillinger. Your FBI appeals to you as representative citizens to look into the parole situation in your state. If handled correctly, the parole system can help to regenerate many a person who has been convicted because of extenuating circumstances. But when that system is abused, as it is currently being abused in some places, it can negate the best work of any law enforcement agency and put back on the street the criminal who has only recently been convicted of any crime in the book, up to and including murder. Night File continues as a Coast Guard cutter makes its way through the heavy fog. On deck are Special Agents Jim Taylor and Murray Brockton.
Now, according to the chart, Murray, we're just about where the El Dorado was when Dr. Wilson called in this afternoon.
Yes, I know, Jim.
Between this cutter and the one that's searching the waters south of here, I thought we would have found them by now.
Well, they could be 50 feet from us, Jim, and we wouldn't know they were there. Lieutenant Gilbert said that this is the first time he could remember when fog lights didn't help at all.
You know, I don't like not being able to get in touch with the El Dorado. I'm afraid they've run into trouble. It only mean one thing. Morgan must have somehow gotten control.
Mr. Taylor?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant Gilbert.
The radio room just got a message from the other cutter.
They find the El Dorado?
They found both the El Dorado and the Neptune's path.
Good. Well,
I'm afraid it's not so good so far as you men are concerned.
Oh, why not?
The two boats were drifting free. There wasn't a person aboard either one of them.
Henry.
Yes, Marjorie, I'm right here. How do you feel, dear?
My head aches so.
I shouldn't wonder. You hit your head on the deck when you fainted.
Oh. What happened, Henry? Where are we?
We're in an apartment about a block from the ocean.
An apartment? Morgan's apartment?
No, it belongs to a friend of his. The two of them are in the next room now.
Oh. Why is he holding us here?
Well, I've an idea. He may try to use us as some sort of a shield. He can...
Well, I'm glad to see that you're feeling better, Mrs. Wilson.
When are you letting us out of here?
Oh, real soon. A friend of mine is lending me his boat. We're all going to Mexico together.
Mexico?
Look, I promise on my solemn word of honor that if you release us, we won't go to the police.
I'm sorry, I don't trust you.
You'll never get out of the harbor in this fog.
Mrs. Wilson, I won the Navy Cross during the war for my navigation. It was when the Marines were in trouble at Guadalcanal. Convoy loaded with fresh troops coming from the States got lost in the fog. I went out in the PT.
Look, we don't want to hear any more of your lies.
Why, you... Take it easy, Doc. I don't like that people call me a liar.
Marjorie.
I'm all right, Henry.
Now, hear me good, both of you. I gave my friend a list of provisions for the boat. It'll probably take him a little time to get him aboard. We'll have to meet him in an hour. We'll leave by that window and back. We'll go down the fire escape to the alley. At the end of the alley is a pier and a flight of steps leading down to a float that runs underneath the pier. We'll wait on that float until my friend comes with a boat. And remember one thing. I've still got your gun.
Special Agent Brockton speaking.
Hello, Murray. This is Jim. I'm down at Pacific City.
What are you doing there?
Well, after you went back to the office, Lieutenant Gilbert and I went to work trying to figure out how those two boats got to where they did.
Uh-huh.
We figured that Morgan must have gone ashore with Dr. and Mrs. Wilson and then allowed both the El Dorado and Neptune's pal to drift free. Now, our calculations showed that it almost had to be Pacific City.
Well, where are you now?
Police headquarters. Oh, there's a local alarm out on Morgan, also on Dr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Any leads so far?
No, nothing yet. We checked the bus station, railroad terminal, but no one answering Morgan's description has been seen at either place.
How many hotels are there in Pacific City, Jim?
Only 6 that are open this time of the year. Oh, they've all been checked, too.
Well, I can't think of...
Pardon me, Murray. One of the local policemen just came into the room. Want to see me? Oh, you have? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks very much. Hello, Murray. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's all right, Jim.
Morgan and Dr. Wilson were seen half an hour ago carrying Mrs. Wilson into an apartment house here at Pacific City.
Who saw them?
A mailman who was delivering a special delivery letter. According to this word I've just gotten, he made positive identification.
Oh, that's fine.
Murray, now, how soon can you get down here?
Well, there's no traffic on the road this time of night, Jim. It shouldn't take me more than about 20 minutes.
Good. Check at police headquarters when you get here. They'll know where I am.
Are you in there, Jim?
Murray? Yeah, come on in.
Well, whose apartment is this?
A man named Charles Dixon.
Well, how does he fit in?
Well, when I found out that George Morgan had no apartment in this building, I checked through his arrest record to see if he'd ever been arrested with any of the tenants.
Good hunch, Jim.
Yeah, it was a good hunch. We were lucky. Dixon was arrested with Morgan at one time.
How long have you been here?
Only a couple of minutes. It took me a little while to get a search warrant for this place. Then it took me about 10 minutes to wake up the superintendent so that I could get a key.
Mm-hmm. Found anything yet?
Well, all I know for sure is that those other two people the mailman saw in the lobby with Morgan were Dr. and Mrs. Wilson.
How do you know that?
I found Mrs. Wilson's handbag in the next room.
I see.
So they've been here and moved on already.
Now the question is, where did they go?
Now. Hey, Murray.
Hmm?
Come here, take a look at this.
What is it, Jim?
A writing tablet. Come on, I think I know where Morgan's headed.
I don't understand what's keeping my friend. Said for sure he'd meet us here under the pier.
You cold, Marjorie?
No, I'm all right, dear. And I won't faint again.
Hold it. The man at the end of the pier with a searchlight.
Maybe he'll see us.
You better not, for his sake and yours. Don't make a sound. Here he comes.
He didn't see us.
I know. Keep it quiet.
He's gone.
There wasn't anything we could do, Marjorie. Hey, there's a boat a little way down the shore. It's coming this way. That must be my friend.
How long do you intend to keep us in Mexico?
Depends on how you behave.
That boat just pulled into another pier.
I saw that.
Maybe your friend took that money you gave him for provisions and ran away.
No. There's his boat now.
Steady, dear.
That you, Charlie?
No, Morgan. It's not. Huh? Put your hands up in the air. Special agents, the FBI.
Oh,
Dr. Wilson?
Yeah.
Good. Agent Brockton will see to it that you and Mrs. Wilson are taken back up to where the El Dorado is anchored. All right, Morgan. Come on, we're going to headquarters.
George Morgan was tried in a federal court, convicted, and given the death penalty. Charles Dixon, who harbored and aided him, was sentenced to a term in a federal penitentiary. In searching the apartment of Charles Dixon for a clue as to where George Morgan had fled, Special Agent Taylor found a cheap writing tablet. Because of his training, he was able to read the indentations on the top sheet of paper. He recognized the various items as a list of provisions, and when he saw the item fresh water, he realized that Morgan intended to make another trip by boat. An immediate check at the only provision store open all night brought about the arrest of Charles Dixon on a charge of harboring a fugitive. When confronted with the fact that Morgan might kill Dr. and Mrs. Wilson, and that would make him a full accessory to their murder, Dixon revealed his rendezvous point with Morgan to the two special agents. They thereupon used his boat so that Morgan would not be suspicious at the approach of a strange craft, with the results which you have already witnessed. And thus, your FBI not only ended the career of this vicious killer, but it also very probably saved the lives of two innocent people. By so doing, the two special agents lived up to their oath as protectors of the lives and property of you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. Yes, our clock goes ticking on. Time goes rushing by. So don't postpone that important decision you made a few minutes ago. Get that fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers right away. Then you can make sure that even if the unexpected does happen, the house your children live in will still be a comfortable home, a secure home, a happy home. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The graphic story of the flight of two hunted criminals. Its subject, jewel theft. Its title, The Prodigal Brother.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Prodigal Brother on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Has this ever happened in your home? You're sitting listening to the radio when...
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Oh, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society. I listened to the Equitable program last week and heard about the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. My Equitable Society representative brought me a copy, so naturally I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
In about 15 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Tonight's FBI file, The Prodigal Brother.
Federal Bureau of Investigation is an organization composed of men who have studied crime from every angle. They know that in this past year there have been 1.5 million major crimes committed in the United States. They know that there are more than 18 million sets of fingerprints in the criminal files. They know not only those and other figures, but also what are the best ways to fight an outbreak of crime on any front. Their knowledge on the subject is specialized and modern, and yet some of that knowledge is almost as old as time itself. After a recent archaeological survey of some stones brought to the surface by bombing in Italy during the war, it was decided that the writing on the tablets could be deciphered to mean, and here I quote the verbatim translation, "Crime must be concealed by crime." Yes, that apparently was true a couple of thousand years ago in a civilization that died shortly after those tablets were chiseled. But while the civilization died, those words, "crime must be concealed by crime," are as true today as they ever were. The clothes, the speech, the habitat of the criminal may change, but down through the ages, the basic ingredient that has characterized the professional lawbreaker has been a consuming greed that drives him on and on, so that once started, he stops at nothing. Tonight's file opens late at night in a quiet suburban district in a large Midwestern city. A short, heavy-set man furtively approaches a home in which all the lights are out. He goes up the front steps quietly. He knocks on the door. There is no answer. After a wait, he knocks again. Feeling now that no one is home, he takes a small pass key from his pocket and lets himself in. He turns on the lights, goes to the living room. He picks up the telephone and dials. As the operator answers, we hear him say,
"Hello, operator. This is Elmwood 46970. I want to talk to Valley City 7923. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'll wait."
He lights a cigarette and smokes nervously as he waits for his number.
Hello, Pete? Hello, it's Pete Anderson there. This is George Newberry. Yeah, we got separated. Okay, Pete'll call you. When he does, tell him he's got to call me at Elmwood 46970.
Go ahead, dear.
Hey, I gotta hang up now. Goodbye.
Oh, Larry, shopping's the only part of Christmas that I don't like.
I know what you mean. Where do you want to put all these packages?
In the bedroom.
You leave the lights on, Ruth?
No, I don't remember. George.
Hi, sis. Who's that?
My brother, George.
Hi, Larry.
How'd you get in here?
Your door was open, so I walked right in.
George, I didn't know you were in town.
I just got in. Came right over here.
That's nice.
You don't say that like you mean it.
I didn't. In trouble again?
Larry, please.
Well, that's the only time we ever see him.
Well, that's a nice attitude to take after I go to all this bother.
What bother?
To spend Christmas with my sister.
He's right, Larry.
You mean you want him here?
For the holidays, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Larry. Merry Christmas.
Later that night, in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Gene Crawford.
Hello, Gene.
Hi, Jim.
Been waiting for you to get back.
What? What's up?
The SAC just assigned us to work together on a new case. This time, and time is an important factor for us. You know a little town called Thomasville across the state line?
Yes. It's right on the lake, isn't it?
That's right. Well, 2 men stole some jewelry there this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
A few hours after the robbery, they were in a saloon in Thomasville when a local policeman recognized them. They tried to arrest them. One of the men took a bottle from the bar and broke it across the policeman's head.
Wow.
The 2 men separated. One of them drove away in a car. The bartender got the license number of the car, and it's just been found abandoned here in town.
Any idea who the 2 men were?
No, the local policeman is still unconscious. However, we got partial descriptions on them from the bartender. One of them has a scar on his left cheek.
Well, that's not very much to go on. What about the clothes they were wearing?
Well, the one who jumped into the car and drove away was wearing a black and white checked Mackinaw with a torn right pocket. Oh, he's the one who had the scar on his face.
Any other leads?
Possibly one.
What's that?
The pieces of the broken bottle. They were shipped by air to our laboratory in Washington.
Well, we won't get any word from them until tomorrow at the very earliest.
That's right. However, if these men were willing to assault a policeman in broad daylight, they must be pretty desperate.
Yeah, I'll go along with you on that, Jim.
So we'd better start our search right now and hope we capture them before they try to murder anyone else.
Hey, sis.
Yes, George?
How was Larry this morning about my being here?
We didn't talk about it. We didn't talk much about anything. He was late for work.
Hey, is this the only razor he's got? The straight edge one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be quite a shave. Haven't seen these since that one Pop used to have, remember?
Uh-huh.
Hey, how about that time I tried to sharpen it on the strap? What a carving job I did, huh? Yeah, I never forget the way Pop would...
George.
Yeah?
Come here a minute, please.
Oh, I'm shaving, sis. What do you want?
I was just making your bed. I found this under the mattress. This gun.
Oh.
What are you doing with a gun, George?
I can explain, sis.
You are in trouble, aren't you?
No.
Well, then what are you doing with a gun?
I used it in my work.
Your work.
The last job I had was a night watchman.
George, are you telling me the truth?
I swear to you I am. Well, I'll show you the permit for it afterwards. It's inside my wallet.
Well, you better not let Larry see this.
Oh, well, look, sis, if you want, I'll get rid of it,
I wish you would.
Okay. Hey, just as soon as I
I'll
finish
get
shaving.
it. Hello? Yes, just a moment. George.
Yeah?
It's for you. It's a man named Pete.
Gene, we just got a report back from Washington.
What'd they have to say?
Well, Lab took those pieces of broken glass and put the bottle back together again.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, then they went ahead and got enough prints off the bottle to enable Ident to send us complete description.
Whose prints are they?
They belong to a thief named George Newberry. The last 3 times he was arrested, he was working with a hoodlum named Pete Anderson.
Oh, I see.
We sent a picture of Anderson to Thomasville to see if the bartender can identify him.
Taylor?
Here. Oh, yes, Arnold?
Message here for you from the teletype room.
Fine, thanks, Arnold. That's in the local police department of Valley City. Hey, Anderson was seen there, but he eluded the police and left town. I'll get it, Jim. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, sir. Yes, that's right. He has? Don't have any idea at all, huh? No, I see. Well, thank you very much for calling, sir. Goodbye. That was a parole officer back east who handled Newberry's case for a while, Gene. He says that Newberry has a married sister living here in town.
What's her name?
Well, that's the rough part. He doesn't know. He just remembers hearing Newberry talk about her.
Oh, these men are dangerous, Jim, and if they do meet here, we may have a 2-man crime wave on our hands.
Yeah, I know that, Gene. That's why I wish the story in this afternoon's papers would bring us some results.
Well, it's too late now to get anything else into the papers before tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But I think we ought to get down and give them this new information we have and the pictures of Newberry and Anderson.
Okay. You go to the Star and I'll go to the Record.
Okay.
Meet you back here in an hour.
Larry, don't you want to help me trim the tree?
Just a minute, Ruth.
What are you doing?
Looking for that Mackinaw George was wearing when he came here last night.
Oh, I hung it right there in the closet.
Where? Oh, I see. Torn right pocket. Smells of whiskey.
Larry, what are you talking about?
There's a story in tonight's paper about a man the police are looking for.
Well, what about him?
He was last seen. He was wearing a black and white Mackinaw with a torn right pocket, like this one. Hit a cop over the head with a bottle of whiskey, and some of the whiskey splashed over the Mackinaw.
I think the man they're looking for is George.
The paper also says this man has a scar on his left cheek.
Oh, sure, lots of people have scars.
Ruth, I'm going to call the police.
No, don't.
You want me to cover up for him?
Well, I think it's only fair to let George explain.
All right, get him in here.
I will. George. George.
Yeah, what do you want?
Could you come in here for a minute, please?
Sure.
What do you want, sis? I'm the one who wanted to see you, George. About what? There's a story in tonight's paper that the police are looking for a man who was last seen wearing a black and white Mackinaw with a torn right pocket.
Well?
It also says the Mackinaw smells of whiskey, and the man they're looking for has a scar on his left cheek.
George, it isn't you.
Of course not.
I don't believe you.
Are you calling me a liar?
I'm not calling you anything, George. You'll let the police see if you're the man they want.
You're not calling any police.
Yes, I am.
Stand still.
Put down that gun.
Sorry, I can't go along with you.
George, there aren't any bullets in that gun.
Huh?
I took them out this morning when I found it.
Is that really true, Ruth?
Yes. Oh! Larry, don't hit him again, please.
I won't. Come on, get up, you cheap punk. We're going to the police.
Now, give me a chance, will you, Larry?
No.
But I promise you that
Start walking toward that front door. Go on,
all
move.
right.
You wait here, Rose. Now, walk in front of me.
Where you going?
Pete.
What's the trouble?
This guy's taking me to the cops.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of his. Now turn around, mister. Go back inside.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, listen. Fathers and mothers, the next 60 seconds that tick away may mark a turning point in your children's lives, may have an enormous influence on their future happiness, their future success.
All that in 60 seconds?
Yes, in the next 60 seconds, you will hear about the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers? What in the world is that?
It's a chart that every father who really loves his family should have. A chart which shows him how to figure out just what income his family would need if he should die unexpectedly. The minimum amount of money his wife and children would require to maintain a comfortable standard of living. Fred, do you know how much that would be for your family?
No, Mr. Keating, can't say I do.
Well, you'll have the answer in 5 minutes flat with this Equitable Society chart. You're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. In no time at all, you'll know just what income your family will need to keep going and to keep together during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school.
Mr. Keating, this chart looks like just what I need. How much will it cost?
Not 1 cent, Fred. They're free. Phone your Equitable Society representative and ask him to bring you a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. If you truly love your children, you will not let another day tick away on the clock without sending for the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Prodigal Brother.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI again illustrates a point the Federal Bureau of Investigation has tried to drive home to you listeners on previous broadcasts. A point which it will continue to try to impress upon you, because without your acceptance of this fact, you cannot begin to understand how to help fight the crime wave. You do not owe any loyalty to any criminal, nor are you under any compulsion to be fair with him, because he does not accept loyalty or fair treatment with any idea of returning the same to you. If you have any notion that anyone you know, be it a relative as close as the one in tonight's case or not, is a criminal, you have only one course of action open to you. That course of action is not one which is motivated by lofty ideals of your duty as a citizen to your fellow citizens. Instead, it is motivated by self-preservation. For only by doing the one thing within your power can you assure yourself of safety. That one thing, that single step which should be taken without any delay, without your holding your own version of a fair trial is pick up your phone and call the local police. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Oh, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Gene. When I got back to my desk, there were a couple of messages there for me.
That's all right, Jim. I just returned them in to go myself.
Oh, well, one of the messages was from police headquarters. Pete Anderson was seen by a local policeman out in the Sheridan Heights district.
How long ago?
Within the last half hour. Anderson pulled a gun, shot the policeman, and got away.
Again, huh?
Yeah. You know, we've got to assume now that this was their rendezvous point.
No question about that.
Oh, the other message I found was from Newberry's old parole officer.
Could he give you anything else on Newberry's sister?
Only that her husband is an accountant.
No, that's not much help.
No. I was hoping we'd raise something on that story in the papers.
Yeah.
No. We've been on this case since 11 o'clock last night. That's 19 hours. We don't know much more now than when we started.
No. Just came in on the teletype a few minutes ago for you, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks, son. It's from the Philadelphia office, Gene. They've checked Newberry's old neighborhood.
Did they find anything?
Well, one of the neighbors remembered that Newberry's sister's name is Ruth, that she's married to someone whose first name is Lawrence.
Well, that's a lead, Jim.
Yeah, come on. Let's get to work and start checking.
George,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Tightening some ropes. I want my brother-in-law to be as uncomfortable as possible.
Leave him alone a minute. I want to talk to you.
Yeah, what about?
Stuff we heisted.
You give it to the fence?
Uh-huh.
What did the guy say?
We get $6,000 for the whole thing if we wait till he has a chance to get rid of the stuff.
That might be a year.
If we don't want to wait, we can take $2,000 now.
Not ain't very much.
Hey, we're pretty hot yet.
Could stay under.
Where?
Here.
Didn't you say your brother-in-law's an accountant?
Sure, why?
If he don't show up at his office for a couple of days, somebody's going to start wondering why. You better catch this place off quick.
Well, where we go?
Over to Bay City to see the fence.
Okay. What about them?
Your relatives?
Yeah.
Before we go, we'll take care of them.
This is the place, Gene. You cover me, huh?
Okay, Jim.
You got the search warrant, haven't you?
Yeah, it's right here in my pocket.
Might need it. No lights on.
Well, we know this is the right place. This has to be Newberry's brother-in-law.
I think we'd better use our search warrant. Hey, front door's unlocked. Oh, come on, let's go in.
Okay, Jim.
See, where's that switch? Ah, yes. Now, let's take a look in this room on the left, huh?
Okay.
There's the kitchen on the other side of the hall. Doubt if there'd be anybody in there in the dark.
I wouldn't think so.
Well, the bedrooms are probably down here in the back. Let's take a look.
Not much sign that anybody's here, Jim.
No, there isn't. Pretty quiet. Hey, Gene. Gene, there's somebody in here.
Jim, look there.
Yeah, I see him. Come on, their hands and feet are tied. Get the gags off first, Gene.
All right, now take it easy, mister.
All right, ma'am. Just hold still. I'll get this knot untied. All right. There we are.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Are you all right, Ruth?
Yes, dear.
What's your name, Dillon?
That's right.
We're special agents of the FBI. Oh, Mrs. Dillon, have you seen your brother, George?
Well,
He was here. He and a friend of his are the ones that tied us up after they argued for a while whether to kill us or not.
How long ago did they leave?
About a half hour ago.
Would you have any idea where they went?
I heard my brother-in-law say they were going to Bay City.
Any specific place there?
No, sir. I'm sorry, but that's all I heard.
Jim, there's only one road between here and Bay City.
Did they have any transportation?
Yeah, I heard him drive away from here in my car.
What kind of a car is that, Mr. Dillon?
It's a 1942 Chevrolet sedan, black.
Gene, let's call up and have a roadblock set up between here and Bay City.
Hey, Pete.
Over here. Did you ditch the car?
Yeah,
Where?
behind the diner. Hey, Pete, why don't we go in and get some coffee?
We wait for the driver of that truck to come out.
Which truck?
battling with a trailer full of new cars.
It'll be a nice score without the driver.
We need him. If we get a ride on a truck, we let the driver front for us.
Ah.
Here he comes.
What do we do?
Up the handle.
Hey, Mike. You talking to me?
Yeah. Can you give us a lift?
I'm sorry. It's against the rules.
This gun says we ride with you.
Then I guess you do.
George.
Yeah, what?
It's a bunk inside the cab and back of where the driver sits. Climb into it.
Okay.
If this guy Coven will get up there with you.
Right.
He wants you to turn around, Mac. Head for Bay City.
Hey, Pete.
What?
What's that down the road?
Looks like a roadblock. Yeah, they're stopping every car. Driver, take it easy and listen to me.
Okay.
There's cops up ahead. Stop when they tell you to and talk straight to them. You'll be hiding back here, and if you say one word out of line, we'll blast you.
Okay, mister.
You better stop.
May I see your identification, please?
Here's my badge.
Thank you. I have pictures here of a couple of men we're looking for. Will you take a look at these?
All right, sir.
You seen either one of them?
No, sir, I haven't.
May I see your license, please?
Yeah, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Okay. Here you are. Sorry to hold you up. You can go ahead now. Oh, just a minute.
Yeah?
Hold it a minute, will you? I want to play a searchlight into those cars up there in your trailer.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Sergeant, rake it with your light. For the front more. Gene? See anything?
No, Jim.
Okay. All right, driver. You can go ahead.
Must have been G-men.
Where are you fellas going in Bay City?
Just wait till you get to town. We'll show you.
Okay.
Hey, you hear that?
Yeah.
Pull it over!
What'll I do?
Pull over and stop.
Okay.
I see your badge again, driver.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Will you step down out of the cab, please?
Sure.
Get out of the way, driver. All right, Newberry. You too, Anderson. Come on out of there with your hands up. You know you're in there. Now come on out or we'll come in after you.
I'm going, Pete.
No, wait.
I'm going.
One of them, Jim.
Yeah, I see. All right, Joe. Stand over there.
Yes, sir. Here comes the other one.
Now.
Hey, he's making a break.
No, he's not.
Good work, Jim. That's the best tackle I've seen all year.
Come on, Anderson. Come on, get up. All right, Gene. Throw the cuffs on both of them.
Okay.
We'll all ride back to town together.
George Newberry and Pete Anderson were turned over to the state for prosecution and given the death penalty for the murder of a policeman. What made Special Agent Taylor decide to overtake the trailer truck loaded with new cars was that those cars were manufactured and assembled in Bay City. Special Agent Taylor therefore realized that there would be no reason for a truck fully loaded with new cars to be headed toward the city containing the factory. And thus, because the special agent exercised a keen power of observation, 2 dangerous killers were captured. This was no stroke of genius, but it was calm, deliberate logic after tireless investigation. It is true that some files are closed because a special agent gets an inspiration or a hunch, call it what you will. But it is even truer that the great majority of solutions are reached because of logic and hard work. For those two are the most deadly weapons in the arsenal of every special agent as he proceeds in the never-ending fight against crime.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. Yes, the seconds, the days, the years are speeding by. The sooner you send for the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, the quicker you will be able to safeguard your family's future security and happiness against the hazard of your unexpected death. So don't delay. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The story of a special agent's search for Santa Claus. Its subject, the Christmas season. Its title, The Return of St. Nick.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Return of St. Nick on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. For the past 3 weeks, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has been offering members of this radio audience the famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. And each week, as soon as the program ended, listeners began phoning their Equitable Society representative, asking to bring around copies of this chart. Tonight, I'm going to suggest that you put off your phone call till next week. This Christmas Eve, Equitable Society representatives like yourselves are busy trimming trees, laying out presents, and putting up Christmas holly wreaths and mistletoe. But next week, be sure to call an Equitable representative about the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. I'll tell you more about it in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Return of St. Nick.
The United States is a young country in the family of nations, but already it has its share of national holidays. Holidays that belong to these 48 states. Those holidays are spaced from February to November, and of every one of those days, it can be said that they belong to the people of the United States exclusively. But there is one legal holiday observed in this country that does not belong to us exclusively, any more than it belongs to any nation. It, too, celebrates a birthday which has come to mean much in the hearts of millions of people. A birthday we call Christmas. Tonight's file opens in an FBI field office located in a large eastern city. It is 2 days before Christmas, and Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the office of Agent in Charge, Sheridan.
Morning, Jim.
Morning, sir. I've got my report here on the Henderson case.
Fine. Just leave it on my desk.
All right.
You're officially on leave, aren't you, Jim?
Yes, sir, as of this morning. But I wanted to hand this in before I left.
Going out of town for the holiday?
That's right, sir. I'm flying home this afternoon.
Oh, how long since you've been home on Christmas?
Oh, not since before the war.
Well, have a nice trip, Jim.
Thank you, sir.
And a very Merry Christmas.
And the same to you, sir.
Mister,
Yes, what is it, son?
where's the FBI?
Right down there at the end of the hall.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you want with the FBI, son?
Well, we've got some trouble, and I thought they could help us.
Well, I'm a special agent. You think I could help?
Are you a G-man?
That's right. What kind of trouble have you got?
Well, Santa Claus is missing.
Well, now that is trouble.
His name is Mr. Norton, and we've got to find him. We looked all over.
Who looked all over?
All of us older fellas at the settlement house. We went every place.
All of you older fellas, huh?
Yeah.
How old are you, son?
I'll be 10 next month.
I see.
Can you help us, mister?
Well, I don't know, but I'll tell you what we'll do first. Let's go downstairs and get an ice cream soda, and you can tell me the whole story.
This is the settlement house, Mr. Taylor.
It's a nice-looking building.
Here, we go in this door.
Okay. Go ahead, son.
Mr. Williams' office isn't there. Gee, he's a nice man.
I'm sure he is. This door here?
Yeah. Oh, but first we must knock.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Eddie.
This is Mr. Taylor.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Taylor?
Glad to meet you, sir.
Mr. Taylor's a G-man.
He is?
Yeah, I got him to help us find Mr. Norton.
I see.
Well, I've got to run now. Choir practice starts in 10 minutes.
All right, Eddie, you go ahead. I'll explain everything to Mr. Taylor.
See you later, Eddie.
Okay.
I'm sorry you were bothered by Eddie, Mr. Taylor.
No bother at all, Mr. Williams. Eddie made me feel genuinely concerned.
I'm sure he did. We're all very concerned about Mr. Norton.
Well, if there's anything at all I can do, unofficially, of course, I'd be very happy to.
That's very nice of you.
What happened to this Mr. Norton? Who is he?
Well, Pop Norton has worked here at the settlement house longer than anyone can remember.
I see. How old would you say he is?
I guess around 60 or 65.
And his job here?
Nothing in particular. He did odd jobs around the house in return for his room and board and a few dollars a month. The biggest job he had was being Santa Claus every year at the Christmas party. Every child in the house was crazy about him, and he loved every one of them in return.
Eddie said he was missing. Is that true?
Yes. I've no idea where he could have gone.
What made him leave?
That's the odd part of it. No one seems to know. Yesterday, he sent one of the boys in with a note to me saying he was leaving immediately.
I see.
I went to his room, and he was gone. I'm afraid it's not going to be much of a Christmas for the children without Pop.
Mr. Williams, do you mind if I take a look around his room?
Not at all.
Maybe I can find something there that will lead us to where Santa Claus is hiding.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior.
Mr. Williams.
Was
May I see you for a moment?
Certainly. Keep singing, boys. Let's walk over here.
When we were gone astray.
Did you find anything in Mr. Norton's room, Mr. Taylor?
Not a thing, Mr. Williams. The room was cleaned out. Tell me, what do you know about Mr. Norton? What did he do on his day off? Who were his friends?
He never took a day off that I can remember.
No?
The only pleasure he got out of life besides serving the kids was reading. He always had 3 or 4 books from the library down the street.
I have a hunch Mr. Norton isn't going to be too difficult to find.
Why do you say that?
Well, from what you've told me, he's a man of about 60 with no outside interests. The only things he likes are reading and children. That kind of a man doesn't usually run very far.
Pardon me.
Certainly.
All right, boys, you can rest a while. Sorry, Mr. Taylor. Please go on.
Well, I was about to say that I think he's probably still here in the neighborhood.
Mr. Taylor! Mr. Taylor!
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
All right, Eddie.
Mr. Taylor, I've been working on the case.
Good for you, son. What did you find?
Well, I spoke to a boy who saw Pop just before he left.
Well, that's fine. What did he say?
He told me that he was playing with Pop yesterday when 2 ladies came into the gym.
2 ladies?
Yeah. Pop saw them, and he went and hid in a closet until they went away.
When was this, Eddie?
Just before milk.
Just before milk?
Well, that's at 4 o'clock. They all got milk and cookies.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks, Eddie. You've been a big help.
You're welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, you stay here a minute, Eddie. I've got another job for you.
Gee, thanks.
Mr. Williams, do you know the 2 women who came here yesterday?
Well, one of them was a Mrs. Chester. She's on the Board of Governors. She brought a wealthy friend of hers to try to interest her in contributing to the house.
I see. Do you know the friend's name?
No, I don't. But I can find it out from Mrs. Chester.
Oh, I'd appreciate you doing that. Now, Eddie, you ready for your assignment?
Yes, sir. Anything.
All right. I want you to go to the library down the street and see if Mr. Norton is there.
Yes, sir.
And if he's not there, wait around for him. I think he might come in for some new books. Mr. Sheridan, can I see you for a minute?
Certainly, Jim. Come on in.
Thank you.
I thought you'd be on your way home by now.
Yes, so did I.
What happened?
Well, when I left your office this morning, a young boy stopped me in the hall and asked for some help.
What kind of help?
Well, he belongs to the Murray Street Settlement House. It seems that their Santa Claus has disappeared.
What?
He wanted us to find him. I went back with him and talked to the head of the house.
What's the story?
Well, this Mr. Norton has worked at the settlement house for about 30 years. Yesterday, he suddenly quit.
Why?
Nobody seems to know, except that he saw 2 women come in and hid in a closet until they left. Then he packed all his belongings and disappeared.
I see.
I know this isn't our case, sir, but, well, I'd like to ask a favor.
What is it?
We have no picture of this man, sir, and I'd like to have an artist go over to the settlement house, talk to the kids, and make up a composite picture of Mr. Norton.
What do you want that for?
Oh, I have a hunch Mr. Norton is still in the neighborhood. I'd like to circulate the picture and see if we can't get him back to the settlement house in time to be Santa Claus again this year.
What about your trip home, Jim?
Oh, it can wait a day. I don't mind.
Well, you go ahead. We'll find an artist, and more than that, you can use any facilities we've got.
No, thanks very much, sir.
Excuse me. Sheridan speaking.
Is Mr. Taylor there?
Yes, just a moment. It's for you, Jim.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Taylor. I've got that information for you.
Oh, fine.
The woman with Mrs. Chester yesterday was a Mrs. Norman Montgomery. She lives at 310 North Jackson Avenue.
Mrs. Norman Montgomery, 310 North Jackson Avenue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Williams.
She must have been the one Pop was afraid of.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, Mrs. Chester has been on friendly terms with Pop for 15 years.
Oh, I see. Oh, Mr. Williams, I'm sending an artist over. I'd appreciate your letting him talk to all of the children so that he can make up a composite picture of Mr. Norton for us.
We'll do anything we can to help, Mr. Taylor.
Fine. He should be there in about, half an hour.
Wait a minute. Eddie wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Here he is.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Eddie. What did you find out?
Nothing. I went to the library like you said, but Pop never came.
Well, you go back there, Eddie, and keep watching. Don't give up so easily.
All right, Mr. Taylor. I'll go back right now.
Attaboy. And you tell all of your friends up there that if it's at all possible for the FBI to find Santa Claus, we'll have him there tomorrow night for that party.
Just a moment, please.
Mrs. Montgomery?
Yes?
My name is Taylor. I'm from the FBI. Here are my credentials, ma'am.
Oh, what can I do for you, Mr. Taylor?
I'd like to come in and talk to you, if you don't mind.
Come in.
Thank you.
What is it you want?
I'm checking up on something, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What sort of questions?
Well, the first one would be, were you at the Murray Street Settlement House yesterday?
Why, yes, I was. With a Mrs. Chester. What has that to do with you?
Oh, it has nothing to do with me, Mrs. Montgomery, but it might have something to do with a man who disappeared.
What are you talking about?
Well, this man who disappeared seemed to be afraid of being seen by you, according to what I can gather.
What?
Well, that's merely a theory, Mrs. Montgomery.
Oh, why would he be afraid of me?
Well, that's what we don't know.
Who is this man?
Oh, I have a composite picture made by one of the artists in our office. Here. Well, do you recognize him?
Yes, I do. I haven't seen or talked with him in 30 years, but I know him.
Who is he?
He's my brother, Kenneth.
Why would your own brother try to avoid you?
He had a good reason.
And what's that, Mrs. Montgomery?
Kenneth is a common thief.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's unofficial case from the files of your FBI.
Now, a Christmas message to parents from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Fathers and mothers, on this night before Christmas, when the children are nestled all snug in their beds, when the stockings hang by the chimney with care, most of us realize, perhaps more strongly than at any other moment in the year, how much our children mean to us. At such a time, therefore, it is perhaps not unsuitable to discuss one of the most unselfish gifts a father can give to his family, the gift of life insurance. Life insurance is the loving father's way of making sure that his love will continue to watch over his family, no matter what may happen to him. Through life insurance, he makes certain that they will have an adequate income to live in comfort and security if he should be taken from them. To help you to determine what that income should be, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has published a special chart. It is called the Fact-Finding Chart for Fathers and Mothers. Its purpose is to help you make an accurate estimate of how much money your wife and children would require to carry them through the critical years until the youngest child finishes high school. You will be able to fill in this chart in 5 minutes because you are guided every step of the way by simple, easy-to-understand pictures. It is offered to all parents as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society without charge or obligation. Simply phone your nearby Equitable Society representative and ask him to bring you the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard addressed to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Return of St. Nick.
Hate is a vicious emotion which feeds upon itself and becomes greater as time goes on. It utterly destroys every person it possesses because it ruins their judgment by robbing them of their ability to see both sides of any question. Ultimately, it must warp the mind to such a degree that only a paramount shock can restore any degree of mental balance. As you can see from tonight's case from the files of your FBI, hate can make two members of the same family stop talking for 30 years, for a period of time that is almost half the allotted time of man on earth. That kind of hatred can consume a person, an industry, or a nation. For when a nation hates that way, the lone possible outlet is war. No one person can prevent a war between nations, but every one of you can make this a much merrier holiday season for yourself by resolving to live your life with full dignity as a human being and full respect for the rights of every other human being on the face of the earth. Tonight's file continues in the apartment of Mrs. Montgomery.
Mrs. Montgomery, would you mind telling me why you accuse your brother of being a common thief?
It's a family matter, Mr. Taylor, and I'd rather not discuss it.
I see.
I assume that your business with me is concluded?
Yes, I'm afraid it is, Mrs. Montgomery. And I'm sorry, because you're the one person I hope could help us find your brother.
What do you want to find him for? To arrest him?
Oh, no. No, until his disappearance, he worked at the Murray Street Settlement House. The children there love him. It's very important to them that he be found so he can play Santa Claus at their Christmas party.
I haven't seen him for 30 years. I've no idea where he might be, and frankly, I don't care.
Miss Montgomery, may I ask you again why you believe your brother is a thief?
Well, I might as well tell you the whole story. If you'll promise to keep it confidential. I naturally want no publicity.
Oh, I assure you your story will not be publicized.
Very well. More than 30 years ago, shortly after my father's death, Kenneth forged my name to a check for $10,000.
How did you find out that he did it?
It was perfectly obvious. He was an irresponsible young man. Shortly after the forgery, he suddenly had a lot of money.
Did anyone ask him where he got it?
Yes. Yes, he said he made it as a result of an investment. But patently, that was a lie.
Did you discover the forgery yourself, Mrs. Montgomery?
No, I didn't. The Mr. Bryant, who was the executor of my father's estate and an old friend of the family's, found out about it and came and told me.
Mm-hmm. And you never prosecuted the matter?
No. Mr. Bryant convinced me that I shouldn't risk ruining our family's name.
Mrs. Montgomery, did it ever occur to you that your brother might have been telling you the truth?
He couldn't have.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, I think that anyone who has his record with children deserves more of a chance than that. Do you by any chance still have the forged check?
Yes, I have it.
Would you have any samples of your brother's handwriting of that period?
Yes. I kept all of the papers in the case in a special file.
And do you have that file handy?
Yes.
I wonder if I might borrow it.
For what purpose?
I'd like to see if a hunch I have about your brother's innocence is correct.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, hello, Eddie. Here, have a chair.
Thanks.
Eddie, what are you doing wearing a mustache?
Well, I bought a disguise kit, Mr. Taylor, so I could stay at the library and watch out for Mr. Norton without him recognizing me.
Oh, that's a good idea, Eddie. Well, did you see Mr. Norton?
Yes, I did.
Oh, when?
Well, he didn't show up at all last night. I stayed until the library closed.
Mm-hmm.
But you told me to stay on it, so I went back this morning. And he came to the library about 10 o'clock.
Did you talk to him?
I tried to talk to him, but he said he didn't know me.
He did?
Yeah, so I took off the red wig I was wearing. But he still said he didn't know me.
Oh, I didn't think he'd do that.
Then he turned around and walked out of the library. I trailed him, just like I saw a detective do in the movies.
Where did he go, Eddie?
I wrote down the address, Mr. Taylor. Here it is, 71 Vernon Avenue.
Vernon Avenue. That's not far from the settlement house, is it?
No, it's only about 2 blocks.
Well, good work, partner.
Here's that report from handwriting, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Carl. Thanks very much.
What's that, Mr. Taylor?
I had some papers analyzed by our handwriting experts, Eddie.
Are you going to see Pop now?
In a little while. But first, I've got another call to make. You go back over to the settlement house. I'll see you there later on. Good morning, Mrs. Montgomery.
Good morning.
May I come in?
Surely.
Thank you. Oh, I have some news about your brother.
What kind of news?
I took your file of papers down to the handwriting analysis department at our office.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted them to study the signature on that forged check and then compare it with samples of your brother's handwriting.
I don't understand why you had them do all that work.
Well, Mrs. Montgomery, when this crime was committed, modern scientific handwriting analysis was not used in cases of this kind.
So?
So today it is possible for experts to examine handwriting and make sound judgment based on their studies. Those experts have just written a report stating that your brother did not forge that check.
I can't believe it.
Nevertheless, it's true. I know it isn't very polite to speak ill of the dead, but according to our studies, the executor of the estate, Mr. Bryant, is the man who forged that check.
Mr. Bryant?
That's right.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, I think that whatever you do have to say ought to be said to your brother.
But he's disappeared.
Oh, he was found this afternoon in a rooming house over on Vernon Avenue.
Mr. Taylor, I'm not a young woman anymore. About all I have left is my pride. Will you ask Kenneth to come to see me tonight?
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Montgomery. I think your brother has some pride himself. After all, he ran away when he was innocent. No, I'd suggest that if you want to see him, you meet us.
Where?
Well, if everything goes well, we'll be at the settlement house at 8 o'clock tonight.
Who's there?
Mr. Norton?
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you, sir.
Come in.
Thank you. Mr. Norton, I'm from the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What do you want here?
I came up here to ask you to come back to the settlement house.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that's any of your business.
Well, you're quite right, sir. It isn't. But may I ask you a question?
What is it?
Why did you leave?
Oh, I got tired of listening to all those kids yelling and screaming in my ears.
I find it pretty difficult to believe, sir, that anyone who spent 30 years with children as you have would suddenly get to dislike them that much.
Maybe that's not the reason. Maybe I've got reasons of my own that I don't want to talk about.
Could it possibly be because of your sister?
Who told you that?
Oh, I'm sorry if I seem to have pried into your affairs, Mr. Norton, but I've been to see your sister.
What for?
I went there because I was trying to find you. She told me about that check for $10,000.
She did?
Yes. And with the aid of the FBI laboratory, we showed your sister that you didn't forge your name. Mr. Bryant was the guilty one.
What did you say?
I said Mr. Bryant was the one who forged that check.
How do you know that?
Well, handwriting analysis proved it.
You told this to my sister?
Yes.
Did she believe you?
Yes, she did. And she'd like to see you. She'd like to try to make amends. I asked her to come to the settlement house tonight.
I don't want to see her.
Oh, now, Mr. Norton. Look, it's Christmas Eve. This is no time to feel that way.
If she's coming to the settlement house, I won't go back there.
Now, look, Mr. Norton, you're not going to let all of those kids down. Now, come on. Put on your coat. If we hurry, we can get there for the beginning of the party.
Hey, it started to snow just in time. The kids will be happy. Makes it seem more like Christmas when it snows.
Sure does.
Yeah, here we are.
Go ahead, Mr. Norton.
Yeah, there you are. A little late. Suppose the party's already started.
Yes, I think so.
I better hurry upstairs and get into my Santa Claus suit.
Oh, it's in Mr. Williams' office. He told me to bring you right in.
Oh, fine.
You go ahead in, sir. I'll wait for you out here.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, Kenneth.
Grace.
Mr. Taylor was kind enough to invite me to the party.
I know.
You haven't changed much, Kenneth.
Grace.
Kenneth, I'm so ashamed.
Oh, there now.
All these years, I falsely accused you.
Let's forget it, Grace. It's all in the past.
Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, I already have. Oh, look, this is no time for crying, Grace. Here's a hanky. Dry your eyes.
Thank you.
Now, help me on with this costume, will you?
Why, it's a Santa Claus suit.
Yeah. Yep. This is my annual job round here.
How wonderful.
I got to really hurry, too. The party's already started. Will you hand me that wig and beard?
Surely. Here you are.
The boys are starting to sing.
Yes.
I better be getting out there. Well, will you join me at the party, Grace?
Of course.
Come along.
The boys are waiting for you, Mr. Norton.
I know.
Merry Christmas, sir.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Taylor.
Soon we will all begin a new year, a year that can bring us happiness, prosperity, and a rich, full life. But those goals cannot be attained without work, without hard work and long concentration. There are a few bits of advice that are applicable to everyone, but there can be no doubt that for each of us, life will be richer and fuller if we follow one set rule. If we live every day during the coming year with the love and kindness in our heart that we have on Christmas Eve. For in that way lies peace on earth, goodwill towards man.
Now, let me again remind you that the Equitable Life Assurance Society is offering its famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. This helpful chart, which may make such a vast difference in the future happiness and security of your children, is yours for the asking. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Meanwhile, your Equitable representative wishes you a Merry, Merry Christmas. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating again wishing you a Merry, Merry Christmas from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time to This Is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Half an hour from now, when this Equitable Society program ends, the following scene will be enacted in hundreds of American homes. Husbands will turn to their wives and say,
"Dear, did you hear what he said about that fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers that the Equitable Life Assurance Society has published? Sounds like just what we need. I'm going to ask my Equitable Society representative to bring me a copy."
It happens every time we offer the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Requests pour in to the Equitable Society.
What is this chart? What fact does it help you to find?
Listen carefully in about 14 minutes, and you'll learn all about this famous chart created for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Friendly Forgers.
When you hear the word criminal, you are likely to think of a young man thoroughly corrupt and thoroughly tough. A young man who uses a blazing gun to punctuate his every action. In the most recent survey taken by your FBI, a survey which covered the field of crime throughout all of the 48 states, it was found that the greatest number of those arrested were 21 years of age. The second greatest group was age 22. Those are shocking figures and tend to sustain the common picture of the criminal as a young man. However, that same survey revealed that the number of arrest records for those in the 50 and over age bracket was more than the total of the 21 and 22-year-olds put together. Almost 10% of all people arrested in the United States this year had reached the age of 50, and their violations covered every statute in the books. This aged group of lawbreakers has rejected the proverb that crime does not pay and has substituted their own slogan. If at first you don't succeed, cheat. Cheat again. Tonight's file opens in a building located in a small Midwestern town. It is early afternoon, and in one of the rooms of this building, an elderly lady is seated talking to her husband.
Calvin, I've got a lot of marketing to do before dinner. Would you please sign my checks now?
Of course, Hattie. Let me have them.
All right. Here you are. And here's a pen.
Thank you.
You sign Mr. Thackeray's name on the blue checks and Mr. Goodwin's name on the yellow ones.
All right.
You know, Calvin, I was just thinking this morning. You sign Mr. Thackeray's name better than he does himself.
Thank you. I wish I could make these checks bigger, Hattie, but...
Oh, I'm not complaining.
How about the young man who's passing these for you?
Mr. Raymond?
Yes, has he given you any of the money?
Well, not yet.
Doesn't sound like that boy is treating us right, Hattie.
Well, every time I see him, he says that all his money is in a safe deposit box and he can't get to it.
Why not?
Well, I always see him at night when the bank is closed.
Oh.
He did give me a note saying he'd pay me what was coming to us.
Well, let me see it.
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes, here it is. Now, the note says he'll give us our money tomorrow.
Well, let's give him one more chance. Deliver these checks to him tonight, and then go to see him in the morning.
All right, Calvin, I will.
Your time's up.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Hattie. I've got to go back to my cell.
Meanwhile, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Agent Glenn Adams approaches.
Did you want to see me, Jim?
Oh, hello, Glenn. Yes, I walked by your desk before, but you were out.
I had to go over to Memorial Hospital.
Oh, you look pretty healthy to me.
Oh, it wasn't anything personal.
Ah, that's good.
I had to interview one of the patients over there.
Oh?
It's a long ride.
Well, Glenn, you've got some more traveling to do.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. The SAC just assigned us to work on a bad check case together.
A traveling case?
Uh-huh. Here, take a look at this map.
Okay.
See all those little X's?
These?
That's right. I just finished putting them there.
What are they?
Well, each of them indicates a place where one of the bad checks was cashed.
Looks like a lot of checks.
37 of them have turned up so far.
Well, whoever passed them really fanned out, didn't he?
Yeah. Here, look at this. You can see he left here. You can follow the X's north on Route 26 until they reach Corona. And he passed 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bad checks all along Route 11. Now he worked around here, then back into town along Route 82.
Well, have we got any description on who passed the check?
Not a very good one, Glenn. I guess that's one of the reasons you were assigned to the case. The SAC wants you to visit each of these places and make up a composite picture of the check passer.
I guess I might as well start right now.
Picture will be a big help, Glenn, as soon as you get it finished.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Good. Oh, I've already sent the checks down to the lab in Washington. We should have a report back by the time you're finished with the drawing.
Chuck,
Yeah.
who are you talking to on the phone?
Old Lady Bingham. She's in the lobby.
What does she want?
She's coming up to see me.
What?
She wants some money. That must be her. Get it, will you?
Okay.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Raymond.
Hello, Mrs. Bingham. Come in.
Well, thank you.
Hi, Mrs. Bingham.
Oh, hello there.
Let me have your parasol.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Would you like a drink, Miss Bingham?
Oh, I don't drink. I learned my lesson about whiskey at an early age.
Oh?
My father was in the forging profession, too. And when he drank, it affected his nervous system, and he couldn't sign any name but his own. Well, he finally vowed to never drink when he was working. He kept that vow, too. You know, my husband Calvin is a lot like him. Iron-willed, determined.
Uh-huh.
Now, just look at Calvin right now. Any other man in jail would just sit there and do nothing. But not a week goes by that Calvin doesn't learn a new signature.
Well,
Why, the first time he ever went to jail, Calvin sold mining stock through the mails.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He used the prison library as his office, and he made enough money to hire a new lawyer who got him a pardon.
Well, he sure deserves a lot of credit, don't he, Ruth?
Yeah. Well, you keep working that hard, Mr. Raymond, and you'll be as successful as Calvin is at his age.
Well, I'll sure try.
Now, let's see. Mr. Raymond, did you pass any of the checks I delivered to you yesterday?
No, I didn't work last night.
Well, then, may I have the money that's coming to us from the last batch of checks?
Well, I'm sorry. I still haven't been to the safe deposit box.
Well, the bank is open this morning. Why don't we go down there now?
Chuck, today's Monday. The bank's closed today.
Oh, yeah.
I've never heard of a bank closing up on a normal day.
Well, you've heard of it now.
Mr. Raymond, I hate to say this, but I don't think you're telling me the truth.
Oh, Mrs. Bingham, do I look like a man who would cheat an old lady?
You gave me a note, and your note said that you would pay me today.
Well, I know, but if the bank is closed, what can I do?
I need that money to get Calvin out of jail.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Young man, you're trying to hoodwink me, but you're not going to get away with it. I'll get the money that's due me, even if I have to turn legitimate and call in the police.
Oh, Hattie, I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, that's all right, Calvin.
I had to clean up my cell before they let me come out to see you.
Well, I haven't been waiting long.
Did you get to see Mr. Raymond?
Yes.
Well, did he give you our money?
No. He refused to.
Oh, that's terrible.
I was wrong about that man, Calvin. He's completely dishonest.
He certainly is.
He was also very rude to me.
He sounds like a terrible person.
Your time's up.
Oh, dear. Today was my third visiting day this week, Calvin. Now they won't let me see you again until Monday.
Yes, I know, but don't worry, Hattie.
Well,
I'll think of some way to get our money from Mr. Raymond.
Jim, it took a lot of work, but I've got that composite picture.
Good. Let me see it, huh?
Here. I know I'm no Rembrandt, Jim, but I think that's a pretty good likeness of whoever passed those checks.
Oh, I'm sure it is, Glenn, but this is a young man.
Well?
Well, before you came in, I got a report back from the lab in Washington.
What did they say?
The handwriting analysis section said that these checks are the work of an old-time forger named Calvin Bingham.
Well, maybe Bingham is working with this young man.
Oh, he can't be.
Why not?
According to the records, Bingham started a 2-year sentence for forgery last September.
Was the lab sure about it being Bingham who wrote the checks?
Glenn, they never make a mistake about a thing like that.
Oh, you're right, they don't.
You know, you should have brought me back a picture of an old lady.
Why?
Well, Bingham used to write the checks, and his wife used to do the passing.
Well, these checks were definitely passed by a man, Jim.
Yeah, I know. Well, we ought to know a little more when I get my report on Bingham.
Mm-hmm.
I sent word to the warden of the jail he's in and asked him to question Bingham about these new forgeries.
Well, Jim, maybe I should go down to Ident and see if I can find anybody whose picture looks like this drawing I've made.
That's a good idea, Glenn. You give us a... Oh, pardon me.
Sure.
Special Agent Taylor. Yes. That's right. What? Oh, when? I see. Thanks very much for calling. Glenn, a lot more of old man Bingham's checks may show up in the next couple of days.
Why do you say that?
He just broke out of jail.
It's me, Hattie.
Calvin!
That's right.
My goodness, Calvin, what in the world are you doing here?
I've come home, that's all.
Well, when did you get out? What happened?
Well, I suppose you'd say I broke out.
Jailbreak?
Yep.
Well, but how did you manage it?
I was given a new cell companion yesterday. A man named Miller.
Yes?
He was very angry about being in prison. So, early this morning, he decided to break out. When I learned of his plan, I prevailed upon him to let me accompany him.
Well, that was very nice of him.
We left right after breakfast.
After breakfast? Why, gracious, it's almost 4 in the afternoon now. Where have you been?
I had something to attend to.
Even before you saw me?
I wasn't sure this thing could wait, Hattie. I went to see Mr. Raymond.
Oh.
I wanted to talk to him about his being so rude to you yesterday.
Calvin.
I also wanted to ask him for the money he owes us.
What did he say?
He refused. So there was nothing I could do but pick his pocket.
Good for you.
I got all the money he owes us and more besides.
From his pocket?
Indirectly. I got $8,000 in cash.
$8,000?
Mm.
Why, that's like old times.
Hattie, I think we ought to take a little trip with Mr. Raymond's money.
Oh, I'd like that, Calvin. And it'll teach him a good lesson, too. He'll know now that honesty is still the best policy.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Now, listen. Do you hear that clock? Not many more minutes of 1948 left, but still time enough for fathers and mothers who truly love their children to make an extremely important New Year's resolution.
What is that resolution, Mr. Keating?
Resolve here and now that beginning in January 1949, you will not leave your children's future happiness and security to chance. Resolve that even if you, the breadwinner, should die unexpectedly, your family will continue to be well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed.
I've often worried about that. Wondered what income they'd really need to live the way they should.
George, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has published a chart which will give you the answer to that question. It's called the Fact-Finding Chart for Fathers and Mothers. It was designed by the Equitable Society to help you figure just what income your wife and children would need to maintain a comfortable standard of living if you should be taken from them. This chart makes it simple and easy because you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. In 5 minutes, you'll know just how much money your family will need to keep going and to keep together during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school.
Mr. Keating, I could use one of those charts. Where can I buy one?
No, you can't buy it, George. It's free. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon and ask him to bring you a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. Yes, 1949 is coming nearer and nearer. Resolve now to start the new year right by sending for the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Friendly Forgers.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI illustrates an important point, a point which you, as law-abiding citizens, would do well to ponder. The prison from which Calvin Bingham escaped was a small, poorly guarded one-story building. It was not poorly guarded because of carelessness on the part of the guards, but because there simply were not enough guards to do the required job. That situation exists in too many prisons in this country. In the majority of those cases, prison authorities who are capable and conscientious are not provided with adequate facilities or adequate funds. This is a penny-wise and pound-foolish approach to the problem. Under the best of circumstances, it is a difficult job for any law enforcement agency to apprehend the criminals of the community. Once apprehended, though, it is obviously to your best interests that those criminals serve the sentences which have been meted out to them. For only in that way can you be sure that any real advancement is being made in the constant war against crime. Tonight's file continues at the apartment of Chuck Raymond.
All right, I'm coming. Who is it?
It's me, Ruth.
Okay. What happened to your key?
I lost it.
Well, that's not very bright.
How come you're up and dressed?
I had company.
Who?
Calvin Bingham. He busted out of jail and came up here to see me. He wanted some dough.
What'd you tell him?
I brushed him off, chased him out of here. Told him if he beefed anymore, I'd blow a whistle on him.
Good. Chuck, there's a joint around the corner. Give me your key and I'll go down and get a new one made.
Okay. Hey.
What?
My keys, they're gone.
Maybe they're in on the dresser.
No. I remember putting them in my pocket. Hey, wait a minute. Old man Bingham, he clipped me for my keys.
Oh, he clipped your keys. What are you getting excited about?
One of those keys was for our safe deposit box.
Sorry I'm late, Glenn.
Well, that's all right, Jim. I've made a little progress while you were out.
Oh, what'd you find?
Well, I took my composite picture over the ident section, and it turned out to be a pretty good likeness of a petty larceny thief named Chuck Raymond.
Chuck Raymond, huh?
I looked up Raymond's arrest record, and I found that he seems to work with his wife.
Hey, good work, Glenn. I made a little progress myself.
In which direction?
Well, the local police captured Miller, the prisoner who escaped with Bingham.
Were they still together?
No, but I've just been talking to Miller. It took me quite a while to convince him that he'd be better off telling me anything he knew about where Bingham might have gone.
What'd he say?
Well, he finally told me that he knew Bingham was headed for the Lakeview district, but he didn't know the exact address.
That's a pretty big district, Jim.
Yeah, it's too big for the two of us to cover. I had the local police send out an alarm on them.
Good.
I've been working for the last hour down at police headquarters trying to find out if Mrs. Bingham ever gave a Lakeview address when she was arrested.
So, what do we do now, Jim?
Glenn, you say that picture you made was a good likeness of a man named Chuck Raymond, huh?
That's right.
Do we know where this Raymond lives?
Yes, I got his address just before you came in.
Oh, swell. Why don't you get a warrant for the arrest of Mr. and Mrs. Raymond and also of Mr. and Mrs. Bingham?
I've already gotten those, Jim.
Good. Have you got search warrants?
Yes.
Okay, now why don't you go over and see if you can make the arrest on the Raymonds?
All right, Jim.
I'll stay here and see if I can find out anything on old man Bingham's address.
Just think, Calvin. My first plane ride.
Nice, isn't it?
Yes. Calvin, you never did tell me how you got Mr. Raymond's money.
Yeah, I just took his keys and went to his safe deposit box. When I got there, I copied his signature off the note he gave him.
That was very clever.
Thank you, Hattie.
You've earned a good vacation.
Oh, I intend to keep working.
What a lovely place like St. Petersburg. Oh, Calvin.
St. Petersburg is where all the old folks go. They're a very fertile field.
How do you mean?
They're always playing shuffleboard. You know the way they play that, Hattie?
Is that where you take a stick and push a little round piece of wood across a place that's got some numbers painted on it?
That's right. And whatever number the little piece of wood stops on is what you count on your score.
Oh, uh-huh.
The highest number is 10. Hattie, I've got a way to play where I get all 10s.
Really? How?
Paint the 10 with heavy lead paint, and then put a strong magnet in the little round piece of wood.
Calvin, I'm proud of you. Imagine being married to the first shuffleboard hustler in history.
Jim, I went to see the Raymonds.
What happened, Glenn?
They were gone. They took every stitch of clothing they owned along with them.
Oh, fine.
The place was absolutely cleaned out. There wasn't even anything in the waste paper baskets.
Any lead on where they went?
None at all. There's a self-service elevator in the building, and none of the neighbors saw them leave.
Well, that makes our problem a little more difficult.
Nothing came in on the Bingham alarm, did it?
No, not a thing, Glenn.
Do you suppose they could all be together?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. Oh, pardon me, Glenn. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Lieutenant. You did? Oh, just a minute. I'll copy that. Your pencil, Glenn.
Yes.
Okay, Lieutenant, go ahead. Yep, got it. Thanks very much, Lieutenant. We'll get out there right away. Glenn, that was police headquarters. A cab driver just called them to say he saw old man Bingham's picture in the paper. He says he picked Bingham up in front of the First National Bank yesterday afternoon and took him to 831 Oak Street.
Well, that ties in with what Miller told you, Jim. Oak Street is in the Lakeview district.
Yeah, I know that. Come on. Let's get out there.
Find anything yet, Jim?
Just a figure written down on this telephone pad. Yeah.
$187.50.
Yeah.
Well, that could represent almost anything.
You're so right.
I've questioned all the neighbors, and none of them were friendly enough with the Binghams to be able to give us any information on where they might have gone.
Superintendent says they left here early yesterday afternoon.
Did he talk to them at all?
Yes, but all he knew is that Mrs. Bingham said she was going to take her first airplane ride. She didn't say where they were going.
I see. Well, I guess they left here about the same time the Raymonds checked out of their place, huh?
You know, Glenn, I'm not so sure that they're together now.
Why not, Jim?
Well, the superintendent told me there was a man and a woman here looking for the Binghams right after they left.
Did he give you any descriptions on them?
Well, luckily, I had a picture of Raymond in my pocket.
Is that who it was?
That's him. Superintendent made positive identification on him. He told me that Raymond gave him $20 for the privilege of looking around up here. He also said that Raymond picked up something and said, now I know where they went. Let's go get them.
Well, what did Raymond pick up?
Well, whatever it was, he put it in his pocket.
Oh, fine. That helps a lot.
Glenn.
Yeah, what?
Wait a minute. This number on the telephone pad. $187.50.
Well?
Well, that could be helpful to us if, and this is a big if my hunch is right.
Calvin. Oh, I do wish you wouldn't practice shuffleboard without anything on your head.
Oh, but Hattie.
This sun is very strong down here. How did you make out in your game this morning?
Well, I purposely lost the first two games. And then the old coot I was playing with bet me $50 on the next game. He's coming back this afternoon to play for $100.
Oh, how sporting of him.
Oh, this is a delightful means of making a living, Hattie.
Indeed it is.
Even better than check passing.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Calvin. After all, in check passing, there's traditions.
Well, I suppose so.
Besides, we all... Calvin.
Huh?
Look who's coming down the path. Mr. and Mrs. Raymond.
Oh, my.
All right, you two, just stay where you are.
Why, hello there. How did you ever know we were here?
I found the telegram you got from this hotel confirming your reservations.
Oh, that was careless of us, wasn't it, Hattie?
Dear me, yes.
Chuck, let's get our money and get out of here.
You heard what my wife said? Get it up.
Well, I'm sorry. I deposited all the money in the bank this morning.
Look, that's our routine.
He really did, Mrs. Raymond.
Listen to me. If you don't turn around and walk back to your hotel with me and get me that money, I'll crown you both.
Mr. Raymond, please don't create a scene.
You heard me. Now, do I get that money or don't I?
I don't think you do.
Huh?
Look, mister, you stay out of this. This is private business.
No, it's also my business.
Good for you, young man.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh.
I'm taking all four of you down to headquarters. Oh, and, Mr. Bingham, I've got some advice for you.
Uh-huh? And what's that, sir?
When we get to headquarters, don't try to put up a check for your bail.
All four criminals in tonight's case were given long sentences for violation of the National Stolen Property Act. The clue which led to the capture of the four criminals in tonight's case from the files of your FBI were the figures which Special Agent Taylor found written on the telephone pad at the apartment which had been occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Bingham. The figure, $187.50. Upon checking at the airport, Special Agent Taylor found that the only place to which that figure was the exact fare was St. Petersburg, Florida. By catching a plane, he was able to arrive at St. Petersburg at approximately the same time as Mr. and Mrs. Raymond, who had taken a train. In a few hours, it will be 1949, and all of us want to convey to you our best wishes for a happy and prosperous new year. We also want to extend our greetings to a man who celebrates his birthday tomorrow, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Happy birthday, Mr. Hoover, and a happy new year, everybody.
In
just a moment, we will tell you about next week's case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. With every second, 1949 is coming nearer and nearer. So don't forget that important New Year's resolution you made a few minutes ago. Your resolve to ask your Equitable Society representative to bring you the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. If you have difficulty in finding an Equitable representative, write a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Society. Your card will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable office. In any event, be sure to start the new year right by getting the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A preview of the streamlined criminal machine of 1949. Its subject, murder. Its title, The Out-of-Date Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Out-of-Date Killer on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. It can happen to you tonight, right in your own home. Suddenly, the telephone bell will ring.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society. I listened last week and heard about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. My Equitable Society representative brought me a copy. So naturally I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
In about 15 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Tonight's FBI file, The Out-of-Date Killer.
The citizens of America like to think that because there is no daily story of the exploits of a gun-crazy criminal like John Dillinger on the front pages of their morning newspapers, that the era of the gang has passed. Nothing could be further from the truth. There not only are gangs of criminals operating in almost every section of the United States today, but in many instances they are composed of the same gangsters who were operating during the Prohibition era. There is one difference between the gangster of the late 1920s and the top criminals of today. The current version is no fast-talking thug with a broken nose and a cauliflower ear. Somewhere in the years between then and now, he has acquired an almost genteel quality. In spite of his monogrammed shirts and his manicured nails, however, he still remains a menace to you, the decent citizen. If, through your law enforcement agencies, both local and federal, you do not wipe him out, then you, in turn, will be wiped out by him. For the war against crime is a war of survival. Tonight's file opens in a large Midwestern city. It is late afternoon as two men walk toward a room located in the rear of a bowling alley. Both men are middle-aged, but one is well-dressed and dapper. The other is ill-kempt, and as they walk, he says...
You own the bowling alley, too, Frank?
I own the whole building, George.
Pretty good.
Well, wait till you see this horse room. A man can lose his money here in real comfort. Go ahead, George.
Thanks. Say, this is quite a joint, Frank.
You remember Joe Essex?
No, I don't think so.
Well, maybe he came around after you left. He runs this place for me. Oh, Joe.
Oh, hi, Frank. Well, looks like a pretty good day for us.
Yeah. Joe, I'd like you to meet George Monday.
Hi, Joe. It's nice to meet you.
Glad to know you,
You
George.
probably have heard me speak of George.
Yeah.
He just got out of Hotel Leavenworth. He did 18 down there. I want you to give George a job.
Not doing what?
I used to be pretty good at collecting.
Well, George, we don't use that kind of muscle anymore.
I'll find something for him, Frank. Leave it to me.
All right, you're in, George. And once you get to know how we operate these days, you'll be just as big a man as you were before you went away.
Swell.
Well, I've got to be going now, fellas. I'll see you both later.
Don't you want to stick around and watch the action, Frank?
Oh, no. I've got to run, Joe. I've got a date in 15 minutes with the mayor.
The following afternoon, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just entering the office of Agent in Charge Davis.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, I'd like you to meet Lieutenant Jenkins. This is Special Agent Taylor.
Oh.
Hello,
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Jenkins is a graduate of the FBI Academy.
Oh, fine.
Lieutenant, why don't you tell Taylor what you've been telling me?
All right. Mr. Taylor, how much do you know about a man named Frank Adams?
Oh, a lot of things I can't prove.
And we're both in the same boat.
I don't think there's any question about the fact that you can't make a bet on a horse in this town without having it go through a handbook that's either owned or controlled by Adams.
Right. And my big gripe is if one of my men raids a horse room without a search warrant, the evidence is not allowed in court. If he goes and gets a warrant first, the horse room is closed by the time he gets there.
Well, Lieutenant, you and I both know that an organization like Adams can't operate without political protection.
Sure, but if we work on this thing together, I think maybe we can do something about it.
Oh, I'd like to work on it with you very much.
Jim, I've already explained to the lieutenant that we can't do anything officially unless there's been a violation of a federal statute over which we have jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. However, I want you to give the lieutenant all the unofficial help you can.
I'll be happy to, sir.
Fine. I've got to check in down at headquarters now, but I'll be back to see you first thing in the morning.
Hi, Frank.
Huh? Oh, hello, Joe.
Your secretary said it was okay for me to poke my head in.
Well, I'm glad you did. Come in.
Okay.
A little slow at the horse room?
No, but something's come up. I thought I should come over and spill it to you.
Oh, what is it?
You kind of handed me a hot potato when you gave me that guy George Monday.
How?
2 new buildings just went up over on 10th Street. And he sent George over to see if he could handle the horse business for him.
Well, how did he make out?
Made out fine. He got the horse business.
Well, then what's your complaint?
He slogged the elevator starter in one building, and the old guy who runs the newsstand in the other.
I told him not to use any muscle.
Yeah, he's got the cops on him, too.
Huh? For what?
I don't know. That Lieutenant Jenkins came around this afternoon. Lucky I got word he was coming. Had the room all closed by the time he got there.
What did he want?
He asked me if George Monday was working for me.
You told him no.
Sure. Then he said, when you see Frank Adams, tell him I think it's my turn now.
Oh.
He must figure he's got something with you.
Yes. You better get Monday. Bring him here to my office tonight. And don't worry about that cop, Jenkins. I've got something in mind for him.
Okay.
You busy, Taylor?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
I think I've got something on Frank Adams.
Hey, that's great. What is it?
An old man came to see me this afternoon down at headquarters. He runs the newsstand in that new building down at 10th and Olive.
Oh?
He'd just come from seeing his doctor. Seems that he was badly beaten up the other night.
By Frank Adams?
No, not by Adams directly. A hoodlum came in and ordered the old man to put in a handbook and handle the horse business for the tenants in the building.
I see.
I took the old man over to the rogues gallery, and he went through the files and picked out this picture.
I don't recognize him. Who is he?
His name is George Mundy. He just got back into town after serving 18 years. Used to be a good friend of Frank Adams back in the Prohibition days.
Well.
I've got a warrant for Mundy's arrest, and I'm going out to pick him up now.
I wish I could go with you.
Mundy does talk. I think maybe this time we'll be able to keep going and get an airtight case against Adams.
Now, this is Frank's office here. Frank?
That you, Joe?
Yeah.
I'm back here in the conference room.
And come on, George.
George with you?
Yeah.
Well, come in, boys. Come in. Sit down.
Okay, thanks.
Cigar, George?
No.
You want one, Joe? Help yourself.
Right.
What's all this about, Frank?
This meeting?
Yeah.
Well, I asked Joe to bring you up here so I could straighten out a couple of things for you.
Yeah, like what?
Well, the other day when you first came back, I tried to explain this whole operation to you.
I understood that.
No, I don't think you did, George. You're under the impression that we still work like we did in the old days.
Look, why you all the time knocking the old days? We did pretty good then, didn't we?
We do better now. We're all part of a team, George. No more muscle men, no more rugged individuals. If anybody in the organization needs a gun, he tells me what he wants it for. I give him one from that vault there. He checks it out like a book in the library.
You see, George, we operate altogether different today. Now, take Frank, for instance. Instead of kipping up in a broken-down hotel room, he lives in a 20-acre house in the country. Like an estate. And look at his wardrobe. If you saw him on the street, you'd figure him for a banker or a businessman.
Wait, what are you trying to prove here?
George, remember Fred Bristol?
Sure, he used to run policy slips.
That was 18 years ago. He's not running policy slips now. He owns a brewery on the north side. And last year, he threw a $15,000 party when his daughter got married. The best people in town were there, George. You remember Charlie Snyder?
Yeah, trigger man. He worked for me.
He's not a trigger man anymore. Charlie controls every jukebox in town, and he lives on a big estate out near mine. Why, the place must have cost him better than $100,000.
So everybody's doing good but me. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, George. I'm trying to tell you that we're all doing good because we run our affairs in a businesslike way. We've got the best lawyers in town, the best tax experts, the best politicians. And they're all on our side. And you know why, George? We pay them off. In the old days, we used to sell protection. Now, we buy it. See?
I see. But I don't go along with it.
Look, George, we can't have you using muscle.
I'll operate any way I want to.
Not for us.
Who needs you? 20 years ago, you worked for me.
George, the meeting's over.
Yeah, you're right, it is. Let me tell you one thing, Frank. Before I quit, you'll be working for me again. Working the old-fashioned way. My way.
Joe?
Yeah?
George is in favor of using the old-fashioned way, so I think we ought to oblige him.
What do you mean?
Get a gun out of the vault and follow him.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, listen. Hear that clock? By the time its second hand has traveled a full circle, in hundreds of homes, husbands will turn to their wives and say,
That fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers the Equitable Society is offering sounds like a mighty good thing. Remind me to phone an Equitable Society representative and ask him to bring us a copy.
Yes, for 6 weeks, the Equitable Society has been offering this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. And every week, the number of requests for free copies has been enormous. Here's why.
I like the idea of getting an accurate figure on the monthly income my family would need if I should die unexpectedly. I can only guess at that figure now. But once I know what it is, I can take steps to make sure that my wife and children will continue to live in comfort and security, no matter what happens to me.
With the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, you'll have that figure in no time at all. This chart is simplicity itself. You're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. In 5 minutes, you'll know exactly how much money your family would need during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school. So phone your Equitable Society representative and ask him to bring you a free copy of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard care of this ABC station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. Yes, if you truly love your children, you will not let another day tick away on the clock without sending for the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Out-of-Date Killer.
There are very few large American cities in which you cannot with comparative ease make a bet on a horse or buy a policy slip. That is a grave situation, and the crimes which spring from it are legion. That such a situation does exist is beyond question, and it exists because you allow it to. It is a truism in law enforcement circles that organized bookmaking and the organized sale of policy slips cannot exist anywhere without political protection on the local government level. Possibly you are asking how you contribute to that state of affairs. If you check the voting records of your community, you will probably find that the situation there is the same as it is throughout the country. The number of votes cast in purely local elections is approximately 50% of the number cast during presidential election years. That means that you, the voters, are exercising your all-important right to cast a ballot approximately once every 4 years. That is not enough. If you are sincerely interested in seeing to it that your local police go unfettered by political ties, then investigate the background of every local candidate at the next election. And after that investigation, go to the polls and vote. For only in that way can decency triumph in a democracy. Tonight's file continues the following morning at the local FBI field office.
Mr. Davis, Lieutenant Jenkins was up to see me last night. He seems to be making some real progress.
Oh, that's fine.
He's going to arrest a man named George Mundy who was mixed up in Adams' bookmaking operations.
Oh, I remember Monday. I was a special agent in this office when he was arrested.
Oh? Well, this Mundy beat up an old man who runs the newsstand in the building at 10th and Olive. The old man has identified Mundy and is willing to testify against him.
Yes, that's the most difficult part of the job. Getting a decent citizen to go to court and testify. Pardon me.
Certainly, sir.
Agent in charge Davis speaking. Yes, Captain. I see. Yes? Mm-hmm. Yes, that does come under our jurisdiction. What's that? Why? I see. Oh. Yes, thanks for calling. Bye. Jim, that was police headquarters. There was a body found. It was riddled with bullets. They've just made the identification.
No? Who was it, sir?
George Mundy.
Wow.
He was in a stolen car that was parked on the inside boundaries in the National Park, and that makes it a federal crime.
Well, it's a tough break for Lieutenant Jenkins. Now he's got to start all over again.
I'm afraid he won't get the chance. Lieutenant Jenkins has been suspended from the force.
Why?
When the police went through George Mundy's pockets, they found an envelope that had been torn open. On the face of it was typewritten, Lieutenant Robert Jenkins, $3,000.
But he wouldn't take money from anybody.
Well, I'd have said the same thing 10 minutes ago, but across the face of the envelope was Lieutenant Jenkins' signature.
Lieutenant Jenkins is down here on the right-hand side, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks.
I'll open it up and then leave you two alone.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Just don't say anything at the outside desk about it.
Okay. Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Taylor.
I got down here as soon as I could.
I appreciate that.
Oh, Lieutenant, do you think the handwriting experts will be able to prove that it really isn't your signature on that envelope?
No, they won't. It is my signature.
That's what? You mean you actually signed that envelope?
Yes, but there wasn't anything on it when I signed it.
What made you do it?
When I came out of headquarters yesterday, an old lady came up to me and asked me to sign a petition to increase the pension for the widows of policemen and firemen killed in line of duty.
Yeah.
I took a quick look at the petition and signed it.
Oh, what happened?
She must have pulled the old gag on me. Had me sign the envelope, and I thought I was signing the bottom of the petition.
Lieutenant, how many con men have you arrested for using that old trick to get somebody's signature?
Probably 50.
Well, then how could you fall for the same thing yourself?
Taylor, I don't know.
Well, Lieutenant, I believe you. But I'm afraid it's going to be awfully tough to get a jury to believe.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going down to the morgue now and look at George Mundy's effects. Then I'm going out and take a look at the car he was found in. If I can get a lead on who killed George Mundy, maybe I can untangle your case at the same time. Sorry I'm late, sir. I've been up in the file room.
Jim, I've just gotten a report back from Washington. Our friends at the paper wire-photoed pictures of those shells you found near George Mundy's body to the lab.
I see.
They checked through the unidentified ammunition file and found tentatively that the bullets which killed George Mundy were fired from the same gun that killed a policeman 2 years ago.
Oh, where was that, sir?
Well, there was a raid on a gambling house called the Club Dover. By the time the police arrived, the place was closed. Lieutenant Jenkins, who conducted that raid, sent one man around to check the back door. He's the one who was killed.
Who owned this Club Dover?
Well, it was owned by a corporation. Allegedly, it was Frank Adams' place, but the police could never prove that.
Ah, I see.
Lieutenant Jenkins told me that story the other day when he was up here by way of explaining why he was so anxious to get Adams.
And now, instead of getting Adams, it looks as if Adams has gotten him. I was down to see him yesterday morning before I went out and found those cartridge cases.
I see.
He told me that an old lady got him to sign the envelope by making him think he was really signing a petition.
Well.
You know, if we could locate that old lady, sir, we might be able to corroborate that story.
Pardon me.
Certainly.
Agent in charge Davis speaking. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Jim.
Oh, thank you, sir. Hello. Hey, you did? That's fine. I'll be right up. Yeah, thanks very much. Goodbye. We don't have to find that old lady now, sir.
Oh?
The lab just proved that Lieutenant Jenkins was telling the truth.
Did you want to see me, Joe?
Oh, yeah, Frank. I must have left 20 messages around town for you.
Well, what's all the excitement about?
We might be in big trouble.
What kind of trouble?
I got word a couple hours ago. Jenkins got out of jail.
How could he do that?
You know the envelope we planted on him?
Yes.
Well, the guys from the FBI proved that the carbon and the pencil markings was underneath the ink from the typewriter ribbon.
So what?
So they proved that the typing was done after the signature was placed on the envelope and not before.
Oh.
That's trouble, Frank. These guys from the FBI can't be fixed. What'll we do?
I think maybe we ought to take a little vacation. Someplace out of town.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I've got some things to clean up at my office before I can get away. Meet me there in an hour.
Well, Lieutenant, how does it feel to be a free man again?
Taylor, I'll never be able to tell you how much I appreciate this.
Don't tell me. Tell the technicians in the laboratory. They're the ones who did all the work.
Wish they could help me get something on Adams.
Maybe they have.
What do you mean?
The men at the lab in Washington found that the bullets that killed George Mundy were fired from the same gun that killed that policeman in the raid on the Club Dover 2 years ago.
That only tells us what we already know. That Adams was behind both murders. What it doesn't tell us is how we can prove it.
One way is to find that gun.
I've been trying for 2 years to do that.
We may be getting closer now to where it is. We've got a crew of men out trying to piece together George Monday's movements on the night of his murder.
I see. Say, did you get to talk to Adams at all yesterday?
Oh, yes. His alibi is airtight.
That would be.
He was in his office at 9 o'clock that night. He didn't leave the building until well after midnight. 3 cleaning women and 2 elevator men saw him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that building is owned and operated by the Security Bank, so we've got to assume that those cleaning women and the elevator men are telling the truth.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
And from the coroner's report, Lieutenant, we know that George Monday died at approximately 11 o'clock that night.
I never thought that Adams committed the murder himself, but if we could prove...
Now, pardon me. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Keith? Hey, you have? What time? Hmm? Thanks very much, Keith. See you later. That's one of the men who's been checking on George Monday's movements the night he was killed.
What did he find?
He found that Monday went to the Security Bank building at 9:30 that night. Come on, let's go over there.
Is that you, Joe?
No, Mr. Adams, it's not.
Huh? Oh, hello there.
Remember me?
Yes, you're from the FBI. Come in, sit down. Have a cigar or a drink?
No, thanks, Mr. Adams. This isn't a social call.
Oh?
I've got a warrant here for your arrest.
But there must be some mistake.
Well, here's the warrant. Would you like to read it?
What's the charge?
Murder.
Now I know it's a mistake.
You don't have to make any statement if you don't want to, Mr. Adams, but I should tell you that anything you do say will be used against you.
I know that. Exactly who am I accused of killing?
2 people. The first is a policeman at the Club Dover 2 years ago.
Now, that's ridiculous.
Oh, why do you say that?
If you were able to prove that I killed a policeman 2 years ago, you wouldn't have waited this long to arrest me.
Nobody was able to prove it then.
And they can't prove it now. Who else am I supposed to have killed?
George Monday.
Oh, that's even sillier than the other charge. I found out about his death in the morning papers.
You can tell all that to the United States Attorney, Mr. Adams.
I will. I'm a legitimate businessman now, and I won't stand for any interference from some cop who's trying to make a reputation. I'll admit that during Prohibition, I was mixed up in a lot of things that weren't quite legal. But the statute of limitations has run out on them.
Taylor, I've got Joe Essex here.
Good work, Lieutenant.
Come on, Essex. Found him just entering the outer office.
Anything on him?
Yes, this gun. And unless I miss my guess, this is the .38 caliber Colt we've been looking for.
Well, it ain't mine.
Shut up. They can't prove anything.
Oh, I don't think we need any confessions, Mr. Adams. I'm pretty sure we've got enough now to get convictions against both of you on charges of first-degree murder.
Frank Adams and Joe Essex were found guilty of murder on a government reservation and sentenced to be executed. Upon returning to the building in which Frank Adams had his office, Special Agent Taylor examined the book which all people entering or leaving the building after business hours must sign. He found that on the night of the murder, George Monday had visited the office of Mr. Adams and had left a half hour later, accompanied by Joe Essex. A later entry on that same page showed that Joe Essex signed into the building again at 11:55 p.m., which gave him time to commit the murder and then return. As Lieutenant Jenkins guessed, the gun found on Joe Essex at the time of his apprehension proved to be the weapon used in the killing of the policeman at the Club Dover and also of George Monday, thus implicating Essex in both murders. When an examination of the typewriter in Frank Adams' office revealed that it was the same machine that had been used to type the words, Lieutenant Robert Jenkins, $3,000 on the envelope found in George Monday's body, it proved that Adams was implicated too. And thus, your FBI, through the use of its laboratory and the tireless investigation of its special agents, was able not only to solve 2 vicious murders, but was also able to perform the most worthwhile function of any law enforcement agency, to help clear an innocent man.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. The ticking of that clock may remind you that you do not have all the time in the world. So don't delay. Get the Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Then you make sure that your wife and children, whom you love so well, will still be cherished and protected even if you should be taken from them. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case describing one of the most vicious crimes in the criminal's handbook. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Skid Row Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Skid Row Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. All through the coming week, representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society will be busy answering their telephones.
George Wakefield speaking, representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Say, Mr. Wakefield, I heard about that fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers that the Equitable Society is offering on This Is Your FBI. Sounds like a great idea. Could you bring me one?
That's what's been happening every week since we started offering this fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Listen carefully in about 14 minutes, and you'll learn more about this famous chart created for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Skid Row Shakedown.
The face of America is freckled with cities of such beauty that they make you hold your breath when you first see them. New York on a spring night when the wind comes crawling through Central Park. San Francisco when the gentle fog wraps Nob Hill in a white blanket as a gift for the sightseer to take home. New Orleans when Canal Street lights up with the gaiety they call the Mardi Gras. Those are just a few of the things that make a trip through our big cities so memorable. But there are other places in our urban centers, other places not so attractive. Places like the Bowery in New York, Main Street in Los Angeles, West Madison Street in Chicago. Each has a different name, but they are all alike. They are the streets to which men go when hope dies, and when it makes very little difference to them whether they die too. Tonight's file is about such a street, and about some of the people who breathe its foul air. Tonight's file opens in the lobby of a cheap flop house located in the slum district of a large eastern city. A young man stands behind the desk as the front door opens, and a visitor enters.
Good morning, good morning. Miss Guilford about, please?
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if I might see her, please.
Mom.
Oh, are you Mr. Guilford's son?
Yeah.
Well, well.
What is it?
Oh, good morning, Miss Guilford. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Mr. Fergus.
This young man was just telling me that he's your son. Why, I had no idea that you had any offspring.
He's been away. He just got back.
Well, unbelievable. Unbelievable that someone as youthful as yourself should be the mother of a strapping boy this size.
Cut the con, Mr. Fergus. What do you want?
Well, I understand that one of your guests passed into the great beyond last night.
That's right. A man called George Pettis.
Have any of my confreres been here yet?
No, you're the first.
Well, splendid, splendid. What room did Mr. Pettis occupy?
31.
Will I require a key?
No, the door's open.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Excuse me?
What's that?
A scavenger.
Huh?
Well, there are a lot of them down here. They get the word when any of these bums die, and they come round and go over whatever stuff they left.
What for?
Well, maybe the bum had some moo in a bank. Maybe he's an heir. He might even have left some stuff that the bum's family'd want.
Oh,
Sort that mail, will you?
okay.
Once in a while, they score pretty good.
What happens then?
I get cut in. Once Fergus got $300 from a guy in Chicago. The bum who died was the guy's father.
What did you get?
10%.
That ain't much.
Oh, it is when you don't have to work for it.
Miss Guilford, appears that this was rather a fruitless visit.
Uh-huh.
There may be a few trinkets of sentimental value in Mr. Pettis's effects, but it may be a difficult pursuit finding anyone to whom they possess such value.
Well, do what you can.
Oh, I shall. Good day, Miss Guilford.
So long.
Oh, and goodbye to you, Mr. Guilford. It was a real pleasure to have made your acquaintance.
Yeah.
Weird little guy, ain't he?
Yeah. Mom, I think I'll take a walk.
Mrs. Calloway?
That's right.
Well, how do you do? I'm John Fergus.
Hello.
I asked you to meet me here at the zoo because I thought we'd be able to talk freely in front of the animals.
You said on the phone that you had something important to speak to me about.
That's right, Miss Calloway. I have.
What is it?
Let's sit down on this bench here.
Very well.
There we are. I have my wares in this briefcase.
Your wares?
Yes. Let me see. Oh, yes. Do you recognize the handwriting on this envelope, Mrs. Calloway? Splendid.
Where did you get that letter?
George Pettis, the man to whom you indiscreetly wrote so many letters, died last night in a waterfront flophouse.
Oh.
He left nothing of value except your correspondence. You see this return address on the envelope? That's how I was able to find you.
Who are you? How'd you get them?
I am a friend of the weary and the dispossessed. I am likewise a messenger who links the past with the present. I frequent the cheap hotels here in town, and when I discover a deceased derelict, I try to let someone who cares know that he has gone to his reward.
Oh.
They have great pride, these ragged hulks, and because of that pride, they frequently destroy any evidence that might help to lead me to their loved ones.
And you called me just so that you could give me this letter that I wrote 15 years ago?
This and the other 9 letters that the late Mr. Pettis left among his effects.
Oh, that's wonderfully kind of you.
Thank you, Mrs. Calloway.
Do you have the other letters with you?
Yes?
May I have them, please?
I'm not quite ready to turn them over just yet.
Why?
I've made you a gift of the one you hold in your hand. However, the other 9 are the wares I have to sell.
But they're only letters from me to George. They wouldn't be of any value to anyone else.
Not even to your husband? Mrs. Calloway, I admit that I'd rather not be forced to do business with your husband, but if you refuse to buy the letters, I'd have no alternative.
How much do you want for them?
I can't quite put a price on them yet.
Why not?
Oh, there are factors to be weighed.
When will you know how much you want?
Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I'll drop you a line as soon as I've determined what the current market price is on Calloway Originals.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just being greeted by a visitor, Police Sergeant Blaine.
Well, Jim, it looks like we get to work together again.
Well, that's fine with me, Dick.
I was just in to see your agent in charge, and he asked me to check with you.
No, what's the story?
Did you read about a Mr. Clinton Lowell committing suicide yesterday?
No, I just saw the headlines.
He was being victimized.
Oh, how do you know that?
In going over the files at his office, we found a series of notes from an extortioner that threatened him with physical violence unless he paid.
Which gives the FBI its jurisdiction.
Right. And we didn't discover what the extortioner knew about Lowell, but he referred to some letters that Lowell had written.
Letters that he wanted to sell back to Lowell?
Yes. Apparently, the extortioner found them among the effects of someone who died. Someone whose first name was Justin.
I don't suppose there was any signature on any of the extortion notes?
No. When I found them, I put them all in a cellophane envelope. Here.
Thanks, Dick.
Thought maybe your laboratory might be able to analyze the type and see if they can give us any help.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be glad to send them through for you.
Thanks.
Any dates on these notes, Dick?
Oh, yes. That first one is dated about 6 months ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, then I think we can assume that this Justin something or other died right around that time, huh?
That's logical.
Well, if he died here in the city, the local Board of Health would have some kind of a report on him.
Yeah, they would.
Well, I'll check that angle for you.
Okay.
In the meantime, why don't you go back and see if you can find anything else in the files at Clinton Lowell's office. Let's meet back here tomorrow afternoon.
What is it, son?
You heard from that guy, Fergus?
Yeah. Came by this morning, gave me $10.
What?
Hedis, guy who died in room 31, he had an old pocket watch. Fergus found some relatives and sold it to them for $100.
He clipped you.
What do you mean?
Remember I walked out of here right after him yesterday morning?
Yeah?
I followed him. We went to the zoo to meet some dame.
Well?
Remember the briefcase he had?
Uh-huh.
He opened it up, took out a letter. When the dame got a look at the letter, it threw her for a loop. They talked for a couple of minutes, and then they both left. I tried to follow the dame, but she got in a cab, and I lost her.
What are you trying to prove?
Said he wasn't trying to sell no pocket watch. Where's Fergus hang out?
Well, he's got an office in the Miller Building, room 629.
You know his phone number?
Uh-huh.
Call him. Ask him to meet me here tonight.
Well, Dick, I don't know how much good it'll do us, but I did find something.
What, Jim?
In checking the death records for the week previous to the date on that first extortion note, I found an old man named Justin Gentry died in a flop house over on the west side.
Oh, did you go over there?
Yeah. Dick, do you know anything about any of those scavengers who get a man's effects after he dies in one of those places?
Yes.
Well, one of them got Gentry's effects. Apparently, he found some letters which incriminated Clinton Lowell.
Oh. Well, I didn't find anything else in Lowell's private files.
Oh. Well, this clerk down at the flop house I went to said he couldn't tell me which of the scavengers had gotten Gentry's effects.
Was he on duty at the time?
No. A clerk named Thompson had the desk that day, and he won't be back at the flop house until tomorrow morning.
And they didn't know where to reach him, huh?
No, but I'm going to stop by there on my way to the office tomorrow morning and see if this Thompson can remember who got his effects. If he does, Dick, we're in business.
Good evening, Miss G. Good evening.
Hi.
I'm sorry I couldn't get here any sooner.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Fergus.
Has another of your guests crossed the Great Divide?
No, my son wanted to see you.
Your son?
Mm-hmm.
About what?
Well, he'll tell you himself. Come in the office.
Oh, very
it's
well.
right through here.
You first, Miss Guilford. You first.
Okay. Arthur, here's Mr. Fergus.
Okay.
Your charming mother just told me that you had something to discuss with me, young man.
That's right.
Well, what is it?
Mom, he gave you $10 for the stuff he got out of that Pettis guy's room, didn't he?
Yeah.
You got short-handed.
No, see here, Mr. Guilford. I resent your inference.
Mr. Fergus, I followed you when you left here yesterday. You made a phone call, and then you went to the zoo and met a dame. You showed her a letter that you got out of Mr. Pettis' room.
Yeah, that's correct. Mr. Pettis had several letters in his room when he passed away. I thought they might be of value, but they weren't.
Then why did you keep them in a safe at your office?
What?
I went to your office this afternoon. Couldn't find nothing in your desk, so I opened your safe.
Mrs. Guilford, this is outrageous.
I don't go along with you.
Mr. Fergus, them letters ain't worth nothing. You won't mind me keeping them, will you? I got them right here.
Let me have them.
Oh.
They're no good to you. The only person to whom they have any value is the woman who wrote them.
What's your name?
Oh, if you knew that, you'd be as smart as I am. And quite obviously, you're not.
Well, it looks like you guys are stuck. Fergus, you know who wrote the letters, but you ain't got 'em. Arthur's got 'em, but he don't know who wrote 'em.
Let me have those letters. I want them. Hey,
Arthur, you shouldn't have hit him so hard.
Come on. Get up.
Hit his head against the leg of that table.
Come on. Get up, I said. Hi.
What?
He ain't breathing.
Huh?
Mom, I think he's dead.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. While the clock ticks away the next 60 seconds, we're going to ask you to give 1 minute of your time to considering something that may make a world of difference in the future happiness and security of your children.
That's worth a lot more than 1 minute of my time, Mr. Keating.
Then you'll certainly be interested in the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Certainly sounds interesting. What's it all about?
Frank, it's a chart that every father who really loves his family should have. A chart which shows him how to figure out just what income his family would need if he should die unexpectedly. The minimum amount of money his wife and children would require to maintain a comfortable standard of living. Do you know how much that would be for your family?
No, I guess I don't really have even a foggy idea.
Well, in 5 minutes flat, this equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers will give you the answer. Now, here, see how simple and uncomplicated it is. You're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures. In no time at all, you'll know just what income your family will need to keep going and to keep together during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school.
I'd certainly like to have one of those charts, Mr. Keating. How much do they cost?
Oh, not 1 cent, Frank. They're free. Phone your Equitable Society representative and ask him to bring you a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. Yes, if you truly love your children, you will not let another day tick away on the clock without sending for the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Skid Row Shakedown.
The loss of John Fergus from the community is not, as you can imagine, a devastating one. Nor would the loss of any extortioner constitute one to be mourned. They are the parasites of our civilization and not worthy even of our contempt. However, the death of John Fergus does serve to prove the truth of an axiom which has been repeated time and again in an attempt to bring it home forcibly to you listeners on this series of official broadcasts from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That axiom is that crime begets crime. Neither you nor anyone else can engage in the commission of a single illegal act and then decide to stop. That first misstep is often the beginning of a criminal career. The reason your FBI repeats that fact is that it knows that crime has often been portrayed as a glamorous occupation, and that many first offenders took that wrong step because they were tempted by that false glamour. It is an odd fact that from the moment of a criminal's first illegal act, his best chance for survival rests with the strongest possible law enforcement agency, or, as in tonight's case, If he succeeds in committing one crime without being apprehended, he will continue to commit others until finally he commits the number one crime, murder. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Dick, I think I found another piece of the puzzle. I stopped by that flop house this morning where Justin Gentry died.
Uh-huh.
I spoke to the clerk who was on duty when one of those ghoulish characters came in for Gentry's effects.
Did he remember which one it was?
Yes, it was a man named John Fergus.
Did the clerk have any idea where Fergus could be located?
No, he said he knew that he had an office, but he didn't know where. I checked with the phone company. They have no telephone listed under that name.
How often does Fergus come around?
Oh, every couple of days. Oh, I've had an alarm sent out on him.
Good.
Oh, pardon me, Rita.
Sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Lieutenant Frederick's down at headquarters, Jim.
Well, hello, Lieutenant. It's been a long time.
Yes, it has. Say, I got word you're looking for a man named John Fergus.
Yeah, that's right. What do you know about him?
He's just been found. Murdered.
Mom. What is it, son?
I dug up where Fergus lived.
Good boy. How did you do it?
Remember the gas bill he had in his pocket?
Huh?
One made out in the name of Jackson.
Oh.
That was for his apartment. St. Kennel Street.
You went there?
Yeah,
Find anything?
yeah. Jim was full of carbon copies of letters he wrote to the suckers he was clipping. He's the one we're looking for. Name is Mrs. Calloway.
Let's see it. Dear Mrs. Calloway, with reference to the antiques belonging to the dear departed George Pettis, my current market quotation is $9,000.
You see?
Why, that little crook. And he was going to brush me off with a sawbuck.
Well, I'm going to make me some food. I'll figure out what we want to do with the $9,000 we're going to get from that Mrs. Calloway.
Dick, I went to John Fergus's office. It had been rifled, cleaned out. There was nothing there.
I wish we could come up with where he lived.
Oh, I already have.
How, Jim?
Well, I went to the morgue and looked at his effects. They consisted of some movie stubs, some matches from a restaurant on the west side, and a key.
Uh-huh.
It was a new key, so I decided to go up to the neighborhood where the movie house and the restaurant were and see if any locksmith could recognize it. Huh? That didn't work. So, on a hunch, I tried the doors of a brand new apartment house about a block from the movie.
And that did work?
Yeah, it paid off. The key opened the front door of one of the apartments. It was listed under the name of Leo Jackson. Once I got inside with the cooperation of the building superintendent, I knew I was in the right place.
How?
The apartment had been rifled, too. You know, we may be able to find out who it is if we get lucky. At both the office and Fergus's apartment, this morning's mail had been opened and read. Ident is trying now to get prints off the mail.
Oh.
According to the files I found up in the apartment, Fergus has been in the extortion business for quite some little time.
Did you find anything on Clinton Lowell?
Ah, Fergus was the one who was shaking him down. I also found out the name of his latest victim.
Well, who's that?
A woman named Calloway. I found a sheet of carbon paper and held it up to a mirror. He had written to Mrs. Calloway with an obvious reference to some letters that belonged to a George Pettis.
Did you find those letters?
No, Dick, I didn't.
Well, I think I'd better check and see if I can find anything on where this George Pettis died and who he is.
All right, Dick. While you're doing that, I'll go up and see Mrs. Calloway.
Hello?
Hello? Is this Mrs. Calloway?
Yes.
I'd like to see you this afternoon, Mrs. Calloway.
Who is this?
My name is Arthur.
Arthur who?
Never mind that right now, Mrs. Calloway.
If you don't tell me your name, I'm going to hang up.
I'm a friend of John Fergus.
Oh,
He gave me those letters you wanted.
I see.
He said to bring them as soon as you had the money ready. You got the money, Mrs. Calloway?
No.
Better get it.
I'll have to have more time.
Mr. Fergus said no storm. Today is when he wants the money. What time shall I come?
Well, I have to go to the bank first. Be here in an hour. Just a moment.
Mrs. Calloway?
That's right. Are you Arthur?
No, ma'am. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
I see.
Do you mind if I ask you some questions, Mrs. Calloway?
Why, no. Please come in.
Thank you. Mrs. Calloway, in going over the effects of a man named John Fergus, we found evidence that he might be extorting money from you.
I don't know anyone named John Fergus. Who is he?
He's a man who was found dead down on the waterfront, murdered. In checking on another case, we learned that Fergus was an extortioner and that he had written you a recent note.
I've never received a note from him.
Are you quite positive?
Yes.
Well, it had to do with some letters that you had written. He had come into possession of them. If those letters exist, Mrs. Calloway, and if you haven't yet paid on them, it's perfectly possible that someone else has come into possession of them now and will try to extort you.
Well, I'm sorry I can't be of more help than this, but I don't know anything about it. Let's leave it this way. If anyone gets in touch with me, I'll get in touch with you.
Thank you, Mrs. Calloway.
Coming.
Mrs. Calloway?
That's right.
I'm Arthur.
Come in.
Thanks. You know why I'm here.
Yes.
For some money.
Where's Mr. Fergus?
He's busy. That's why he sent me.
You're lying.
What do you mean?
A man from the FBI was just here.
Hmm?
He told me that Mr. Fergus was murdered.
Oh,
That sort of changes things, doesn't it?
no.
Oh, I think the police would be interested in knowing that you now have those letters.
Who would tell him?
I would.
It wouldn't save your neck. Before the cops get the letters, I'll have them printed all over town. Would you want that?
No.
Then where's the money?
And that valise on the table.
That bag, you mean?
Yes.
Is there 9,000 here?
Yes. Now let me have my letters.
Sure. Here.
Now get out.
Huh?
Get out, I said.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Guilford.
What? Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Now turn around and step back inside.
Although charged in federal court for extortion, Arthur Guilford and his mother were turned over to local authorities for prosecution of the more serious charge of murder. Arthur Guilford was found guilty and sentenced to be executed. His mother was convicted as an accessory and sentenced to a 20-year term in prison. The reason Special Agent Taylor returned to see Mrs. Calloway is that a check at the neighborhood bank revealed not only that she had her account there, but that she had withdrawn $9,000 in cash that morning, the exact amount mentioned in the extortion letter John Fergus had written. Special Agent Taylor learned from the identification section that the fingerprints on the mail which had been opened in John Fergus' office the morning after Fergus' death belonged to Arthur Guilford. When an examination of the carpet in the office of Mrs. Guilford revealed a fresh blood stain and several hairs which the laboratory identified as having come from the head of John Fergus, both Mrs. Guilford and her son confessed. And thus, because of the swift cooperation of a local police department and the untiring investigation of a special agent, your FBI was able to close another file and to close it successfully.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. With every tick of the clock, time, as they say, is marching on. So don't put off that important decision you made a few minutes ago. Be sure to get the equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. It's the first step towards making certain that your wife and children will continue to live in comfort and security, even if you should be taken from them. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic account of the Bureau's effort to clear an innocent man. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Slapstick Holdup.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Slapstick Holdup on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Has anyone ever phoned you to check up on what radio program you're listening to? It happens like this.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
Well, This Is Your FBI. Just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Oh, sure I do. It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society. I listened last week and heard about the Equitable Society's fact-finding charts for fathers and mothers. My representative brought me a copy. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
In about 15 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Tonight's FBI file, The Slapstick Holdup.
America, as was to be expected, has changed in a quarter of a century. The movies people were seeing then, movies like Beau Brummel and The Ten Commandments, were silent. F. Scott Fitzgerald was at work on a book called The Great Gatsby. And throughout the country, in large cities and small towns, people were seeing road companies of plays like Laugh, Clown, Laugh, Stepping Stones, and, of course, The Student Prince. In every city, even the split week stands, there was something which today has all but vanished from the American scene. There was the theatrical boarding house. Actors lived there while they were in town and, as sometimes happened, stayed on if the show closed in that particular place. There are very few of those boarding houses left, a few scattered here and there, but wherever you find one, you will find people like the ones you meet tonight in our case from the files of your FBI. People like the Guy Greens. Tonight's file opens in a rear bedroom of just such a boarding house located in a large western city. An attractive, dark-haired girl is putting on her makeup as the door opens.
Hey, Ginger, I just thought of a good joke for the opening spot.
Uh-huh.
Listen to this. I walk out cold, see? No music, no nothing. And I say, good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
And then when nobody answers, I say, you got no manners at all. I just said good evening.
Uh-huh.
Well, that warms them up, see? Then I say, look, I know there are people out there. I can hear them breathing. You like it, baby?
Sure. But where are you going to use it?
Huh?
You don't need jokes. You need jobs.
Oh, now, Ginger, don't start that again. Look, there'll be work.
When?
Well, I saw Nelson when I was out. He wants me back at the hotel for the summer.
But that's almost 6 months away. What do we use for bread till then?
Well, maybe I can get a couple of weeks from Sid Piermont.
Oh, you wrote to him before Christmas. If he was going to book you, you'd have heard from him by now.
Well, maybe the letter got lost. I'll write him again. Hey, when'd the variety come?
In the afternoon mail.
What's in it? Did you read it?
I fanned through it. Sinatra struck oil in Wyoming.
Oh, good. The kid needs it.
Guy.
Huh?
Mrs. Olson stopped by again while you were out to ask about the rent.
Uh-huh.
She says unless she gets at least a piece of what we owe her, she'll have to ask us to move.
Uh-huh.
Guy, you're not listening to me. Guy, will you please put down that paper and...
Hey, Ginger.
Huh?
Did you see this?
What?
The nightclub reviews.
I don't want to talk about nightclub reviews.
Look, you remember that baggy pants comic who worked at the hotel with me last summer, Eddie Manley?
Yeah.
Well, did you see the review here? No wonder he's working.
What are you mumbling about?
Why, that bum stole my whole act. Listen to this notice. He does an imitation of Hildegard. He does the wrestler on the telephone talking to the man at the television station. He does the old lady talking back to the radio. Hey, no wonder I can't get bookings. He must be ruining the material. Well, I got one break anyhow.
What's that?
The bum is working right here in town.
Where?
At the Palms. You know that joint out on the road by the lake?
Yeah.
Well, nobody's going to steal Guy Green's act and get away with it.
Why don't you write to AGVA? They can stop him.
I can stop him myself. I'm going out there and see him right now.
Hello, Ralph.
Oh, Pete. I didn't see you come in.
Well, I had dinner in town tonight. I figured I'd look in on my way home to see how everything was coming.
Every time you do this, there's never any business. You got to remember it's right after Christmas, Pete. People got no money left.
I didn't stop by to talk about the business here. Have you heard anything yet from Chuck?
Oh. No, it ain't time yet. He ain't due here for 20 minutes yet. Job set for 8 o'clock on the button.
Well, I hope he does this one right.
I laid the whole thing out like a rug for him. Chuck is okay, so long as he doesn't have to do any thinking. He can't go wrong on this one, a plain stick-up.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, sure. Look, why don't we,
Why don't we what?
Well, let's get down the road and see how business is up there, huh?
All right. What's this?
Which one of you guys is Pete Craig?
Well, I am.
They tell me you own this joint, huh? Well, I'm Guy Green, and I want to talk to you about Eddie Manley.
Who?
Eddie Manley, the comedian you got working here. He's using all my material, and it's got to stop.
Ralph, you take care of this, will you?
Yeah, sure, Pete.
Now, look, you're not giving me any quick brush off. What do you think? You're playing with kids?
Well, you must think you are.
You're wasting your time, brother. I fired Eddie Manley for coming in drunk an hour ago.
Well, you still got his billing outside.
I ain't had time to take it down yet.
Oh, you're a liar. You're covering up for it.
Ralph, what are you wasting your time with this bum for? Call Toots and tell him to throw the creep out.
A few minutes later, in front of the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is waiting for a car being driven by Agent Frank Landon. He sees it approach.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, Jim.
Sorry I had to get you away from dinner, Frank.
Oh, that's all right, Jim.
SAC assigned us to work together on a case that just came in. Every minute might be important.
What kind of a case is it?
Frank, turn right at the next corner, will you? Head for Route 35.
Where are we going?
Watertown.
What kind of a case is this, Jim?
You see the stories in this afternoon's papers about young John Anderson getting married?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you probably also saw the pictures of the collection of jewelry the bride got from Anderson's parents.
Yeah.
Well, so did a stick-up man. Anderson and his bride were held up 15 minutes ago.
Well, how do we get in on a holdup, Jim?
It happened on the train that they were taking to California.
Oh.
They took the 740 out of here.
Well, the newspapers really made Anderson and his bride a target with those pictures.
They sure did. Well, when the train was 20 minutes out of the station, the Andersons heard a knock on the door of their drawing room.
Mm-hmm.
They opened the door, the bandit stepped in, pulled a gun, and took every piece of jewelry the bride had with her.
Any description on what the bandit looked like?
No, he's wearing a mask. It looked like a large handkerchief with a green border. All we know is that he was a big man, about 6 feet 2 inches tall, that he's heavy set.
Mm-hmm. How come we're going to Watertown? The 740 doesn't stop there.
Well, the bandit jumped off the train right near Watertown. Immediately after the holdup, he pulled the emergency cord, stopped the train, and got away.
Oh.
Train made a special stop at Watertown so that Anderson and his bride could get off there and wait for us.
Well, where are we going to meet them?
Police headquarters.
Well, this whole thing happened just 15 minutes ago, Jim. The trail should still be pretty warm.
Yeah. Let's just hope it's warm enough to lead us right to the bandit.
Mr. Harper, sir.
Yeah, George.
There's a man waiting for you in your office.
Who is it?
Well, he said to tell you his name, Mr. Chuck.
Oh, thanks, George. Clear up the table. We'll be back in a while.
Yes, sir, Mr. Harper,
Hello, Chuck.
Hi, Ralph.
Brother of mine, glad to see you.
I'm glad to get back here.
Where you been? Pete was here. He waited for you.
Where's he now?
He went home.
Oh?
Wants me to call him as soon as I see what you got, so let's take a look at it.
Okay.
How'd it go?
Okay.
And where you been all this time?
I had some trouble after I got the stuff.
What happened?
The guy stood still while I grabbed all of the jewelry, but when I started to take a big rock off the dame's finger, he threw a punch at me.
You didn't shoot him, did you?
No, but I slugged him and the dame started to scream.
Then what happened?
I shoved all the stuff in this little valise they had, ran out, pulled the emergency cord. Train stopped, I jumped off.
Where were you when you jumped off?
I don't know.
Well, how did you get here?
I heisted a car.
You didn't leave a hot car out in the parking lot, did you?
No. I drove it up into the woods behind the joint. I'll get rid of it later.
I hate to call Pete and tell him this. He ain't gonna like it.
He'll like it when you tell him what I got in this valise. Hey, wait till I show you. Now, tell me he ain't gonna like that.
Oh, yeah. That stuff is beautiful.
Hey, are you going to tell me where Eddie Manley is? I've been looking for him all over this crib. He ain't at the bar. He ain't in his dressing room. Come on, where are you hiding him?
Who is this guy, Ralph?
He's a bum I had thrown out of here an hour ago.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep coming back until you let me see Manley. He stole my act, and he ain't going to get away with it. And you're not going to help him get away with it either.
Well, tell him that right now.
How?
Well, there he is, in back of you.
Where? No.
Sucker.
Frank, what were you able to get from Anderson and his bride?
Nothing we didn't already know, Jim. She's still pretty hysterical.
Oh, I drove down to where the train stopped when the emergency cord was pulled.
Yeah, did you find anything?
Yeah, some footprints leading away from the train.
Well, we might get something from that.
Oh, I made some casts of the prints. They're in the back of the car.
We can drop them at the lab when we go back to the office, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, the ground ought to be pretty soft out there after all the rain we've been having.
It is. Take a look at my shoes.
Yeah. How far were you able to follow the prints?
Oh, for about a half a mile. I couldn't follow them once they reached the highway, though.
That's Highway 73, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
And were you right near the bridge when the footprints ended?
Yeah. How did you know?
Because I think I can pick up the trail at that point.
Oh, how?
And just before you came in, Jim, we got a report that a 1947 black Buick convertible was stolen on that road.
Come on, let's send out a statewide alarm.
Who is it?
Me, Ralph.
Oh. Okay, just a minute. Well, come in.
Say, is your phone out of order?
Well, no, why?
Well, I hate to bother you at home, but I've been calling you from the joint for 20 minutes. Your line was always busy.
Oh, well, I was talking to a couple of guys in Florida.
Oh.
Well, how did Chuck make out?
That's what I came over to tell you about.
Something go wrong again?
No, not exactly, Pete. It just didn't go 100% the way we planned.
What happened this time?
Well, the chump put up a fight. Chuck had to belt him. When the dame started to scream, Chuck pulled the emergency cord to stop the train.
Uh-huh.
Then, instead of taking a cab to the joint from the station like we planned, he heisted a car.
Well, that's not too bad.
That ain't the real trouble.
What do you mean?
Remember the bum who came in to see you tonight about Eddie Manley?
Yeah.
Chuck and I were in the office. We had the loot spread all over the desk. He busted in looking for Manley again.
Did he see the stuff?
He must have.
What happened?
I conked him, tied him up. He's in the closet in the office. Chuck's there to see that he don't get away.
Well, we got a problem. If we let that stiff go, the first thing he does is run right to the cops.
No contest about that.
You better tell Toots to take care of him.
Okay, I figured you'd want to do that, but I wanted to talk to you before I gave Toots the go-ahead.
Say, wait a minute.
I just thought of something. What?
This all fits in pretty good. That guy in the closet is just about Chuck's size, right?
That's right.
Where's the car that Chuck stole after he jumped off the train?
It's in the woods, up in back of the joint.
Good. Let's hang this robbery on that stiff in the closet.
How?
Well, it's easy. Tell Chuck to switch clothes with the guy, put him in the hot car, put some of the loot in the guy's pocket, and shove the car off a cliff.
Now, listen. The ticking of that clock should remind you that time is hurrying by. That this is the last time the Equitable Society will offer its famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers to this radio audience.
Fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers? What kind of chart is that?
Before I answer that question, Tom, let me ask you this. If you should die unexpectedly, what monthly income would your wife and children need to live the way you want them to?
Well, I really don't know, Mr. Keating. I've often worried about what would happen to them. But I guess about all I've ever done is worry.
Tom, the fact-finding chart is the first step towards ending that worry. With this chart, you'll know exactly how much money your family would require to live in reasonable comfort and security if you should be taken from them. Here, take a look at the chart. See, every foreseeable expense is provided for, and you're guided by easy-to-understand pictures every step of the way. In 5 minutes, you'll know the minimum income your family would need to keep going and to keep together during the critical years until your youngest child finishes high school.
Sounds like just what the doctor ordered. Where can I buy one of those charts?
You can't buy them, Tom. They're free. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon and ask him to bring you a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest Equitable representative. There's the clock again, reminding you that the time is almost up. That this is the last time the famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers will be offered to this radio audience by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Slapstick Holdup.
That a roadhouse, which is a breeding place for crime, a roadhouse like the one in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, is allowed to exist, is not to be blamed upon either the local or the state police. For the great probability is that those law enforcement agencies are so undermanned that it is impossible for them to do the job they want to do, to clean the community of any such place. It is your job as a citizen, if you, too, want your community free of such criminal hangouts, to see to it that your local police force is large enough to do its job. It is cheaper in the long run, and this has been proven in city after city, to have such a large force of local policemen that criminals avoid your city in their travels. Your bill last year, the bill handed to you by thieves like the ones in tonight's case, was well over $100 million. That is what the value was of properties stolen from you, the American people. And unless your communities are more adequately policed this year than they were in 1948, it is entirely possible that the bill for 1949 will be even larger. Tonight's file continues in a waiting room at Memorial Hospital in Watertown. Special Agent Landon has just entered.
I got here as soon as I could, Jim. Your message didn't catch up with me until a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, that's all right, Frank.
Well, what are we doing here?
Well, that stolen car was found by the local police.
It was? Where?
At the bottom of a cliff a little way out of town. A man named Guy Green was in it. We found some rings and a bracelet in his pocket.
Oh.
Mrs. Anderson has definitely identified the items as part of the jewelry that was stolen on the train.
Well, that just about closes the case then, doesn't it, Jim?
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Taylor?
Oh, yes, nurse. I'm Mr. Taylor.
Dr. Corday said that it was all right for you to go in to see Mr. Green now.
Thank you.
But please don't stay in there any longer than you have to.
I won't.
It's the first door on the left.
Thanks again. Frank.
Yes, Jim?
While I'm in talking to Green, why don't you check with his doctor about when he'll be able to be moved out of here, huh?
Okay.
See you later.
That's me.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Well, it's about time you guys got into this case.
You mean you want to confess?
Confess? What?
Committing that holdup on the train and stealing the car that you drove over the cliff?
I never stole anything in my life, except maybe an extra bow.
How did you happen to be in that car if you didn't steal it?
I don't know.
Can you tell me how you happen to have had that jewelry in your pocket?
No. Look, Mr. Taylor, I'm an actor. Didn't you ever hear of an act called A Guy Named Guy? That's me. I'm not a crook.
Where were you at 8 o'clock tonight, Mr. Green?
I was in a roadhouse called the Palms. I went there looking for a guy named Eddie Manley. He stole my whole act. If you're looking for a crook, arrest him.
Did you see Manley?
No, he wasn't there.
Did you see anyone at the roadhouse?
Sure. I saw a guy named Pete Craig, who owns the place, and a character named Ralph Harper, who runs it for him.
I hope you can prove that's true.
Well, you're in the proving business, Mr. Taylor, not me.
Yes, you're quite right. Well, I'm going out to that roadhouse now and see if your alibi is true.
Hello?
Hello, Pete. Ralph.
Oh, yes, Ralph.
I don't know how to tell you this, Pete.
Tell me what?
About the stiff we tied up in the closet.
Well,
Chuck changed clothes with him, like you said. We put the rings and bracelet in his pocket.
was he still out?
Well, he came to for a minute, but Chuck belted him again. He was out cold, and we put him in the car.
Yes.
Chuck got to the cliff, got out, put the bum behind the wheel, shoved the car over the edge.
Well, it went okay then.
Up to there it did.
What do you mean?
Two guys were fishing in the stream. They heard the noise and came running. They pulled the guy out. One of them ran a call to hospital.
How do you know?
Well, pretty soon an ambulance came, and then there were some cops.
Oh, that's great.
I got a feeling he's still alive.
Where's Chuck now?
Out at the bar getting mulled.
He was supposed to get cut in for 25% of this, wasn't he?
That's right, Pete.
Well, call him in. Give him $200 and tell him he's fired.
Just a minute.
Good evening. My name's Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh, my name is Harper, Frank Harper. I'm the manager here. What can I do for you, Mr. Taylor?
I'd like to talk to you about an entertainer that you have working here.
Well, why don't you come into the office? It's a little drafty out here.
All right, thanks.
You say, you want to talk to me about one of my actors?
That's right, a performer named Eddie Manley.
He don't work here anymore, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, when did he stop?
Well, he was drunk when he reported for work tonight, so I fired him.
I see.
I'm sorry I can't help you.
But tell me, Mr. Harper, has anyone else been around here tonight looking for Manley?
No.
I see.
I'm the manager here, like I said, and if anybody wanted Manley, they'd have been sent to see me the way you were.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit Manley wasn't a very good comic, but I didn't think he was so bad he'd get arrested.
Oh, we're not trying to arrest Mr. Manley.
Oh.
However, do you know where I might be able to get in touch with him?
Well, he was drunk, like I told you, and I threw him out of here a couple hours ago. Maybe you can find him in one of those other joints up the road.
All right, Mr. Harper. Thanks very much. Sorry to have bothered you.
Not at all, Mr. Taylor. Come back any time.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Frank.
Well, I just got back here to the hospital myself, Jim.
Oh, I spoke to the manager at the Palms. He denies that Green or anyone else was around tonight looking for Manley.
The manager? He's the one Green claims did the slugging, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the one.
I don't know how much they're doing us any good, but I made some plaster casts of the tires on the stolen car that Green was found in.
Oh, good. Did you go through the car?
Yeah, I went over every inch of it. I thought I might find a secret compartment with the rest of the Anderson jewels.
Well, there's still an awful lot of it missing.
Almost all of it. I wonder what Green could have done with it.
Oh, I haven't seen you since I checked those plaster casts I made of the bandits' footprints, have I?
No, why?
Because I'm not so sure now that Green did the actual holdup.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, the shoes he was wearing when he was brought into the hospital didn't match the footprints made by the man who jumped off the train. Besides, Green's shoes had taps built into the toes.
Well, then maybe a handkerchief I found stuck behind the front seat of the car is more important than I thought it was.
Oh, what handkerchief is that?
This one. Both Mr. and Mrs. Anderson identified it because of the green border as the one that the bandit used for a mask.
Yeah, it is important, then, Frank.
Well, it's obviously been laundered, but we'd have to send it to the lab in Washington to have them read the invisible laundry mark before we could even start to find out whose it was.
Well, we haven't got that much time. It'll take about 2 days.
I know that, Jim.
Hey, wait a minute, Frank. We're in a hospital. What more do we want? Come on. We don't have to send that handkerchief to Washington. Come on.
Open up the safe, Ralph. Let's take a look at that stuff.
Sure, Pete.
Did you get rid of Chuck?
He wouldn't take the 200.
Let him drop dead.
He's out at the bar getting loaded. Probably waiting to see you.
I hope he holds his breath till I talk to him.
Yeah, and 45 to the left. There you are, Pete. It's all in this bag.
Fine. Let's lay it out on the desk and take a gander at it. Hey, this is good-looking merchandise.
It's got to be worth 20 G's, maybe more.
Yes, sir, and I know just the guy who can handle it for us, too. There's a guy in Pittsburgh that handles some stuff.
Nice-looking stuff, huh, Pete?
Knock on that door before you come in here after this, Chuck.
Why?
Because you don't work here anymore.
Okay.
You can leave now. I want to talk to Ralph alone.
I ain't leaving empty.
You don't have to. You've got 200 coming.
No dice.
That's all you get. Take it and get out.
Don't get so tough, Pete.
Put that cap pistol down.
You want to see it go off? Don't you move either, Ralph.
Why don't you stop it, Chuck? You're all boozed up. You got that whiskey courage going for you.
Sure, I'm loaded.
Now, why don't you go home and sleep it off? Come back here tomorrow night.
Ralph. Put that stuff back in the satchel.
You better do what he says, Ralph.
Okay, Pete.
Yeah, that's smart, boys. That's smart. Now close it up, Ralph. Now stand back while I pick it up.
Okay, Chuck.
You too, Pete.
You'll never get away with this, Chuck.
Watch me. Now stay here till I get outside.
Drop that gun, Wells.
Huh? Oh, no, I'm
I
getting
said
out.
drop it.
Oh!
Nice work, Jim.
Take care of him. I'll get the two inside.
He's a G-man, Pete. He was here before.
That's
huh?
right, Craig. My partner and I are both special agents of the FBI. We want all three of you for attempted murder.
Ralph Harper, Peter Craig, and Charles Wells each received sentences of 30 years for theft from an interstate carrier and attempted murder. Special Agent Taylor helped solve tonight's case because he remembered that invisible laundry marks can be read under ultraviolet light and that the hospital had a room equipped with ultraviolet ray machines. After contacting the correct laundry, he found that the handkerchief belonged to Chuck Wells, a known employee of Pete Craig, the owner of the Roadhouse. Because that made it appear that the story told by the comedian Guy Green was true, Special Agents Taylor and Landon searched the territory surrounding the Roadhouse. In the woods immediately behind the club, they found tire marks which corresponded to the plaster casts they had made of the tires on the stolen car. When Chuck Wells' shoes fit perfectly into the other plaster casts, the ones made by Special Agent Taylor at the spot where the bandit had jumped off the train, there was no longer any doubt that Guy Green had been telling them the truth. And thus, in the space of 5 hours, your FBI not only was able to check the careers of 3 desperate criminals, but it also was able to perform the job it likes best to do. It was able to clear an innocent man.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's case from the files of your FBI. But now, listen. Yes, the seconds are ticking away. Time is rushing by. So once again, let me remind you that this is the last time the Equitable Society will offer its famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers on this program. With this chart, you can start to make sure that your family will be well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed regardless of what happens to you. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard to the Equitable Society, care of this ABC station. Your request will be forwarded to the nearest representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a factual account of a relentless manhunt. Its subject, murder. Its title, The Fugitive Bridegroom.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Tonight's program was directed by Sid Goodwin. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Fugitive Bridegroom on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. It still is just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Fugitive Bridegroom.
Perhaps the best set of rules ever devised for human conduct is also the oldest. The rules written on the 2 tables of stone. The rules we know as the 10 Commandments. One of those canons is, thou shalt not kill. The record of the number of times that commandment is broken is a matter of national concern. For in the year just past, there were thousands of people murdered. These murders occurred in every section of the country and formed a solid core in the midst of the 1.5 million major crimes committed in 1948. Some people were murdered in the middle of a large city, almost within arm's reach of help. And others, well, other murders, like the one in tonight's case, from the files of your FBI, took place far from any crowd and far from any help. Tonight's file opens at a resort hotel in the snow country. It is early evening, and the skating rink beside the Twin Lakes Lodge is crowded. In one corner of the rink, a young man is, well, being a young man.
Hey, Jones! Jones! What's this?
What's it going to be?
A triple twister with a double reverse.
Oh, this I want to see.
Okay, now watch. Now, here goes.
Oh, Tom, that was perfect.
I usually break a leg.
Oh, don't do that. Who'd take me to the barn dance?
Hey? When's that?
Tomorrow night.
No kidding.
Time really flies, doesn't it?
Now, when I'm with you, it does. Oh, these past 10 days I've had wings.
I've loved them.
Honest?
Honest.
Clara's calling you.
Johnny! Oh, what is it? Come here, will you? Oh, excuse me, Tom.
Sure. Hey, look. Why don't you take off your skates and I'll meet you at the sleigh?
Okay. Hi, Cora. Hi. Look, honey, I don't want to spoil your fun, but there's a phone call at the shack for you. It's the man you're engaged to. Ralph?
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
When did he get into town?
Just tonight.
Cora, do me a favor.
What?
Go in and tell him you couldn't find me. Tom, what time tomorrow do we go skiing?
Skiing.
Okay. What time tomorrow do we go skiing?
Well, as soon after lunch as you can get away.
Fine.
Oh, boy. Well, here we are. You're home.
So soon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tom, it's been a wonderful evening.
I loved it, too.
Good night.
Good night, honey.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Gee, boy. Gee, get ahead. Get.
Hello, Joan.
Oh, Ralph.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Here are your keys.
Thanks.
I've been waiting here for you to come home.
When did you get back?
Just tonight.
Oh,
Well, aren't you glad to see me?
sure.
I called you every place.
I didn't get any messages.
Oh, weren't you at the rink?
Yes.
Well, I called there.
It was very crowded tonight.
Oh. Who was that? Who was the fellow you were with?
A friend.
Looked like a pretty close friend.
Oh, now, Ralph.
Well, he was kissing you.
That's right.
Well, do you give everyone that privilege?
Look, this is all pretty pointless.
Pointless. Joan, we're engaged.
I don't want to discuss that.
But, Joan...
It's late. I've got to go to bed.
Joan...
Good night, Ralph.
Meanwhile, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Leon King.
Leon, how close are you to finishing the Anderson case?
I'm just doing my report on it now, Jim.
Well, the SAC said that as soon as you were finished, we were to start working together on a new one. Came in this morning.
No, what is it?
Probably murder.
What do you mean, probably?
Well, the body of a woman about 23 years old was found buried in the snow up at Great Bear National Park.
Uh-huh.
Police were called in first. They started an investigation, but they couldn't find any means of identifying the woman.
How long had she been dead?
Oh, about 2 to 3 weeks. There was some indication she'd been struck on the back of the head, but so far it hasn't been determined whether she sustained that injury when she fell or whether she was actually struck by someone.
Was her clothing checked?
The police sent them on to our lab in Washington. She was wearing an old leather belt, and by using the infrared, they brought up some crude printing. Turned out to be a name, Mary Travis.
Well, did the police learn where she was staying at Great Bear?
No, not yet. I spent most of the morning checking around town here to see if I could find any of her friends or relatives.
Why here?
Oh, there was a small gold-plated bracelet around her wrist. Had a tiny perfume dispenser attached to it.
Yes?
Well, on one side of the dispenser it said Mary, and on the other, compliments of the Key Club.
I've seen those.
Well, I checked at the club. They gave out those dispensers as New Year's Eve souvenirs.
Did you find anybody there who knew the girl?
No. However, I learned her parents have a home here.
Well, did you see them?
No, they're traveling in Europe.
Oh, fine.
Well, I contacted them. I cabled them the news of their daughter's death. They're flying back on a plane which makes a connection at New York with another plane that gets them out here tomorrow afternoon.
Good.
Leon, why don't you finish your report on the Anderson case tonight if you can?
Okay, Jim.
We can start checking on the girl's background again first thing in the morning.
Hello, Cora.
Oh, hi, Ralph. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Say, how do you like my friend here?
Quite a snowman.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm trying to make up my mind about the nose. I don't know whether to use an icicle or a carrot. Let's see.
Cora, have you seen Joan?
Oh, not this morning. Well, did you catch up with her last night?
Yeah.
Bet she was surprised, huh?
Well, you could call it that. Say, Cora, who's the guy?
Well, who do you mean?
The one she's been going with.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I saw them together last night.
Oh.
Who is he?
Well, his name's Tom Chandler. He checked in at the lodge 10 days ago.
Well, has she seen a lot of him?
Look, Ralph, no fair.
I'm sorry. I think I know the answer anyway.
Ralph, I don't want to get involved, but, well, after all, you did go away.
Well, I went for only one reason, to make some money to marry Joan. The funny part is, I made the money. Look, even bought a ring.
Oh, Ralph, that's beautiful.
Well, I don't think I'll have much use for it now.
Oh, that's no way to talk. Get in there and fight. Give that other boy some competition. Say, there's a barn dance tonight. Joan's going to be there.
With him?
Well, I imagine so, but that'd be a good place for you to start.
I've got a better place to start.
Where?
The nearest bar.
Oh, brother, that airport.
You been out there all afternoon?
Yeah, the plane was 2 hours late.
Did you talk to the girl's parents, Jim?
Yeah, wasn't too easy.
What did you find out?
Mr. Travis told me that his daughter had written and told him we're going to Great Bear to do some skiing.
Uh-huh.
Later, she wrote and said that she had met someone up there and married him. A man named Fred Jones. And unfortunately, that's about all they know about him.
You mean she didn't mention what he did or where he came from?
No.
Well, where is he now?
They didn't know that either.
That's pretty strange behavior, Jim.
Well, this is even stranger. Travis told me that his daughter lived alone in an apartment here in town.
She must have had money.
Yes, that's right, from an aunt. Well, we went to her bank. She kept a safe deposit box. We found that they had received a visit from the girl and her husband. She wanted him to be a joint owner and be able to open the box, too.
Was this arranged?
Yes, and according to the bank's record, the new husband came to the bank a week ago and emptied the box.
After the girl was dead?
That's right. Her father said that he knows of at least $5,000 in cash that his daughter had in the box, in addition to various securities.
Jim, could anyone in the bank describe Fred Jones?
Oh, not a soul.
Well, it sounds like that's our next job.
I'll get it there. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. This is Lieutenant Henderson of the Great Bear.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Well, we've made a little progress.
Good. Oh, did you find out where the girl was staying?
Yeah, she was living at the Chestnut Inn until she got married.
Uh-huh.
Then she and her husband rented a cabin someplace up here, but we haven't located that yet.
Well, thanks for calling, Lieutenant. Just as soon as we can sign out of here, Leon King and I will be on our way up to see you.
Back to the center and swing your sweep. Down the four hands up, round to go, half round, and those to go.
Hi, Tom. Hi, Johnny. Hi.
How about getting a partner and joining us?
I'm not over the last set yet.
Oh, you're sitting.
Oh, but I'll be back.
Four hands up, round to go. Half round to the right, and left. Hello.
All right.
Oh, hi, Ralph.
You surprised to see me?
Well,
I decided to take your advice.
You've also been taking some more.
Correct. Hey, where's Joan?
I don't know.
I want to get another look at her new boyfriend.
Well, he's not here.
Oh, now, look.
Ralph, I haven't seen either one of them all night.
Well, you told me she was coming here.
Well, she must have changed her mind.
Oh, look.
Now, you be a good little boy and go home.
Hey, here she is.
But
I knew you were trying to fool me. That's her new fella she's dancing with. You know, I think I'll go over and meet him.
Oh, wait, Ralph.
No. I want to shake hands with my competition. Shake hands with my competition. Hello. Can I get in?
No, Ralph.
Why not? Answer me. Why not?
I don't think she has to give a reason.
I'm not talking to you. Joan, can't you give me a reason?
Ralph, please.
Look, I think we've had enough of this.
What do you mean, we?
Let's say I've had enough of this.
Get out of my way.
Oh, no. Now, if you want a reason to, I'll give you one. Joan is my wife.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. To the man or woman who can truthfully say to himself, I'm on the way up. Yes, we're talking to the kind of man who knows that someday his boss will call him and say, Jim,
We're making you head of your department, starting next Monday.
If you're that type of person with unshakable confidence in yourself and your future, then make sure you have life insurance designed to order for you. Right now, investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. To people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 5 years from now than they are today, this plan offers 3 important advantages.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him immediately? Phone him soon and ask for full details on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Fugitive Bridegroom.
There are 2 men in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, and it appears that one of them is a murderer, a wanton killer for profit. There are differences between them almost as great as there can possibly be between 2 people, and yet, despite those differences, either one of them could be the killer, for there is no mold into which people are poured, and which makes one man a murderer and the other man incapable of it. In its various investigations into what adds up to thousands of murders, your law enforcement agencies and your FBI have learned that there are no such things as physical characteristics which can serve to identify any criminal, and least of all, a murderer. Murders have been committed by men and women in every age group, of every income group, of every race and creed. So don't make any snap decision about which of the 2 men in tonight's case is the actual killer, because thus far only one thing is true. It could be either one. Tonight's file continues at police headquarters at Great Bear. Special Agents King and Taylor are being greeted by Lieutenant Henderson.
Good to see you again, gentlemen.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't got too much to report to you.
Well, did you locate the cabin that the honeymooners used?
Not yet. I got a detail working on it. We should get some word soon.
What have you been able to pick up on the missing husband, Lieutenant?
Well, very little. He called himself Fred Jones, but the chances are that was an alias.
Yes, that's true.
He'd worked at a local ski shop for about a week. When he married Miss Travis, he quit his job.
Lieutenant, could anyone around there give you a description on him?
Yes, but it was too general. No outstanding features or characteristics. I interviewed a dozen people around there. Here are the descriptions of him.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Where did he come from, Lieutenant?
No one knows. He just drifted in and got the job. I think... Excuse me. Lieutenant Henderson speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Newton. We located the honeymooners' cabin.
Oh, good.
It's up at the end of Pine Trail.
The place with the double chimney?
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Sergeant. I'll get up there right away.
Am I still welcome around here, Cora?
Oh, how do you feel, Ralph?
Awful.
How's the chin?
Sore.
We'll sit down and rest it, huh?
Thanks.
Cigarette?
Not right now. Cora,
Yes?
do I remember right? Did Joan get married?
Yes.
Well, that's that.
Ralph, if it's any consolation to you, he seems like a pretty nice guy.
Cora, was he around here before I left?
No, I told you. He just got in 10 days ago.
I had a feeling I'd seen him someplace before.
Well, you might have seen his picture. He's pretty social.
Oh, money, too?
Joni said he's worth $500,000.
Well, me and my little 5,000.
Did you actually go away and earn $5,000?
Well, I didn't really earn it. I got lucky. I went out on a trail and found a man with a broken leg.
What?
He turned out to own half of Pittsburgh.
Oh.
The 5,000 was a reward.
Where did all this happen?
At a place called Great Bear.
Oh.
Hey. I just remembered.
What?
Did you say that guy was worth $500,000?
Well, that's what he told Joni.
I've got to get a hold of her right away.
Just put those snowshoes by the door.
Okay, Lieutenant. You get yours off, Leon?
Yeah, just unloosen the straps. There we are.
Why?
Well, let's go into the cabin and take a look around.
All right.
Go ahead, boys.
Thanks.
After you, Jim.
Thanks, man.
Hey, better keep our coats on. This isn't going to be any too warm in here.
Say, Lieutenant, didn't I see some telephone wires outside?
Yeah, you did. The phone is right in there in the bedroom.
Leon?
Yes, Jim?
Why don't you call the phone company, see if they have any record of outgoing calls from here after the girl's death? Huh?
Right.
Well, Lieutenant, suppose we look around.
All right. I don't know what we'll find, though. My men have already searched the place.
Oh?
Yeah. Say, did your laboratory have any word on how the girl met her death?
No, not yet. They said they'd have something for me later in the day, though.
Oh, good.
What was left behind her?
Well, that scarf, hairbrush, and that little box camera.
Box camera, huh?
Yeah.
They probably took some snapshots. Say, there could be a picture of the husband.
We didn't find any.
Well, they might not have had a chance to get the pictures back yet. Where would you go around here to have pictures developed?
Why, several places in the village. Camera shop, drugstore.
Now, when we finish here, I'm going down there.
Hello?
Joan, this is Ralph.
Oh.
Joan, first I'd like to apologize for the thing that happened last night.
It isn't necessary.
Well, I realize now it was pretty stupid.
Thanks for calling, Ralph.
Oh, wait. I have something else to talk to you about. I understand you're living at a cabin.
Yes.
Could I come and see you?
I don't think Tom would like that.
Well, this is about him.
What do you mean?
Cora told me that you said he was very wealthy, worth $500,000.
That's right.
Did you just make that up?
Of course not.
You really believe it?
Yes, why?
Because I saw him less than a month ago at a resort called Great Bear. He was a clerk in a ski shop.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I'm telling you, Joan, it's the truth. Look, I have a feeling that instead of you marrying his money, he's marrying yours.
Ralph, I'm not going to listen to any more of this. Goodbye.
Leon, over here.
Jim, I've got the information we need.
Oh, good.
There was a long-distance call made from the telephone in the cabin 11 days ago to the Twin Lakes Lodge at Twin Lakes. How did your theory work out about the pictures?
Well, the druggist said there weren't any pictures here in the name of Mrs. Jones, but the theory paid off anyway. Mrs. Jones brought a roll of film in to be developed before she was married, and they were here in the name of Mary Travis. Here, Leon, take a look at them.
Yeah.
Now, 6 of them are pictures of Miss Travis. These last 2, there they are. Those are Jones.
But, Jim, he's bent over, skiing. Can't see his face. How do you know it's Jones?
Oh, here. Take a look here. See that scarf he has around his neck?
Uh-huh.
Well, Jones left it at the cabin when he cleared out, along with a hairbrush and the camera that took these pictures.
Left a hairbrush?
That's right.
It might be very valuable.
No?
I just called the office. They've gotten a report from the lab. They found some fragments of skin under the girl's fingernails.
Must have been a struggle before she died, then.
Yes. They also discovered a few blonde hairs.
Oh. We'll ask Lieutenant Henderson to take the hairbrush into town for us and see if those blonde hairs match any that are in that hairbrush.
Okay.
Oh, did you talk to the Twin Lakes Lodge?
Yes.
And?
There's nobody staying there by the name of Fred Jones. But the reservation clerk remembers getting a phone call from Great Bear on the day the call was made from the cabin.
Oh?
The reason he remembered was the man who called merely wanted to know
if there were any rooms available. He didn't want to make a reservation over the phone.
Well, that was probably Jones. I guess he wanted some time to assume his new name and identity. Well, Leon, let's take these pictures with us and drive over to Twin Lakes.
Just a minute. Ralph.
Oh, brother, am I glad you're here.
Wait, you can't come in.
I've got to.
But, Ralph, Tom...
Joan, I came all the way out to your cabin to tell you about Tom.
I don't want to hear that story again. Now get out.
No, this is a different story. Your husband's a murderer.
What?
I called Great Bear, spoke to the ski shop. I wanted to verify the fact that I'd seen him there. They told me the police were looking for him. He's wanted for killing his wife.
Oh, Ralph, you've been drinking.
No, I'm cold sober, and this is the truth. He killed his wife for her money. I came out here to see that he didn't give the same treatment to you.
That was very considerate.
Tom, did you hear what he's been telling me?
Yes.
I apologize for it. He forced his way in here.
Well, and he's getting thrown out.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm sober this time. I think you'll find it a little harder.
Well, let's try.
Oh, stop that, you two. Please stop it, I'm dead.
All right, you two, break it up.
We better separate them, Joe.
Come on, you. Come on, take it easy.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI. We're looking for this man here.
He's my husband.
Well, I've got a warrant for his arrest. He's wanted on suspicion of murder.
Fred Jones, alias Tom Chandler, was tried in federal court for murder on a government reservation, found guilty and sentenced to be executed. Upon arriving at the Twin Lakes Lodge, Special Agent Taylor showed the skiing picture of Jones to several people at the hotel. Although his face was hidden, his unusual ski jacket was recognized as belonging to a guest named Tom Chandler. Special Agent Taylor then learned that Tom Chandler had been a guest at the Twin Lakes Lodge and that he had checked in the very day that Fred Jones left Great Bear. Piecing those bits of information together gave him enough to assume that Tom Chandler and Fred Jones were one and the same person. When a sample of Jones' hair proved to be identical with the strands of hair found under the fingernails of the late Mrs. Jones, and also with some hair found in the hairbrush left at the cabin, it proved to be sufficient evidence for a conviction. By combining thorough investigation with the invaluable help they received from the local police and also from the FBI crime laboratory, the two special agents were able to close another case, and to close it successfully with the arrest not of the suspect, but of the real criminal.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a question that may surprise you. Did you know that a man is known by the life insurance he owns? In other words, when you purchase the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up, you automatically demonstrate that you're that type of person. That you really do have faith in yourself and your future. So, don't belittle yourself by making small plans. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon and ask him to give you facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual case history of a manhunt in the Great Southwest. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Cut Rate Caravan.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Cut Rate Caravan on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. It still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, the Cut Rate Caravan.
We Americans are a nomadic people, constantly on the search for a new horizon. We're in perpetual movement, and a native in almost any of our larger cities is a rarity. Perhaps one of the reasons for that is our ever-growing number of facilities for transportation. As it stands now, a person can cross the nation in a handful of hours. And scientists foresee planes in the near future which will jet propel a passenger from New York to Los Angeles between breakfast and lunch. But there are some, and they will always be with us, for whom such speed is neither necessary nor even desirable. They prefer to travel by automobile. And for them, if they do not wish to drive themselves, there are services which are available to satisfy their want for leisure and also for economy. You pay a flat sum to one of those services, and you ride with other passengers in an ordinary sedan, indistinguishable from every other sedan on the highway. Tonight's file concerns one of those cross-country trips and what happened to the four people in the car as they were making their way casually across the great American desert. Tonight's file opens in the early evening. Darkness has just fallen. The driver, a lean young man, is seated in the front alone as the car speeds along the highway. One of the passengers breaks the silence.
Driver,
Oh, yes, Mrs. Troy.
how far is our next stop?
Oh, about an hour.
Another hour?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, will you close the windows and turn the heater on? I'm cold.
Oh, the heater's broken.
It was all right last night.
Oh, it's broken now.
Well, then close the windows.
Yes, Mrs. Troy.
Joey?
Oh, yeah, Miss Pendleton.
Got a match? Oh, wait a minute. I think I've got one. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, soldier. Are you smoking again? I am. Well, I'll certainly be more careful the next time I travel.
So will we.
Driver,
Yes, Mrs. Troy.
what's the name of those mountains on the right?
I don't know. They're just mountains.
Well, they must have a name.
Look, why don't you leave him alone?
I'm not talking to you. Driver, when I paid for this trip, I was assured that you would act as a guide and tell me about the natural wonders along the way. You haven't opened your mouth since we left New York.
Sorry, Mrs. Troy.
I don't know a single place we've gone through.
Turn around, Joey. We'll do the whole thing over with sound.
And to make things worse, this woman has been blowing smoke in my face since we started.
Now, wait a minute.
All right. Now, let's cut it out.
I beg your pardon.
Let's see if we can try to get along with each other. We've got another day ahead of us, and we're still going to be in the same car, so let's try to make the best of it.
Okay, soldier. I'll try.
Think you can try too, Mrs. Troy?
I reserve the right of silence.
Hey, looks like we got to stop.
What for?
There's somebody up ahead waving a searchlight.
Well, what do you think it is, Joey?
Probably some kind of inspector wants to see if we got fruit flies in the car or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, they're always making some kind of inspection. What do you want, Jack?
I got a gun here.
Huh?
Just drive where I tell you.
Mister?
What?
Can't you tell us yet where we're going?
Slow down. We're almost there.
Okay.
Pull off the road when you get past that big rock.
Uh-huh.
See that cabin?
Yeah.
Pull alongside us. Okay, stop. We get out here.
I refuse to.
Move, lady.
I'm not getting out.
This gun says you are. You'd better do as he said, Mrs. Troy.
You're a veteran young man. You've had some experience with guns. Why don't you do something?
Because he's got the gun, not me.
Come on, soldier. Let her get shot if she wants to.
Wait, I'm coming.
Give me the keys to the car, pal.
Okay. Here.
How long do you intend to keep us here?
Until my friend comes to meet me.
And when will that be?
Stop asking questions. Get in the cabin.
Meanwhile, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Dean Johnson.
Well, Dean, we go to work.
On what, Jim?
2 men held at the bank in Rawlins this afternoon. They came in at closing time and took $18,000.
Do we know anything about them?
Yes, a tourist in Rawlins happened to be taking a snapshot in front of the bank when the bandits walked out with the loot.
So free?
Yeah, the picture's been developed and both bandits have been identified.
Who are they?
One of them is named Pete Fenton. The other is a George Caldwell.
I've heard of them.
Well, both of them are armed and dangerous.
What was the pattern after they left the bank?
Well, they separated. They took different cars.
And we got descriptions of the cars?
Yes, and we've checked on the license numbers. Both cars were stolen about an hour before the robbery.
That figures.
Well, we've got an alarm out on both cars and on Fenton and Caldwell.
Don't we have a resident agent in Rawlins, Jim?
That's right. He's working on the case, too. Oh, excuse me. Taylor speaking. Yes, sir. All right, sir. All right now, sir. Thank you. Goodbye. Dean, it was the SAC.
What?
He wants us to leave for Rawlins immediately.
Well, that's one break.
What?
Look, old Hatchet Face fell asleep.
Good. Hey, soldier, you still got those matches?
Sure, yeah.
I'll swap you, huh? A match for a cigarette?
Deal.
You want one, Miss Pendleton?
Oh, thanks, Joey.
You know, things never work out the way you figure. When I first took this job 3 years ago, I figured, get action. See the Wild West. So, I drive from New York to L.A., L.A. to New York, back and forth. What happens? Nothing. But do I give up? Nah. I keep thinking every time I make a trip, what I'll do, and the bad man. That's always 3 or 4 of them together. What I'll do when they stop me, I'll break them in half with my bare hands. So what happened? Today, we get stopped by one guy. I'm scared of death.
Joey, you got any idea where we are?
Yeah, I think we might be maybe 8-10 miles from a place called Rawlins.
Oh, I never knew it got this cold in the desert. I'm freezing.
Well, if we had some wood, we could start a fire in the fireplace.
I wish I had my coat.
Hey, that's it.
What?
It's the gimmick I need to get out to the car. If I can do that, maybe I can get us out of here. Hey, mister.
What?
Mister, we're cold.
That's too bad.
Or can we come out and get our coats out of the car?
Just one of them.
Okay.
Come on. Stay right in front of me. We'll go together.
Okay.
I wonder what he's got in mind.
I don't know.
He's a cute guy.
Yeah, he's okay.
Think we'll ever get to L.A.?
Oh, sure.
You live there, soldier?
Oh, no. I just heard a lot about the place, and I made up my mind when I got out of the hospital, I'd give it a try.
How long were you laid up?
3 years.
3 years in the hospital?
Yeah.
Kind of rough, soldier.
Oh, I'm just glad it's over. Is L.A. your home?
No. I'm just giving it a try myself.
What do you do?
Oh, I've been a lot of things. Car hop, waitress, hostess.
Sounds like you make out okay.
With all those talents I couldn't miss. You know something, soldier? We'll both do okay.
Thanks. I can use it.
Get in. Okay.
Here's your coat, Miss Pendleton.
Thanks, Joey.
And here's yours, soldier.
Thanks. Now listen.
Yeah.
Here's the way out. That's the only door. And the windows are all boarded up, but we still got a chance.
How?
You see this key?
Mm-hmm.
It's a spare to the car. I keep it in the coat all the time. If I can get out of here and into the car without him seeing me, I could go for help.
But you just said that's the only door.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to sit down and figure something. There's got to be another way out of here. We got to find out what it is.
Dean?
Yes, Jim.
Sheriff over in the next county just called. They found the convertible that Pete Fenton used in his getaway.
Yeah, I assume that Fenton wasn't in the car.
That's right. He apparently abandoned it when he got a flat tire.
Where did they find it?
Oh, about 10 miles out of town. Motor was cold, which means it had been abandoned sometime before.
Well, that doesn't tell us very much about where Fenton is, Jim.
Yeah, I know. As a matter of fact, we were better off before. At least we knew then what kind of a car he was in.
Have we got a map of that section, Jim?
Yeah, there's one there on the resident's desk.
Well, let's take a look at it and see if there are any side roads near where the car was found.
Oh, I'll take it, Dean.
Yeah.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yeah, Harry. There he is? Oh, one of those, huh? Yeah. Well, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, sure. All right. Thanks. So long. Now, there's the resident, Dean. The limousine was due at the Rawlins Hotel 3 hours ago, and it hasn't been heard from.
Whose limousine?
Oh, it's one of those low-rate cars that run from New York to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And the hotel says that if the car was going to be late, the driver always called in from Whiteside. That's a town about 35 miles down the road.
And they haven't heard from him yet.
Not a word. I think we'd better get a description of that limousine and send out a brand new alarm.
Look at that.
What?
Here we are knocking our brains out to figure a way out of here. And that old dame just sleeps away. It almost makes me...
Yeah, I got it. I got a way out.
How?
The fireplace. Oh, look how big it is. I'll climb up the chimney, walk across the roof, and jump down next to the car.
Hey.
I can be gone by the time he hears me.
Hey, that's good.
Except for one thing.
What?
You going up the chimney.
Look, you just got out of the hospital.
Yes, but all right.
You don't know the technique. My old man played Santa Claus in a department store in Brooklyn for 8 straight years. My whole family's great when it comes to chimneys.
I still want to go.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll flip a coin. Heads, I go. Tails, you go.
Well,
okay. Here goes. Heads. I go. Come on now, give me a boost.
Good luck, Joey.
Thanks, Miss Pendleton.
There you are. Can you grab a hold?
Wait a minute. Yeah. I got it. Well, this is easy.
Hey.
What?
Take a look at this coin Joey flipped. It's got 2 heads on it.
What?
Wait. Sounds like he's out of the chimney. Hear the steps.
He's almost across the roof.
He's got to make it. He's got to. He must be at the edge. He must be ready to jump. Oh, poor guy.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. To the man or woman who can truthfully say to himself,
I'm on the way up.
You know the type of man who has a right to say those words. It's the man who's looking forward to the day when his neighbors will say to him,
Congratulations, Ralph. Just heard that you've landed a swell new job with the Winter Jones Company.
If you rate yourself as a man on the way up, it may interest you to know that the Equitable Society has created a special type of life insurance for you personally. It's known as the Equitable Plan for people on the way up, for men and women who believe in themselves and their futures. And it offers these 3 important advantages.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable Plan provides for readjustment in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable Plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit, and offers you many desirable options which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him immediately? Phone him as soon as possible and ask for full details on the Equitable Plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Cut Rate Caravan.
It is the hope of the Federal Bureau of Investigation that in helping to bring this series of official radio programs to you, it is helping to educate you in the devious ways of the criminal. There is something you can learn from each program, something you can take away that will enable you to help fight the current and continuing wave of crime which last year saw more than 5,000 major crimes being committed every 24 hours. The lesson to be learned from tonight's case from the files of your FBI is that crime knows no geography. It can strike in the crowded tenement district of a large city, or, as you have seen, it can strike in the middle of the desert. A companion lesson to be learned is that the criminal, whether he is desperate or not, is no respecter of persons or their rights. Here you have seen 4 people, none of whom have criminal records. People who might be met in any corner of the country, who happened to come along a lonely highway in the desert at what was, for the criminal, a fortuitous time, and who, because of that circumstance, that merest chance of fate which placed them on the road at that particular moment, now find their very lives in jeopardy.
this happened to them. And unless the Pete Fettons are removed and put away, it can happen to you. Tonight's file continues at the FBI resident agent's office in Rollins. It is later that night.
Dean, did anything come in on that limousine?
Not a thing here, Jim, but New York said that there were 3 passengers in the car. 2 women and a man besides the driver.
Fenton's trigger happy. If he has those people, we'd better find them before too long.
Yes.
Well, let's check and see if we know for sure so far. Now, look. One of the stolen cars headed east out of Rollins after the robbery.
Yeah, that was the car driven by Fenton.
Okay, now we know that Fenton was somewhere where it was muddy because of the crust of mud on both the clutch and the brake pedals.
Yeah. The lab could tell us where that mud came from. We might at least know which section to search.
Oh, I'll take it easy.
Yeah.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Chief. You have? Or when? Oh, good. Oh, he wouldn't, huh? Yes, we'll be right over. Thanks for calling. Bye. That was the local chief of police team. They've just picked up George Caldwell.
Alone?
Yeah, and he had the loot with him. He was headed west on the same highway the other car used.
That must be near their rendezvous point, Jim.
That's right. Chief asked Caldwell where Fenton was waiting for him, but he wouldn't talk. I think we'd better go over and do a little interviewing ourselves.
Soldier, wet this cloth again, will you?
Sure.
If I'd been awake, this would never have happened. It was idiotic for him to have attempted such a
Just moved his
thing.
head.
Good.
It's all right, Joey. Just lay still.
Oh, Miss Pendleton.
Don't try to get up.
What happened?
You got shot.
Well, I remember that, but I don't remember nothing else.
You rolled off the roof. The guy outside carried you in.
I'm sorry I got all into this trouble. I didn't know.
Joey.
Leave him alone. He's passed out again. Maybe he's better off that way. He's bleeding pretty badly.
Young man,
Yes, Mrs. Troy.
you've wasted enough time with him now. I'm getting hungry, and I'd like you to ask that man outside if he has any intention of feeding us. After
Just
all,
a minute, you old vulture. It may not mean anything to you if Joey bleeds to death, but it does to us.
Young lady, I'll
Shut up.
you.
I haven't heard you open your mouth since we left New York except to complain about something somebody else was doing. Now get back in the corner, sit down, and stay out of our way.
I think you'd better, Mrs. Troy.
Well, if you're both against me.
Soldier, what can we do about Joey?
I'll talk to our guard. What is it? We've got to get our friend to a doctor.
No thanks.
But he's dying.
Nobody moves.
You've got to help him. Do you hear? Do you?
I guess he's through talking.
Oh, we've got to get a doctor.
Well, how?
I don't know. But I'm going to get one here.
Well, Dean, we don't know much more now than we did before we talked to Caldwell.
No, he's a pretty cold customer.
Well, we can be pretty sure they did intend to meet somewhere between where the first car was found and where Caldwell was picked up.
It's a stretch of about 15 miles, Jim.
Yeah, I know. We haven't got time to cover that territory inch by inch.
Maybe one of the posses will find the missing limousine.
I hope so, but I hate to wait. Those people are in more danger every hour that Caldwell doesn't show up with that money.
You wouldn't think 4 people in the car could just disappear in the middle of the desert. Where could 4...
Dean, I think that's it.
What?
We're in the middle of the desert. There's nothing but sand around here.
Oh, that's right.
I've got an idea. Let's get to a phone.
Soldier?
Yes?
Bleeding again. Pretty badly, too.
Well, I'm getting that guy in here. Hey, you outside.
What?
Come in here. You hear me? Come in. What is it?
Come here and take a look. He's dying.
So? Oh, you've got to let me get a doctor. You can't just let a man die like this.
Listen, you're staying right in here whether this guy croaks or not.
Young man,
What?
if I must stay, I'd like to be moved to some other place. I've put up with these people long enough.
You're the one who owns that big black suitcase, aren't you?
That's right.
I thought so.
Why?
I just got finished going through it.
You've got no right to do that.
I found those 12 decks of cards you carry.
I used those to play bridge with my friends.
That's what I thought. They're marked.
That's a lie.
Lady, I know Marcus when I see him.
You mean she has decks of marked cards?
Yeah, that's right.
Where you phony?
I've got him! Let's grab his gun.
No, you don't. Now, stay where you are, all of you.
Are you hurt, soldier?
No, I'm okay.
You ain't gonna be for long.
Wait!
All right, Fenton, drop that gun.
Yeah.
Go on, you heard me. Drop it. Dean, see if he's carrying anything else. I'll cover you.
Right, Jim.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Well, we need a doctor for that man on the floor.
Dean, call in the sheriff. Have him rush this man to a hospital.
Right.
Can we go with him?
Certainly. All right, Fenton, you're coming with us.
Joey Green, the car driver, recovered from his gunshot wound, so no murder charge was filed against Pete Fenton. Instead, Fenton and his partner, George Caldwell, were each given life imprisonment following conviction in a federal court for bank robbery. In studying the mud to be found on the clutch and brake pedals of the car abandoned by Pete Fenton, Special Agent Taylor noticed what seemed to be small seedlings. Because he saw them, the two special agents were able to get to the cabin in which the four tourists were being held. The presence of those seedlings told Special Agent Taylor that the mud had come from a place in the desert that had just new grass planted. He knew that grass in any desert is not indigenous and must be planted anew every fall, because the sun dries the soil each summer and the desert winds blow away the topsoil. A call to the local nursery told Special Agent Taylor that the only place within the 10-mile stretch under investigation that had recently been seeded was a cabin a few miles off the main highway. Given the location of that cabin, the two special agents still were faced with the grave problem of whether or not they would be able to reach it in time to save the four people being held prisoner. By combining sound reasoning with the special knowledge that desert grass had to be planted every year, your FBI was able not only to apprehend the second bank robber, but was also able to save the lives of four innocent people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Did you know that many top executives say,
show me a man's life insurance policies, and I can make a pretty accurate estimate of his future success?
yes, your insurance tells a lot about you. When you purchase an equitable plan for men and women on the way up, you mark yourself as a man who really believes in himself and his ability to get ahead. So why sell yourself short? Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative. Ask him to give you the whole story on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An intriguing story that proves that women in crime are not the weaker sex. Its subject, swindling. Its title, The Mother-in-Law Racket. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Mother-in-Law Racket, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. It still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Mother-in-Law Racket.
In a country such as ours, a country populated with over 140 million people, it is not a surprising thing that there are 7.5 million people with fingerprint arrest records. The surprising thing is that there are not more, for crime is on the march, and many of those 7.5 million are hardened, experienced criminals. Every survey made by the Federal Bureau of Investigation shows that not only is crime increasing in every section of the nation, but also that the American criminal is a first-rate opportunist. Let conditions be what they may. Let wars be fought. Let floods and pestilence strike an area. Let the gods bring forth what they will. The criminal will find some way to turn the circumstance to his favor. For that reason, your FBI is especially anxious to bring you tonight's program from the files. For here we uncover a new swindle, a new racket which can be stamped out in only one way, by public recognition. Tonight's file opens in the living room of a small frame house located on the outskirts of a large western city. It is early afternoon, and in the living room, a middle-aged woman in a cotton house dress is talking on the telephone.
No, Martha, it's just that I can't stay on the phone very long. I'm expecting my new daughter-in-law, and I have to finish tidying up. Yes, Albert got married just before he went overseas. He sent me a picture of her, and from what he wrote to me, she seems to be a very sweet young girl. Yes, she's going to stay with me for a while. Yes, I did. I'll have to hang up, Martha. The doorbell just rang. Goodbye. Just a minute.
Hello.
You're Hazel? Oh, come in, dear.
Thanks.
My, it's good to see you. Albert's written so much about you. I can't tell you how I've been looking forward to this.
Thanks.
Oh, goodness, I'm not very hospitable, am I? Here, let me have your coat, dear, and put down that bag. I'll bet you're tired after spending all that time on the train. I certainly would be. You'll want to freshen up, so you come with me and I'll show you to your room.
Thanks.
Now, I want you to remember one thing, dear. This is your home. You're now my daughter. You do whatever you like.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Ira Dixon.
Oh, Ira.
Hi, Jim.
Came by looking for you before, but you were out.
Oh, I was over at Memorial Hospital taking some testimony from a man who's a patient there.
Oh?
What'd you want, Jim?
Well, New York sent us a flyer on a girl they think might be out here. A girl named Hazel Clinton.
No? What's the charge?
Well, that's a long story. During the war, she married a 19-year-old sailor in South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
That was in 1942. He went overseas shortly after that. She continued to get her allotment checks from the government.
Mm-hmm.
The next year, Hazel married a soldier in New Orleans just before he went overseas. She then started to get allotment checks as his wife.
I think I know the rest of the story, Jim.
I'm sure you do. Well, she married 4 servicemen in all before being taken into custody. She did time.
And now she's operating again.
That's right. According to the agents who arrested her, Hazel isn't a very bright girl. So I doubt that she thought up the racket she's working now.
What's that, Jim?
Well, she's marrying servicemen again, and this time she's swindling their parents.
Oh.
She works with a Confederate, but we can't seem to get a very good description of her partner.
How good a description do we have of Hazel Clinton?
A complete one, with pictures. Oh, I'm having a new set of flyers printed up on her now. As soon as they're ready, we'll send them out.
Who's there?
It's me, Hazel.
Come in.
Hi, Irene.
Hi. How you doing, kid?
Oh, swell.
The old gal like you?
Oh, sure. We're real good pals. You know, Irene, I think she's the nicest mother-in-law I ever had.
How's she fixed for dough?
Well, I guess she's got some.
How much can we take her for?
Well, she's got $3,000 in war bonds.
Any jewelry?
No.
Well, we'll go into action tomorrow morning. Write the letter for you now.
Okay.
We'll ask her for $3,000. As soon as we collect, head back to New York.
New York? We can't go back to New York, Irene.
Why not?
We gotta stay here.
Why?
Well, I gotta wait for Fred.
Fred who?
You remember Fred. He's the sailor on the battleship.
What about him?
Well, there was a thing in the paper today. His ship's coming in this week.
Well, bully for him. What do you care whether his ship's coming in or not?
Because I've got to wait for him.
Why?
Oh, you silly, don't you know? We're gonna be married. Mom, where are you?
Right here, Hazel.
Oh, Mom, I got terrible news.
Why, what's the matter, dear?
This letter, it just came. It's from Albert, and he's in trouble.
Is he hurt?
No, not that kind of trouble.
Oh, what does the letter say?
Well, I'll read it to you.
Oh.
Dear sweetheart, I have only been in Germany a week, and already I'm in such a big trouble that I am not allowed to write and tell you what it is.
Oh, good heavens.
All I can tell you is that I'm going to be court-martialed next week unless you can help me.
But how
My
can we
colonel
help
says
him?
that if I give him $3,000, he can see to it that I won't be court-martialed.
Oh.
That is the only way I can be saved.
My poor boy.
A captain in the wax, who is in my colonel's aid, left for the United States yesterday. She will be at the Central Hotel downtown next Thursday.
Well, that's today.
If you can raise the money, contact her and give her the $3,000. Her name is Captain Kenmore. That is the only way to save me, so please try your hardest to get the money.
$3,000.
I am typewriting this letter and not signing my name, so that if it is opened by the censors and does not reach you, it will not get my colonel in trouble. Tell Mom I love her and I love you, too.
My poor baby.
Oh, we gotta do something, Mom.
I have some war bonds. If I sell them...
But, Mom, if you sell them, you'll have nothing left for yourself.
Oh, what do I care about myself? So I'll get the bonds and go down to the bank and cash them in right now.
Anything coming on the alarm while I was out, Jim?
No, Ira, not a thing. You know the difficult deal on these two girls is they never repeat their pattern.
Huh?
Oh, New York sent out a report on their latest swindle.
What'd it say?
Well, they swindled the mother-in-law this time by telling him that her son was a bigamist. And unless the other woman he had married got some money, the son would go to jail. Hazel's partner was the other woman, of course.
Have we got any further description on the partner?
Oh, all we know is that she's a brunette and she's left-handed.
Yeah, there's not much to work on.
No.
How about giving Hazel's picture to newspapers? We may get some results that way.
I spoke to the SAC about that, Ira. He's afraid it might scare her off. Oh, I'll get it. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Roberts. Yes, we are. Well, he didn't hear anything else, did he? Oh, I see. All right. Thanks very much for calling. We'll get on it right away. Bye. I was the head of the special police down at the railroad station, Ira.
Was some word about Hazel Clinton?
Yes, a porter recognized her picture on the flyer and said that he remembered carrying her bag to a taxicab when she arrived here a couple of days ago.
Well, that proves she's in town anyway.
He heard her ask the cab driver if he knew the way to Bellwood Avenue, but that's all he heard.
Bellwood Avenue. That's on the south side.
That's right. Ira, look, why don't you call the local police down in that precinct? Have them start checking.
Okay, Jim.
Meanwhile, I'll go down to the railroad station and see if I can find that cab driver.
Hello, Hazel.
Gee, you look super in that uniform.
Where's Mrs. Pomeroy?
Oh, she said you had an errand to do and she'd meet us down here.
What time she say she'd be here?
At 8 o'clock sharp. Hope she's on time, otherwise I'll be late for my date.
Your what?
My date. I got a date with Fred.
Fred?
You know, the sailor I told you about. His ship got in today.
When is this date?
8:30.
Where?
Right here. What? Well, I figured this would be the best place to meet him because we had...
You stupid idiot. How could you do this?
Do what, Irene?
Suppose Mrs. Pomeroy and Fred get here in a dead heat. How will you explain Fred?
Mrs. Pomeroy is a very understanding woman.
Oh, look. How did Fred get in touch with you? He couldn't have known what to call you.
Well, I called the Navy Yard and left the message for him.
Hazel, how many times have I told you that when we're on a job...
Hazel, baby!
Huh?
Oh, Hazel, baby, it's you. Baby, I thought I'd lost you. It's really you.
Hazel, break it up.
Huh? Oh, Seaman First Class Armstrong, this is Captain Kenmore.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hazel, honey, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to see you again after all this time. Look, I'll tell you what, baby. Let's make like old times, huh? We'll have a real big night. What do you say?
Well...
You just wait right here for me. I'm going to register and we'll find some action. I'll be right back.
Gee.
Hazel, what have you been doing? Suppose Mrs. Pomeroy had come in. That would have been a fine picture for her, you and Fred with his arms wrapped around you.
Irene, that wasn't Fred.
Huh?
That was my first husband.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. To the man or woman who can truthfully say to himself, I'm on the way up. You know the kind of person we mean. The man who is confident that he will someday come home to his wife with a Valentine like this.
Alan, come here and kiss the new sales manager of the Acme Company, meaning me.
If this description fits you, if you have plenty of good, solid faith in your future success, then make sure that your life insurance is designed to fit that future. Investigate the Equitable Society Special Life Insurance Plan for men and women on the way up. To people who are confidently looking forward to increased income in the years ahead, this plan offers these three distinct advantages.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable Plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable Plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options, which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So, why not get in touch with him? Phone him and ask for full details on the Equitable Plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Mother-in-Law Racket. Earlier in on tonight's program, you heard a recapitulation of some of the crimes which had been committed by the two women we have called Hazel Clinton and Irene Kenmore. That they swindled poor people out of their life savings may have come as something of a shock to you. Possibly it has been your good fortune never to have known people like this, but they nonetheless do exist, and the records of your FBI are filled with the stories of their looting. To criminals, you see, there is no such feeling as compassion, and that so it makes no difference to them whether or not their victim can afford the loss. Nor should it surprise you that both of these criminals are women, for in the last survey, the field of crime made by your FBI, it was shown that in one 6-month period last year, more than 37,000 women were arrested. Breaking that figure down, it means that every day, over 200 of the so-called weaker sex were arrested. And the records also show that their offenses covered everything in the statute books. Everything from forgery to murder. Tonight's file continues in the lobby of the Hotel Central.
I tell you, Irene, that wasn't Fred. That was my first husband.
What's he doing here?
Well, how do I know?
Hazel, if we blow this one, I'll murder you.
But, Irene, it's not my fault.
I know, it's my fault. Should have picked somebody a little smarter to work with instead of
Hey, look.
What?
Mrs. Pomeroy just came in the front door.
Where?
See? She's just inside the door now, over on the other side by the newsstand.
Oh, yeah.
The woman in the black hat.
Yeah, I see her. Now, look, you go over at the desk. Get rid of your first husband.
Well, how are you going to meet Mrs. Pomeroy?
I'll find a way. You just get rid of him.
Okay.
Good evening. Oh. Are you Mrs. Pomeroy?
Yes.
I'm Captain Kenmore.
Oh, how do you do?
Your son showed me your picture. Unfortunately, I'm very good at remembering faces.
My daughter-in-law was supposed to meet me.
Yes, she's been here. She just went to the drugstore to get some aspirin. She said she had a very bad headache.
Oh.
Let's sit over here, Mrs. Pomeroy.
All right.
I don't think I have to tell you. No one ought to know about these arrangements except us.
I understand that, Captain.
Let's sit here.
All right. Tell me, Captain, when did you see Albert?
The day I left Germany. He was in prison.
In prison? Why?
He was caught stealing from a quartermaster depot, selling his loot to the black market in Berlin.
I can't believe it.
He's convicted at the court-martial. Faces a long term in prison.
Oh, no.
There's only one way to prevent this, Mrs. Pomeroy.
I know. I've brought the money. Here. It's all in this envelope. It's $3,000.
I see. Well, Mrs. Pomeroy, you can rest assured now that your son will be cleared.
Are you sure?
I guarantee it.
Thank heaven. Goodness, I wonder where my daughter-in-law is.
Oh, well, she may be sometime. You know, the drugstore's a couple blocks away.
Oh.
Look, I know this has been a trying experience for you. Why don't you run ahead?
Well,
I'll tell your daughter-in-law that you'll meet her at home.
All right, if you'll explain to her.
Yes, of course.
Thank you again.
You're very welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Hazel.
Gee, Irene, I've been looking all over the lobby for you. Where'd you go?
I closed the deal.
Did you get the money?
It's right here in this envelope.
Where's Mrs. Pomeroy?
She went home.
Well, you see, everything worked out all right after all.
How about your dreamboat? Did you get rid of him?
Uh-huh.
How?
Oh, it was easy. I told him that I was in a hurry to get to work.
Yeah.
And then he asked me what kind of work I did, and when I get home and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then he asked me where he could call me.
What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't think of any other number right there in a hurry, so I gave him Mrs. Pomeroy.
Mr. Taylor?
That's right. I presume you're Mrs. Pomeroy.
Yes.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Sergeant Gorman at police headquarters called and said you were coming up here.
Yes, I went to see him first. Right after I got the telephone call from Hazel's other husband.
I see. Well, Sergeant Goldman told me about that call, but said that you didn't remember what the man's name was.
No, that's right. But he said he was staying at the Hotel Central, if that helps at all.
Yes, it should. Tell me, Mrs. Pomeroy, when did you first see Hazel Clinton?
9 days ago. She came to my home to live with me.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Nothing until this morning. Then she read me a letter that she said she'd gotten from my son in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
It said that he was in trouble, but that everything could be fixed up for $3,000.
Have you got that letter?
Why, no, sir. She kept it.
What was the next step, Mrs. Pomeroy?
At 8 o'clock tonight, I went to the lobby of the Hotel Central and gave a woman named Captain Kenmore the money.
Do you think you'd recognize this woman if you ever saw her again?
Yes, I think so.
Good. I just received pictures of 3 women from our general appearance file in Washington. They suspect that one of these is a Confederate. Here are the pictures, Mrs. Pomeroy. Now, will you please look at these very carefully?
I will. This is the woman, Mr. Taylor. This one here.
Good. Now, let's see what it says about her. 5 feet 5 inches tall, dark hair. Weight, 110 pounds. Remarks. She is left-handed.
Can you get my money back for me, Mr. Taylor? It's all I have.
We'll try our best, Mrs. Pomeroy. Well, now I think the first thing for me to do is go down to the Hotel Central and try to locate the man who called you.
Hazel, quit doing your nails and listen.
I'm not interested.
Oh, stop pouting. We got what we came to this town for.
Not everything.
What do you mean?
I haven't got Fred. You wouldn't let me wait in the lobby when we were over at the Hotel Central, and now maybe you'll never find me.
Honey, guys like Fred grow on trees. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they live in them.
Very funny.
Well, did you want to stick around and run into your first husband again?
No, but I'd like to run into Fred. I could call the Navy Yard and tell him to tell Fred that I'll be waiting in the lobby of this hotel instead.
You're not going to call the Navy Yard.
Well, I don't see why not.
Because the cops might be looking for us by this time.
Well, then I'll call the Navy Yard and leave a fake name.
Yeah, if you leave a fake name, how's Fred going to know it's you?
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Hazel, look. We've got $3,000. We're going back to New York and work our way west again.
Well, okay. But I hate to miss Fred. He always wanted to marry me, and after all, Irene, I haven't been married to anybody in almost 6 months.
Okay, wait a minute.
Mr. Armstrong?
That's right.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Okay. What do you want with me?
I'd like to ask you a few questions. May I come in?
Sure, come on.
Thanks. I'm checking all the servicemen who are staying in the hotel, Mr. Armstrong. We're looking for a young lady.
So am I.
Oh, well, I've got her picture here. Will you take a look at this, please?
What are you doing with my wife's picture?
Well, I'm sorry to have to tell it to you in this way, Mr. Armstrong, but she's also the wife of 6 other servicemen that we know about.
What?
That's right. This girl is a swindler. Now, I understand you called to Mrs. Pomeroy earlier tonight. Is that correct?
Yeah. Who is she?
She's another of Hazel's mother-in-laws. Tell me, how did you happen to call her? Where did you get the number?
From Hazel. She wrote it down for me.
Good, that's what I was hoping. What did she write it on?
The inside of that book of matches.
What?
Over by the phone.
Oh. These?
Yeah.
You mind if I take them along with me?
No.
Thanks very much, Mr. Armstrong. I'll be in touch with you.
Flight number 63 for Omaha, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. Now loading at Gate 6.
Irene, Is that our plane?
No, and where have you been?
Oh, just outside that door.
What's playing out there?
Well, did you look around you while we were on that bus coming out here?
Huh?
Well, didn't you see that sailor sitting in back of us?
Hazel, do me a favor, will you? Go in the wagon.
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, but Irene, he comes from Denver, and he's already invited me to come and meet his folks. Irene, can we switch our tickets and go to Denver with him?
No, it's too late. They'll be calling our plane any minute.
Well, should I go back and ask the sailor if he wants to switch his tickets and go to New York with us?
No. Can't you stand still and be quiet for a couple of minutes?
You want a stick of gum?
No.
Hey.
What?
I wonder what happened to my first husband.
I'll look in my crystal ball and let you know.
Non-stop to New York. Now loading at gate number 3.
That's our plane, Hazel. Okay. Come on.
Just a minute, young ladies.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. We're in a hurry. We've got to make that plane.
I wouldn't worry about that. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Huh?
I've got a warrant here for your arrest.
Irene Kenmore and Hazel Clinton were each given 5-year sentences in a federal court for a violation of the Servicemen's Dependents Allowance Act. The money they took from their victim, Mrs. Pomeroy, was recovered and returned to her. In examining the match cover on which Hazel Clinton had written the telephone number of Mrs. Pomeroy, Special Agent Taylor noticed that the matches which had been used were torn from the left side of the book, which is the habit of left-handed people. He remembered that Irene Kenmore was left-handed, and that part of the pattern was that she stayed at a hotel while Hazel stayed with her pseudo-mother-in-law. The cover of the book of matches showed that they were from the Hotel Imperial, and a call by Special Agent Taylor to the hotel told him that a woman answering the description of Irene Kenmore had just checked out. The transportation desk at the Hotel Imperial then revealed that Miss Kenmore had purchased 2 airplane tickets to New York. In that way, 2 special agents, aided by cooperation from the local police and from the New York field office, were able to apprehend the 2 criminals in tonight's case, to close their criminal careers, and to put an end to their racket.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Not long ago, an executive of the Equitable Life Assurance Society made a very thought-provoking remark. He said,
"You can take the successful men of tomorrow by the life insurance they buy today."
What he meant was simply this. Let's assume that you are interested in the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Well, the fact that you are interested is first-rate evidence that you actually are the type of man who's headed for success. If you check with that thought, then you'll decide now to ask your Equitable representative for full information on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story describing a daring crime on the high seas. Its subject, jewel theft. Its title, The 5-Fathom Frameup.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Five-Fathom Frameup on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. Well, it still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, the Three-Fathom Frameup.
In a nation of more than 140 million people, a nation dedicated to the principles of free enterprise, where a man may earn his living as he chooses so long as he does not violate the law, it is not surprising that there is such a great variety of occupations. There are men who make their living by selling rare coins and stamps. Others will see to it that your home is not destroyed by termites. And still others will supply any service you happen to need, from babysitting to flagpole sitting. Among those Americans who practice an unusual vocation is a small group of men who earn their daily bread by diving. They work in treacherous currents and under such conditions that a mistake by them or by someone on the surface can cost them their very life. They grow old before their time, these young veterans of this underwater profession, and there are hazards to their business that not even the most careful can foresee. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI introduces you to one of those men and tells you of one of the odd jobs he did. Tonight's file opens in a small shack located on the end of a pier which juts into the Pacific Ocean. It is early evening, and Paul Burnett and his wife are going over the ledger, which contains a record of his income for the past year.
Paul? Have you got the figures for July?
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
Not very pretty, are they, Clara?
Oh, they could be worse.
Salvage company called again today.
Still offering the same job?
Uh-huh. They probably figure I've got to take their offer.
But you don't have to, Paul. You've had some good jobs.
They weren't good enough.
Paul, we saved for such a long time to buy your equipment. You've got to give it a chance.
Well, we don't have to decide that tonight. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Are you the diver?
Yes?
I'd like to hire you.
Who is this?
My name is Green.
Green?
You don't know me. Are you acquainted with Timber Cove?
Uh-huh.
A member of our party dropped something off the dock there.
What was it?
I'd rather not talk about it on the phone.
Well, there's only about 15 or 20 feet of water off that dock. Someone could put on a gas mask and dive for you.
At night?
Well, no.
I'd like to get the job done immediately. Can you come right out?
Well, I'd rather not. There's a storm heading in off the ocean.
What's your usual fee for a dive like this?
$100.
I'm prepared to go as high as $500.
Well,
$500 is a pretty good night's pay.
all right, Mr. Green. I'll take the job. Get the line ready, Clara.
I've got it.
Okay, Clara, tie her up.
I've got her at this end.
There. She's tied here, too.
It's so foggy, it's hard to see if there's anybody on the dock.
Wait. I hear someone. Hello? Hello?
I hear you.
Are you Mr. Green?
No. My name is Newton.
Oh. I'm Paul Burnett. I'm a diver. Mr. Green called me.
He hasn't gotten back from Shore City yet. He called you from there.
Oh, what's the problem, Mr. Newton?
Mr. Green and I came ashore about an hour ago. We landed at this dock.
Uh-huh.
Another man and his wife were with us. She was carrying quite a bit of jewelry in a red leather box.
Is that what you want me to dive for?
Yes.
Well, you know about where it went in?
Yes, I can show you.
Oh, good. Clara,
Yes, Paul.
let's bring our equipment onto the dock and go to work.
Meanwhile, in a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Agent George Henderson outside the teletype room.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, George. Just coming down to get you. The switchboard told me you were here.
What did you want?
We're working together on a jewel theft that was reported about 10 minutes ago.
Oh?
A yacht named the Laura B. radioed the local police. Said they were held up earlier tonight by two men who came aboard posing as FBI agents.
Jewel theft and impersonation, eh?
That's right. Seems the bandits tied up the owner, his wife, and the members of the crew. After they left, one of the crew managed to work his way loose, untied the others, and the police were contacted.
How much did the bandits get?
About $35,000 worth of jewelry, about $300 in cash.
How'd they get aboard?
In a rowboat. They got away in a tender belonging to the yacht.
Have we got a description of the jewelry?
We're getting it. All we know now is that the bandits carried their loot away in a red leather jewel box.
Have we got any descriptions on the two men?
Oh, yes. For a change, we've got complete descriptions.
Oh, good.
Both men are in their early 30s. They weren't corner-of-the-mouth thugs. They're well-dressed and well-spoken. I have physical details on them, too. We've already sent out an alarm on them.
Jim, where did this holdup take place?
Oh, not too far from Shore City.
I know the country around there.
Oh? Well, the police down there have been notified to be on the lookout for the men. You know, George, it's my guess they headed straight toward land after they left the yacht.
Well, that's reasonable.
Well, let's sign out of here and head for Shore City.
How's your husband doing?
Oh, all right, I guess.
Any way of finding out?
Sure. Hand me those headphones, please.
What? Oh. Here you are.
Thanks.
You calling me, Clara?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I've made the first circle. No sign of the jewel box yet.
You think it could have moved very far?
No telling. I'll just keep looking.
All right, I'll call you later.
Right.
What did he say?
Well, he hasn't seen it yet.
He's not giving up.
No.
Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Floyd.
I see the diver got here.
Uh-huh. This is his wife, Mrs. Burnett. It's Mr. Green.
I do, Mr. Green.
Burnett.
He hasn't found the box yet.
Joe, I want to talk to you alone for a minute.
Sure. Pardon me, ma'am?
Certainly. I'll call you if we find anything.
Thanks.
We have a little trouble, Joe.
What?
There's no more gas in the car.
Oh, fine.
What do we do?
Well, we're going to have to get out of here by boat.
What about the diver?
What do you mean?
I promised him $500 for getting the box for us.
Well, I got a way to pay him. It won't cost us a nickel.
George, I just spoke to the chief of police. He said we could use his office.
Fine.
Oh, your call get through to our office?
Yes, Jim. No word there on the two bandits.
Chief Hanson is out cruising in a squad car. I spoke to him while I was in the radio room. Oh, he told me something that might tie in.
What was that?
A blue convertible was stolen here in Shore City earlier today. The theft was witnessed by a man named Jenkins.
Well, how does that tie in, Jim?
Well, the description this Jenkins gave of the car thief fits one of the yacht bandits perfectly.
I see.
Since then, a second report came in that the car was seen along the Peninsula Road heading back here to Shore City.
I don't get that.
Judge, I've been trying to reconstruct this thing. I'll give it to you as far as I've gotten. Huh?
Okay.
Now, the two bandits undoubtedly planned beforehand to use the tender from the Laura B as the means of getting ashore.
That's reasonable.
Now, here.
Yeah?
Take a look at this map. All right. Now, this is where the yacht was at the time of the holdup. Here. Now, if they headed straight toward the shore when they left the Laura B, they'd have landed over here at 5 Coves.
Right.
Well, during the winter, that's a rather desolate section. There's no public transportation within miles. So they needed a car to be waiting for them when they landed.
I buy that.
Well, as I see it, one of them probably came into town during the day, stole a car, and parked it at wherever their rendezvous point was. After the robbery, they came ashore, got the car, and headed back this way.
If that's true, Jim,
Oh, pardon me, Judge. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Mr. Taylor, this is Miss Emery at the switchboard.
Yes, Miss Emery.
I've just received a message from the radio room for you. Chief Hanson radioed in that blue convertible was just reported a few minutes ago, headed back toward 5 Coves.
Thanks very much, Miss Emery. George, that stolen car was just seen heading back toward the Coves.
They must be running a shuttle.
Yeah, in any case, that makes our next step automatic. There's only one road leading to those 5 Coves, the Peninsula Road. Let's set up a block there and start moving in on them.
Anything from your husband, ma'am?
Oh, no, not since I talked to him before.
How long has he been down there, Joe?
I guess it's been about an hour now.
How long can he stay under, lady?
Indefinitely.
What's that?
My husband wants me to answer the phone. Hello, Paul.
I found it, Clara.
Oh, fine.
I'm going to open the valve and come up. You ready?
Okay, come ahead.
Hey, he really shot out of the water.
Just a minute, Paul. I'll have this faceplate open. There you are.
Thanks. Good. Cold down there.
May I have the jewel box, please? Just so we don't drop it again.
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
Now, hold still and now take your helmet off.
Okay.
Can we help you, ma'am?
No, thanks. I'm used to this.
Quite a routine.
There we are.
Get the chest weights off?
Sure.
Can I take that?
Thanks. Here's the other one.
Okay.
Now you can come on to the pier yourself.
Right.
Did a very fine job, Burnett.
Thanks.
Pay him, Floyd.
Okay.
Grab her. Grab her.
Right.
Now let's all get on that boat and pull out of here.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. To the man or woman who can truthfully say to himself,
I'm on the way up.
yes, we're talking to a special type of person. The man who has ambition, initiative, leadership. The kind of man who knows that a day will come when his boss will say to him,
Frank, you're in. Your whole sales program was approved just as you outlined it.
Here in America, increased salary always goes hand in hand with success. That is why the Equitable Life Assurance Society has created a special life insurance plan for the successful men and women of tomorrow. This plan was designed for the ambitious individual who has plenty of good, solid faith in his future, who's confident that his earning power will be far greater in 1952 or 1955 than it is today. To such a man, this equitable plan for men and women on the way up offers 3 important advantages.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the equitable plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him immediately? Phone him as soon as possible and ask for full details on the equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Three-Fathom Frameup.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperates in bringing this series of official broadcasts to you for a number of reasons. Basically, it does so because it feels that they are to your best interest. Your FBI feels that these programs increase your knowledge of the habits and character of the American criminal, and that with your added knowledge, you are better equipped to help fight the currently increasing crime wave. In line with that thought, tonight's case from the files of your FBI was chosen. In this case, you meet 2 criminals who are unlike their fellow thieves. They are articulate. They have planned their crime well, and they are first-rate opportunists. As such, they are ready to take advantage of every circumstance. In sum, they are wholly unlike the popular conception of a thief. However, they do have some things in common with other criminals. Like the rest, they are thoughtless, cruel human beings capable of inflicting every kind of mental and physical torture, and capable, too, of relishing the discomfort of their victims. Their actions once more prove the criminal's credo, a credo which says, if you, the innocent law-abiding citizen, stand in the way of profit or escape, you are marked for doom. Tonight's file continues on the pier at Timber Cove. Special Agent George Henderson is just coming onto the pier to meet Agent Jim Taylor.
George! George, over here. Sorry it took me so long to get here, Jim.
That's all right.
What did you find?
Well, for one thing, the stolen convertible is over there on the other side of the pier.
Did you examine it?
Yes, I found some fingerprints. Chief Hanson is taking them into town now to see if they match any in his local files.
I wonder why they abandoned the car here.
Oh, there was no gas left in it.
Oh. Any trace of the tender from the Laura B?
Yeah, right over there, on the beach there.
Well, how did they get away from here?
Oh, I think I can answer that. There's oil slick on the water on the other side of the pier. That means there was another boat here tonight.
You think some Confederates picked them up?
Oh, I don't believe so, George.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, I found this piece of glass mounted in this iron ring.
Oh, what is it?
It's a window from a diving room. They must have had a diver here.
A diver?
Yeah. My guess is that they dropped their loot and had to get a diver to retrieve it for them.
Well, in that case, the diver could have been in on it.
Yeah, that's true. Except I think there was a fight here, too. Come here. There. Some fresh blood here on the pier. There, see?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the fight could have been between the diver and the bandits.
That could be.
I would also account for the 2 trips, one each way, that were made in the stolen car between here and Shore City.
Huh?
One of the bandits would have had to go into town to call the diver.
Yes, I suppose.
If, and this is a big if, George, if I'm right so far, then we've got one job to do now. Let's go to the nearest phone and try to locate that diver.
We're running into a storm.
Yes.
Think we can get the Great Bay?
I don't know.
husband?
He hasn't come around yet.
Can I see him, please?
No, you stay at the wheel.
But he needs help.
My friend is with him. Hey, how'll this thing ride through a storm?
Not too well.
Look, how far is it to your place?
3 miles?
I think maybe we'll change our plans.
What do you mean?
Forget about Great Bay. Head for your place. You got a phone. We can call a friend from there and have him pick us up.
Well, Jim, I was just in the chief's office. He's afraid we can't search for the boat tonight.
I didn't think we could.
Have you spoken to our office?
Yes, they've checked the description of the bandits against the files. So far, they haven't gotten any results.
How about the divers? Did you contact them?
I spoke to 3 of them so far. None of them had any calls tonight. There are 4 others at the switchboard girls trying to locate them.
Good.
Of course, Dent might have those fingerprints I found on the stolen car on file, but that's going to take too long to find out about. By the time we hear from them, this pair will landed and... Oh, I'll get it, girl. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
This is Miss Emery again, Mr. Taylor. None of those other numbers seem to answer. Shall I keep trying?
Yes. Make one more set of calls, will you?
Yes, surely.
Thanks very much.
Any answer yet from those other divers?
No, the girl's going to make one more try. George, if we still don't get any results, let's go out and check them in person.
In here?
Yes.
Thanks.
There's the phone.
Oh, okay.
Number, please.
Get me Elmwood 69191.
Just a moment, please. I have a call for you. Will you take it, or shall I get your number first?
Hold it. There's a call for you. Take it, but don't you say anything on the line. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Just a moment, please. I'm getting your party for you. Here you are.
Hello, Mr. Burnett?
This is Mrs. Burnett. Can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
Tell me, did your husband receive a phone call tonight from a man who hired him to do some diving for a jewel box at Timber Cove?
No, Mr. Taylor.
What type of diving suit does your husband use, Mrs. Burnett?
A Mark V.
I see. Well, thanks very much. Sorry to bother you at this hour.
That's all right.
Good night.
Good night.
You did that very well, lady. Now I make my call.
Joe.
What?
Can't we wait inside the boat? I'm getting soaked.
We stay here. This way we can watch for the car.
But we...
I'm just as wet as you are.
Mr. Newton.
What is it?
Can I call a doctor for my husband?
No.
But his head.
You don't call anybody till after we leave.
Can we at least take him to the shack?
No, ma'am.
But the motion of the boat is making him worse.
He stays where he is.
Look, you have no right to do this.
Oh, shut up!
Oh.
Joe, look.
What?
There's a car coming down the pier.
Come on. Grab the jewel box. Let's go.
All right.
Have any trouble finding it, Bill?
Got the wrong party. Stand where you are, both of you.
Joe.
George, put the cuffs on him.
Right, Jim.
I'll take that jewel box.
Are you the police?
Special agents of the FBI.
Oh, I spoke to you before. I'm Mrs. Burnett. And these men...
I think I know who they are and what to do with them.
Paul Burnett recovered from his injury and was able to testify at the trial of Floyd Green and Joe Newton. They were both found guilty on charges of theft on the high seas and were each sentenced to 10 years in a federal penitentiary. As soon as Special Agent Taylor finished speaking on the telephone with Mrs. Burnett, he confirmed his suspicion that the small piece of glass mounted on an iron ring, which he had found on the dock at Timber Cove, was a window from a Mark V diving suit. When he also learned that Paul Burnett was the only commercial diver in that vicinity who used the Navy-type Mark V diving helmet, he and Special Agent Henderson sped to Paul Burnett's shack. The ability to reconstruct what had happened is one of the factors which enabled Special Agents Taylor and Henderson to close the criminal careers of the two men in tonight's case, and to close it within a matter of hours after receiving the first word of the crime. That ability is not inherent with special agents, but is a part of the rigorous training each receives before he is given his credentials. Not all cases can be closed this quickly. Sometimes it takes a week, or a month, or even, as it did in one case, 16 long years. But whether it takes hours or years, you can be sure of one thing. Your FBI stays on the job around the clock and around the calendar until every case is closed the way tonight's was closed, with the conviction of the criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Did it ever occur to you that the kind of life insurance you buy is an index to your character? By that I mean that the person who purchases the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up gives convincing evidence of faith in himself and his future. Yes, a man is known by the life insurance he owns. So don't think small, think big. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon and ask him to give you facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of crime in a traveling carnival. Its subject, grand larceny. Its title, Murder on the Midway.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Murder on the Midway on This Is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.